Now, you are ready to pay me thousands of dollars for you to go and work hard in Europe, for you to help Europe get back on track. Why won't you stay in Africa and make Africa get on track? It doesn't make sense. You're an African, so why don't you want to help your own continent to grow and prosper, but you want to go to my continent and make that prosper? It doesn't make sense. Why is nobody talking about this? Ever since I came to Africa, many Africans have come to me and said they will pay me thousands of dollars for me to help them to go to Europe. I haven't helped a single person, and I'm not going to do that. Ask yourself, why, if Europe is so fantastic, why am I then in Africa? Does that make sense? If my own place is so fantastic, why would I be here? Now, you are ready to pay me thousands of dollars for you to go and work hard in Europe, for you to help Europe get back on track. Why won't you stay in Africa and make Africa get on track? It doesn't make sense. You're an African, so why don't you want to help your own continent to grow and prosper, but you want to go to my continent and make that prosper? It doesn't make sense. If you have thousands of dollars that you want to give me for me to help you to go there, spend those thousands of dollars to set up a business here in Africa. And if you need help with that one, I'm willing to help you, but I will never help you to go to Europe and suffer.
Do your thing.
Why
Hi guys, welcome back. My name is Robi Masaga. Today I want us to talk about Africa and the situation back in Africa and why most young people, youths, why they opt to run away or rather migrate to other parts of the world looking for greener pastures. It's both heartbreaking and perplexing to see a growing number of African youths willing to abandon their homelands, lands rich in culture, resources, and untapped opportunity for what they believe is a golden life in Europe. They are paying thousands of dollars, risking their lives at sea and enduring years of undocumented hardship in what they believe is a golden life in Europe. They are paying thousands of dollars, risking their lives at sea and enduring years of undocumented hardship in foreign lands, all in pursuit of a dream that may not exist. We must challenge the narrative that Europe equals salvation and Africa equals failure. Who is promoting this dream, and why do we keep falling for it? We've all seen it. We've all seen it. A cousin returns from Europe with, flashy clothes, impressive photos, a few euros in hand, and nothing else. They don't share the nights spent hungry, appalling living conditions, or the years without legal status. They've sold an illusion, and others desperate for quick success. But here's the harsh truth. They often suffer more overseas than they ever did at home. One man clung to, identity in Europe. I am from Canaria. Despite years of sleeping on the streets and struggling every day. And he stays not because Europe is paradise, but because admitting failure at home can feel worse. Now, pause and ask yourself, what he stays not because Europe is paradise, but because admitting failure at home can feel worse. Now, Pause and ask yourself, what if abandoning Africa is the real failure? What if the thousands spent on smugglers to cross the seas could have been invested here in launching businesses, creating jobs, transforming communities? Think about it. Why are we helping Europe get back on track while Africa stumbles from neglect?
Don't cross. You recommend it's too dangerous.
Yeah, of course. I never tell anyone to cross the sea to come here, because then you reach here, you have to suffer a lot, because the African people will think when you reach to Europe, you just take the money and go back. Yes. You know, some of our brothers fool us. They can spend 50 years, 100 years, they can never. I tell you the truth, they're going to Africa with one cars, going all up and down, boom, boom, boom. So you have money in Africa, people can never value you. They value the people who come from Europe to America. You know what I mean? This is what everyone wants to come, but listen, I reach here, then told me that 3 years before you have paper. Now I am here 9 years without paper. So how can I make my passport? I need to go. Africa, the first new passport.
Yeah.
I never go. So I prefer to live, but don't die without paper.
You want to stay here. This is where you feel comfortable.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I'm really proud of Canary.
How do you feel about many hundreds or thousands arriving every day with the Red Cross? They seem like they get more help than you, right?
Yeah, because they're getting, for me, they are stupid. It's not because we the African people, we are stupid, but we don't like the truth. It's not important to cross the sea to come here, because you come here, you suffer more than Africa.
Really?
Because help is only one moment. Like me now, if I don't know how to look for my daily bread like this, I need to go steal or do bad. Then later the people say, no, this black boy is rude boy, this boy. It's really hard, eh? Europe is really hard.
Yeah.
But gotta be strong.
Let's explore why so many feel compelled to leave. Yes, poverty and hunger are real. But there is something deeper. Status and perception. In many communities, returning from abroad, regardless of circumstances, is revered, while local achievers are overlooked. This warped hierarchy fuels the myth that real success lives elsewhere. And worse is the misinformation. Brothers and sisters who make it abroad rarely tell the harsh truth. Meanwhile, they are stuck, undocumented, jobless, stripped of identity. And their silence, a siren call misleading others into chasing the same marriage. One speaker said, it's not important to cross the sea because you suffer more than in Africa. That's raw honesty. If you have $3,000 to pay someone to smuggle you to Europe, I will help you start a business here. That's not just money, it's a mindset of revolution. It says Africa holds possibility. Let's build here, not run away from home. Choosing to stay, build, endure, that is not weakness, that is strength. That is future. Now, let's talk about why we need to stay. One, redefine success. If a young entrepreneur opening a thriving shop in Accra is overlooked, yet someone scrubbing toilets in London is celebrated, our value system is broken. We must redefine success to include community builders, local educators, innovators, not just globe trotters. Number two, break the silence. We need voices, honest voices, to expose the truth about Europe. Migration isn't wrong, but migration driven by lies and silence, that's a trap. We must normalize stories of reality, not illusions. Number three, invest locally. You don't need to, you don't need, uh, you don't need government bailouts, just access to capital, mentorship, and networks. If someone has $5,000 to risk in smugglers, they have potential capital. What they lack is someone to guide them. That is where local mentors, entrepreneurs, and community leaders step in. Number four, rebuild narratives. Returnees should not become untouchable once they step off the plane. We must celebrate local success. Teachers, artisans, shop owners as heroes. Our media, schools, religious platforms all should praise those who build here, not only those who travel abroad. Number five, change policy, change mindset. We need sustainable infrastructure, real credit access, genuine business training, living mentorship, not broken grants, not lip service. These support systems are the scaffolding of hope. Finally, remember, Africa is not broken. They believe that we need to live. That is mental colonization. Until we dismantle that mindset, Africa is not broken. They believe that we need to live to live. That is mental colonization until we dismantle that mindset. No border, no visa policy will make a difference. Some say here we suffer more. Yes, suffering is real, but so is resources, fullness, so is resilience. And with international support, our struggle
American. And I'm not saying that as a way to try. Black Americans are not African. We are not African American. And I'm not saying that as a way to try to disassociate ourselves from our lineage. Yes, we have lineage that comes from the coast of West Africa. Yes.
We are not African. That is the problem. That is why Africans feel so comfortable coming in and infiltrating black spaces like Essence Fest, because they think we all one and the same, one band, one sound. No, 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 no.
Black Africans and Black Caribbeans and Black Americans are different. Black Africans and Black Caribbeans are closer, almost identical. They have high self-esteem and lower levels of confidence. Black Americans have higher levels of confidence and lower levels of self-esteem.
Since we're sending out reminders, this is just a friendly reminder that Black Americans are not African. We are not African American. And I'm not saying that as a way to try to disassociate ourselves from our lineage. Yes, we have lineage that comes from the coast of West Africa. Yes, that is a part of our lineage, but we are not African. We are not African American. I really just wish that we would drop that part of the title, because it does not describe in full like really who and what we are. And it also confuses people about our Americanness, and it makes them feel like we are immigrants like the other people that come over here. We're not immigrants. I saw this TikTok from this guy from West Africa. He's like he's living in the United States, and he's like, if I get tired of this place, if I get tired of this country, I can just go home. You guys can't do that. You guys can't go home. Honey, we are home. America is our home. We were born and bred here. There is no other place. There is no other country. It's just here. And this is what I'm saying. We are not immigrants. So that's why just a friendly reminder.
I'm African American.
Black American people need to stop identifying as African American. Yeah, I said it. We are not African. That is the problem. That is why Africans feel so comfortable coming in and infiltrating black spaces like Essence Fest, because they think we all one and the same, one band, one sound. No, 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 no. We are natural born American citizens. We've been here for 4 or 5 centuries, 400 years plus, and we still not identifying as Americans. We're not Africans. That's why they come over here and they feel so comfortable with disrespecting us, because they think they super Africans, right? And we the little peon Africans because they got the direct source of the motherland and they know where they come from and they roots and all that stuff. Of course you do. One generation ago, you got here yesterday. You are the true African American Africans. Y'all come here from Ghana, from Senegal, from wherever, Ethiopia, whatever. Y'all come here and you get your citizenship or plant your roots, whatever. You're Africans - Americans. African Americans. Black Americans are not Africans. I don't have no Africans in my family. Period. I'm from California. My dad is from California. My grandma's from Wichita, Kansas. My great-grandma's from Wichita, Kansas. I can go back generations of Americans. That is where the confusion is coming from. And then people come from different countries and they come in our home, our house. This is our house. The other half of our house might try to make us uncomfortable. The whites, they want to make us uncomfortable in our house. We all share in the same house. But at the end of the day, this is still our house. The visitors are coming here and treating us like we less than. We can change the narrative. It's our storyline. We keep letting other people write our storyline and then getting mad at the story. There's too many of us to not be creating our own narrative. Let's change the narrative, okay? Take back the pride in what it means to be a Black American. Start highlighting our successes as a group of people, our successes, our contributions to America as a whole. Highlight that instead of hyper fixating on slavery. Let's let that storyline kind of simmer down a little bit and focus on the inventions and the contributions that Black people make today and have made for the past 4 or 5 centuries while we've been in America, and start to elevate as a people. Stop letting people push us down with their own narratives and start writing our own story to elevate us as a people in our home. This is our house, not theirs. This is our home. We are natural born American citizens, and don't let nobody tell you different.
I'm starting to think that we are not descendants of Africa. And the reason why I say that is, look at sports. Why is it that the American Africans are so much better than the true blood Africans at sports? Really, I want you to think about it. Look at the Black American athlete, the Jamaican Black athlete, and the actual African athlete. It's a huge difference. If we were descendants of Africa, the Africans would be destroying us in sports. Think about that. Other than cross-country running, what are the Africans really athletic at? Now, yes, there's some onesies and twosies here and there, but the majority don't even compare to us
on the iPad, so
American Africans.
The other one. That's crazy.
Just something to think about.
Microphone is wild.
I've always wondered that, why they wasn't.
Yeah, a lot of folks.
And they're unadulterated.
Do Africans want to be like
African?
African?
Right, so now, family, I think you guys can hear me. Let me just double check. I think you guys can hear me now.
Like African.
Right, so now, family, yeah, okay. It ain't the best mic, but it'll do. Okay, so now this is a tether's nightmare. All right, this is a tether's nightmare. This is also a white supremacist nightmare. What do I mean? You got all these Black folks, and none of them identify as FBA, but they have come to the knowledge by themselves that they're not African. They're Black American. So now, what's left? What's left? All there's left to do now is come across myself, Afro-Elite, Red Supreme, Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black, Urban Politician TV, Phil Scott. All it takes now is for them to come across an FBA and family. This is your job. Okay, so we're doing a hard job coming on live stream, you know, spreading the message, debating tethers, and, you know, things like that. We need you guys just to have casual conversation with relatives, friends, not really coworkers, because, you know, you get in trouble, but just in your spare time, just slowly don't do that. Let me get them. Just slowly Just slowly introduce this thing to them. So this you can take this way. You might say, well, where do I start at? How do I do it? Okay. So one thing you can say is this. You can say, so where you from? Have you been in America all your life? Now we know that don't mean nothing, because tethers and everybody else been here all their life, right? That don't mean nothing. But that's an easy way to like get into their business, right? Their lineage. Then once they say yes, then you can say, nah, what I mean is like, do your family tie back to slavery, or do you come from another country? Things like that. You know, just make it seem like it's just harmless. And from there, you'll get your answer. So once they say, no, my family ties back to slavery, you say, oh, really? That's interesting. And you can say, you can volunteer yours. Okay, mine go back to Virginia, North Carolina, whatever your family goes back to. You say, what about you? You know, I'm just interested. You know, we don't really talk about things like this too often with each other, you know, and then they'll tell you. And then once it's confirmed, right, that they got lineage to enslavement, then you can say, yeah, well, you know, there's this growing, you could use the terminology movement, you dig, or whatever you want to use in that place. You can say, yeah, this is growing interest. You know, Black folks are embracing their Americans in this country. And matter of fact, there's a term for it. So if you are a freedman, you could say, yeah, we call it freedman. Abraham Lincoln, when he emancipated the enslaved, right? He called them freedmen. Or if you're with Adolf, you can say, hey, man, America descends of slavery. And then, of course, the FBA said we call it Foundation Black American because we built the country. We helped build the country, like 50-50, the real 50-50, not the Fat Joe 50-50. And these are easy ways to let them know that they're Foundation Black American. And then you can explain to them why it's important to acknowledge themselves as freedmen, Adolfs, or Foundation Black American, and not just African American, Black, African, or African American. You could explain the difference. You could say, hey, man, but again, just real calm and not aggressive. Hey, because, there are other Blacks that are our family, because, how they going to react. And they come over here and they're actually Nigerian. They're actually Jamaican, but they're, they're known as, in this country, Black Americans too, African Americans too. And we feel like there's no exclusivity to our lineage, to our identity, like it is theirs in their native land, right? You go to Nigeria and get, let's say, citizenship. We're not a Nigerian in the sense that they are. It did. So these are ways you can easily talk about this to them to get them to embrace it. They say, hey man, check out this link right here. It could be Yvette, Tariq, whoever you like, whoever you think is easiest on them, because they might be too serious and Tariq might be too joke. So send them to another serious channel, maybe Phil Scott, right? But these are ways that we can introduce the conversation, because these guys are all ready. So I always told Tethers, leave it. I always told Tethers, I said, Tethers, man. I said, Tethers, you're not safe, right? Just because that person does not call himself Foundation Black American, and they might call themselves a Pan-Africanist right now, or a Hebrew, like whatever else, you're not safe, because all it takes is them to have one conversation with us, and the ally you thought you had as a tether is gone. Now that ally is becoming an informant for us. They're faking the friendship just to gather data and string you along. So now tethers don't know who is who. Yeah, that's called counterintelligence. All right, so let's get back to the confessions.
American.
Why they wasn't on the same level and they're unadulterated.
Do Africans want to be like African Americans?
Hey, Peace Dorsey. Yes, sir. I'm gonna give you a wrench. All I ask in return is just to like the video. My fault for, I don't know what's up with the headset. So I got to talk on this janky iPad mic. Please forgive me for that. But the show must go on flack. I see you out there, Swarthy. I see you. Yeah, Floyd Mayweather definitely said the same thing. Yep, Raymond Simone. I went over that. Smokey Robinson. All right, let's go.
The answer is yes. I
Everybody
was
like the
going
video.
through my
Put you
Google
are
photos
with 9 likes
recently and come and see the things I found.
I missed that.
They're unadulterated.
Shit, my fault.
The answer is yes. I was going through my Google photos recently and come and see the things I found. This is specimen 1. This is the first example I found. I had to ask myself, why were we dressed like this? The only reason I could think of was because for the past how many years we had been watching 106 and Park.
I gotta screenshot this right here. Hold on.
The influence. Past how many years we had been watching dressed like this.
Wait, I'm trying to screenshot that with the caption.
That's the example I found. I had to ask myself.
Okay, I got to screenshot. When they say we don't have culture, right, on this live, I'm going to share this picture right here. All right, I got to screenshot. I'm sorry. I need this. My God, yo. Really acting like they from Brooklyn. Hold on. I'm sorry, but I need that.
Why were we dressed like this? The only reason I could think of was because for the past how many years we had been watching 106 and Park. This is the influence. Is that not T.I. on the right? Is that not T.I.? My boy. His name is Toby. That's why are we dressed like fake chains? But we did not give a fuck. We wanted to be like you guys. Many of us in this picture had never even stepped out of Nigeria.
Oh, I need that. 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 Yeah, I like receipts. You dig? I'm different than tethers, white supremacy. I like receipts too much. Put two there.
Before, but why are we dressed like this? So if any African ever comes to you telling you nonsense, just tell them to shut up, because this is the truth. We wanted to be like you guys. You guys are cool as fuck, so don't be listening to anybody else. Thank you.
And as a matter of fact, we no longer go by African American.
See, me personally, I've never went by African American.
I told you. So now, when these tethers and these Afrocentrics come over here and say, "Yo, we was," no, we don't. So many dudes, we don't know these guys. They don't claim FBA Adolfs or Freedmen. These are regular Foundation Black Americans who are unknowingly aware of what we're doing with this lineage thing. But look how easily we could get them on code. So we're just a conversation away from these guys.
I've always went by, I'm a Black American. I've never.
All right, family. The likes were catching up with the views. Now it's starting to separate. So we don't have we got respect for 34 watching. Please just like the video. Let's get the views next to the likes. You see, Yes Sir pulled up. He's new. So family, we're growing, but we grow with the likes. Without the likes, we would not grow. And there's no real FBA takeover.
Never been to Africa. I don't want to be African. I'm a Black man. Native to America. Never lived in Africa. Matter of fact, you can go back 3-4 generations of my ancestors. They didn't live in Africa. They did help build this country, and they are proud Americans, and as am I.
Right.
So when somebody calls me an African American, I tell them to kick rocks with flip-flops. I'm more proud to be American than I am to be Black.
Hey, speaking of flip-flops, shout out to the Tethers down with 3F. Whole head flip-flops and flies. You dig?
See, because my lineage and my history with this country is nothing but progress. Africa's lineage is, well, $2 a day, which equates to 5 cents per person in malaria. Tell me I'm wrong.
Black Africans and Black Caribbeans and Black Americans are different. Black Africans and Black Caribbeans are closer, almost identical. They have high, and I'm generalizing now, but generalization is pretty accurate. They have high self-esteem and lower levels of confidence. Black Americans have higher levels of confidence and lower levels of self-esteem. Because of slavery lasted here longer, it was turned into a business, and it was an intentional desire to destroy your spirit.
Yeah, YouTube is definitely
this Black man
an
here
agency of
coming
white
here with all
supremacy
that building, all that
to a
bronze.
degree.
By the way,
And
they
we
say
need
they
to
went to
use
Africa. Oh, we're
for
dumb,
our
we're stupid.
best interest.
Knock that off. 1500s was an agricultural age. The wealthiest gold in America, in the world, were cotton crops and sugar crops and
yes, sir.
and tobacco crops,
Global
which
Post
are
News.
in areas which were very humid, very hot, and the soil was
it's going to be a long morning.
Who could master dead soil? Africans. So they went halfway around the world to find the geniuses of the soil. They brought us halfway around the world because we could build wealth for them and income. But they didn't need this brother's attitude. They needed his body. So they separated from his family, so he had no hope. They abused his wife and held him down so he couldn't protect her until he gave up his self-esteem. Now he's just machinery. So now, 400 years later, we never healed. So if I don't like me, I'm not going to like you. If I don't feel good about me, I'm not going to feel good about you. If I don't respect me, don't expect me to respect you. If I don't love me, I don't have a clue how to love you. And here's the big one. If I don't have a purpose in my life, I'm gonna make your life a living hell. Whatever goes around, comes around. So we have high confidence, Jerome, because we've competed and succeeded against all odds in the biggest economy on the planet. So we have high confidence because we're competent, but we have low self-esteem, which is why you have crab in the barrel. It's why somebody's sitting there going, what is he talking about? My life? Why would anybody have anything with something positive to say right now? So if you got a problem with me, you need to check yourself. I don't even know you. So, as Quincy Jones once said, not 1 ounce of my self-esteem depends on your acceptance of me. So it's okay if you don't like me, I like me. Now, Black African, y'all, come on now, we having church in here. Now, Black Africans and Caribbeans experienced slavery lower for a shorter period of time, and they experienced family structure and role modeling for a longer period of time. The mayor was Black. The governor was Black. The premier was Black. The dentist was Black. The barber was Black. The thief was Black. Everybody was Black. Together families. So they have higher self-esteem, but they have lower confidence because they didn't succeed in a market economy. It makes perfect sense. So when that's why when Black Africans or Caribbeans come here, within 2 or 3 years, they're killing it. You have the Ethiopians in Washington, D.C., they're at the Park Hyatt parking the cars. Within a couple of days, they've hired the buddies to be valets. Within a few weeks, they're also the taxi drivers. Within a couple of months, they put the money in for an Uber car. Now they got a Black car. Now they got 3 Black cars. Now they live together. Now they have their entire staff in the front of the lobby. They have the valets, they got the taxi, they got the Ubers, they're willing to rent you an apartment if you want one. I mean, but that's because the hustle was the only ingredient that they missed, the opportunity. Black people, Black Americans are the role models for the world. But we've got a little bit confused because we think that's enough. We're also depressed. I think that 70% of Black Americans clinically undiagnosed depressed. And I can't prove that number. I love number. I can't prove that one. Whenever I talk to somebody, our people in a real conversation, can I get an amen? So when we're having a real conversation, we just have to heal so we can deal. Now, if we can heal, which is real wealth, and heal ourselves and love ourselves, now we can have a relationship. Now, in a relationship, it's the only time where it should be multiplication and not math. So if in a relationship, if 2 + 2 does not equal 6, 8, or 10, what are you doing? If you're not better together, what are you doing? When you go to the club tonight, what's tonight? Tonight's Saturday. When you go to the club tonight, what's tonight? Friday. Entrepreneurs, we work 18 hours, they keep getting a job. We can work 18 hours and we have a nap for 3 hours, for 6 hours, that's it. So yeah, I don't know what day it is. You go to the club tonight? Oh man, she's fine. Oh, he's so handsome.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, what's your credit score? And I'm only partially joking. After the looks fall away and the body falls away, that's your business partner for life. 2 + 2 should equal 6, 8, or 10. If you're not better together, what are you doing? So this thing we're talking about is not self-esteem, is the entire ball game.
All right, family, I'm back.
We can't fix this. We're done.
Run them to the bathroom. All right, so let's get out of there. Let's go here next.
So I posted about white folks on food stamps, and one thing I kept seeing was that welfare was created for white people.
All right, so now when I'm biased, Ron said it doesn't count, right? I've been saying this for the longest. I said nobody had been on welfare or got government assistance more than white folks. I said they've been the laziest Americans more than anybody in this country to ever come here. They've been the laziest. They got the most bailouts, the most assistance than anybody to ever come in this country. So if they are better off than somebody else, that's like a dub moment. Like, yeah, you always had assistance. Like pretty much they was handicapped the entire existence in America, always. So I spoke about welfare being created for white people. So when you have Black conservatives and Afrocentrics, and when they speak against welfare, that's why I get so upset. And I want to challenge them immediately. Like, no. We're not going to let welfare do white people good and keep them afloat until they can get it together. And now it's accessible to us, is get rid of it or make it more strict to meet the criteria and Man in the House Act, things like that. It's like, no. And every immigrant that does not come over here as a selected group, asylum seekers, refugees, people like that, they get on welfare immediately and they level up and they own some type of business. So we're not going to act like welfare holds you down, doesn't it? It keeps you afloat so you don't sink. Now, if people are misusing it, that's their problem. Or if it's not being, you can't get access to it, then we know it's systemic. But listen, a white lady
I knew that it was created during the New Deal, so I did some more research because I didn't really know the whole story, and I thank you guys for responding and helping me learn stuff. So during the Great Depression is when we saw the beginning of things like Social Security, unemployment insurance. But here's the kicker. When Franklin Roosevelt built those programs, he had to make deals with Southern Democrats in Congress, the same folks who were big fans of Jim Crow,
right,
to get the support
Democrats,
of these
white supremacists,
racist white Southern politicians. The programs were designed to exclude farm workers, domestic workers, jobs held overwhelmingly by Black, Latino, and Indigenous.
Okay, you heard that? So when welfare was created in 1935, in 1935, via the New Deal, they excluded people because you cannot. Okay, here, well, go ahead, go sit down. Go get your water, go sit down. Thank you, cold water. Okay, go. Take the room temperature. Okay, so now take this out, family. Just add some context. So when welfare came into existence via the New Deal by FDR, right? They excluded people who worked, like she just said, in the farming industry. And as she said, most people, she introduced other folks, but we know most people at that time, well, majority of people at that time, were largely foundational Black Americans. So we were excluded from welfare because you couldn't work at a job like that. Like even today, like there's certain jobs that you do, you won't be qualified for unemployment insurance or other type of assistance out there. You won't qualify. Even like unemployment or welfare assistance, you won't qualify for certain job fields you get into, certain job industries. A lot of self-entrepreneur work. You could kiss it goodbye. All right. So they strategically, because again, it can't be race-based. They can't legally say no Blacks, even though Jim Crow was doing that, but Jim Crow is unconstitutional. It got struck down in 1968 as being unconstitutional. Well, actually 1964, but even before then, certain Jim Crow laws were being shut down. Like for example, the zoning law that was shut down in 1917 for being unconstitutional, which led to the restrictive covenants. So many laws are being struck down in between, the early 1900s to 1968 as unconstitutional. Anyway, so if they knew they couldn't say in 1935 only for whites, that's unconstitutional. So what they did was, which most politicians do and legislators do, if they want a particular race to benefit, another race to suffer, they will find out what do this race do for work, and let's say that this industry, this field of work, does not meet the criteria for this unemployment insurance and these other things that's out there, through the New Deal. All right. So that's what happened. So they said sharecropping, farming, and things like that. If you do that for a living, you don't qualify for unemployment insurance, welfare. It's more than just welfare. Unemployment insurance, welfare. Yeah, so he's over there. Welfare, things like that. So that was it. And like she said, 97% of us did farm work. So black people were like couldn't meet the criteria for welfare. So without saying only for whites, it was only for whites basically. Just solve that one more time.
Were designed to exclude Southern politicians. The programs were designed to exclude farm workers, domestic workers, jobs held overwhelmingly by Black, Latino, and Indigenous people. So right from the start, Black and brown families were pushed out of benefits so that white people could get them. Then we move forward to the 1960s, and there's this war on poverty. It finally opened up welfare programs more broadly, and that's when food stamps became permanent. Well, permanent, we don't know what Trump's going to do to them, but they lasted a long time. And guess what? The minute more Black and brown families started accessing this help, the politics shifted. Welfare got a new image and a new target.
Hold on. So here's my pushback on that.
1980s and 90s with...
I'm trying to stop the video. Okay, so here's my pushback on that. So even though other races are being affected, I think even the Irish were being affected at that time of welfare. And but let's keep it real. Even though other races were not qualifying for these things, it wasn't because they were the target. They were trying to target us, as they always did. And the Irish, the Latinos, and everybody else were just collateral damage. Okay? They were just collateral damage. Like, they were just not white yet. Like, they didn't classify them as white yet. So as a result, they suffered too. But we're not gonna act like the numbers are the same. At that time, we're like, gotta be like 18 million deep. So when she's talking about everybody else, like, what are their numbers? It's not even like a fair comparison. They're nowhere near our numbers in America. Remember, they want to play the per capita. They want to play the raw numbers. They pick and choose when they want to use. Okay, what are we going to do now? We're going to use raw numbers to show how we were more effective. We're going to use the per capita. It's still the most effective. So I don't like how you slip out the race. I don't like it because they're like, this is not telling the greater story. Because when you say Black and brown, you can almost believe that on the same level, we were being deprived of these programs and assistance, right? And for the same reasons. No. That's not telling the truth. That's not telling the truth. That's adding people in there for more sympathy and kind of over embellishing of what really happened. Let's go back. I missed a little bit.
They lasted a long time. And guess what? The minute more Black and brown families started accessing this help, the politics shifted.
Okay, so this is what I mean. So the Man in the House Act was for Black people. I don't recall Latinos and whoever else she listed going through the Man in the House Act. Okay, and as a result, that created single parent homes. Like, I don't recall like anybody else arguing the single parent home thing like us, even though other folks suffer from single parent homes. But their reason is they never argued with the same as ours. So all these policies she's naming, and even that predate that, had led to single parent homes in the Black family. So yeah, the mixing and matching, I don't like that.
Welfare got a new image and a new target. By the 1980s and 90s with Ronald Reagan and his gang, they pushed the welfare queen myth. That's a racist dog whistle meant to turn public opinion against safety nets by blaming Black women for poverty that white policies created. That's the truth, you guys. So yes, welfare was...
That's what I mean. You see, so that's what I'm trying to say. You can't really mix Black and brown here. This was Black people and brown people got hit, as a result, but indirectly. It wasn't directly for them. They got hit indirectly. All right. So even what you said just now, the welfare queen. I don't recall the welfare queen being a Latino woman, being an Italian woman. You dig? The welfare queen, they didn't share the image. They didn't share the stereotype. The welfare queen was pinned just to Black women. So that's why I don't like when people twist history, try to include everybody in the same boat as being oppressed together. Like, no. A few of y'all got hit, but you were never the intended target. It's like a drive-by. I do a drive-by, I'm trying to hit my target, I hit somebody else. they get hit. But the family that of the grieving person that passed away, they'll feel better that they were never the target. Like, oh yeah, I'm sad that they died, but it makes you, it's a sense of relief that this person was a good person and nobody went out to hurt them. They got hurt as a result of somebody else attacking somebody else. All right, so that's in our case. So the welfare queen wasn't Latino, wasn't Native American, it wasn't somebody else. It was a Black woman who got that stereotype and still have the stereotype today.
It was built for white people, and when others finally got in the door, that white policies created. That's the truth, you guys. So yes, welfare was built for
Alicia,
white people,
ABC.
and when others finally got in the door, they tried to burn the house down. If you want to blame the right people, you got to get curious. So
okay, so let me put this in the chat in case anybody wanted to, because she gave good information. So anybody want to watch that and study it and write down her talking points, because that's everything I said. She summed it up very nicely. So that's the link in the chat for that video. Okay, let me put the link in the chat. I got rid of the white guy. All right, no problem. Yeah, so I gave better context to what happened, because even she admitted that she just learned this from FBAs. Like the white women got put on notice by FBA people about the whole welfare state white people. She didn't know, but I'm glad that she spoke truth to power. So it looks like we got a little bit of, which I already know. I already know Jamaicans and Trinidadians go at it. Even like countries, like the countries go at it. The countries are not always on the best terms with each other. I played a video where Trinidadians were deporting Jamaicans from Trinidad, and it caused some tension between the Prime Minister of Jamaica and the Prime Minister of Trinidad. So, but they like to come over here and act like we're the only divisive people when they are divisive amongst each other back in the homeland. Listen.
I need somebody to explain to me the beef.
Hey, as a matter of fact, we had, come on, the likes is, the views is killing the likes. Hey, everybody like the video. It was only 4 Black people that policy. Lord Maul said, yes, I felt it's censorship. Okay, so that's a private conversation they're having. Let me read some. Yes, sir says, I never hear anything about the so-called natives, blacks, white people, and brown people. This was collateral damage trying to get, yeah, exactly. I mean, even though they got hit, they still got hit. So it's still a sad thing. But when you tell the story, like, let's tell it in its correct context. Let's not mix everybody up. Like it was white folks trying to get everybody, but, Dorsey says, anybody from the 50s and 60s remember when the Black side of town were alive and thriving, money flowed? Claude Nearly France Amos says, Japa, Nigerian word for their fleeing of Nigeria. These people got the nerve to come here and lecture FBA about what we should do in our country when they can't even stay and build anything there as facts. Alicia Hill says, good to see you. Thank you. She's glad you're here. She says in the 70s and 80s, Latinos had their own communities in NY, and they were harassed about having children by whites they worked and went to school with. Interesting. Is she a foundational white American? I would think so. All right, Ebon. Then call everybody else lazy. Right. So Ebon, I'm gonna give you a wrench. Seem like you on code with us. All I ask in return is like the video, right? Because my other supporters, other renters ain't liking the video. So lead by example. Thank you. All right. Flack says, I remember in the 70s, the Black neighborhood, in the 80s, the Black neighborhoods had money and love, right? And concern for each other. Lord Moss says, Becky was the original welfare queen. We was the real welfare queens and she facts. So, but this is why we cook them. So white supremacists want to be in denial of this. And we love it because they come over here and they hope we don't know, but we do know, and we cook them. And they look goofy because we're telling them something that they already knew, but they pretended they didn't know. So it looks like we're cooking them worse than what we are, thanks to their delusion.
Trinidadian. I need somebody to explain to me the beef Trinidadian people have with Jamaicans. So let me tell you guys a story. Before I came out here, I was in prison. And after that, I went to ICE. And when I was in ICE, I met this Trinidadian guy. He proceeds to ask me about my case, and I tell him, man, listen, I'm going to just go home because You know, I got money, I got resources, and I got family members willing to help me when I go back to Jamaica. You know, they'll help me build a life. Well, at least that's what I thought. So that's why I told him. He's like, oh man, that's what's up, man. I might do the same thing. I'm from Trinidad. And then he tells me all the good things about Trinidad and things like that. And I'm like, oh yeah, man, that's what's up. That's what's up. And I thought that was it. I thought, okay, I'm a Caribbean, you're a Caribbean. We're in the same situation. We should be cool with each other, right? Wrong. As the days started to progress, I realized that he was secretly in competition with me. Like I would say, like, yeah, I love Jamaican food. You know what I'm saying? I love ackee and sawfish. I'll say something simple like that. Then he'll say, oh, yeah, that's...
So Sounds Bantu says now in 2025, most of the homeowners are now Hispanic and Asians. We should be able to sue the government for the attack on our communities. And a lot of Jamaicans that's like in up north also are homeowners. And yeah, we should be able to sue them because this is deliberate. It's not that Latinos and Asians and Jamaicans don't deserve homes. I'm sure they qualify for loans. I'm sure they had the down payment. And I'm sure, you know, they met the criteria. The thing is, they are denying us the same loans, and we meet the same criteria as Jamaicans, Asians, and Latinos. And we have similar credit scores. We have similar job professions. This is already studied. It's already, you know, there documented. I got the data, got the numbers like Tone. But we are being denied. And when we do be accepted, we're offered highest interest rates. We're offered lower quality homes. It's just like they just harassing us. They just oppressing us, and they giving us the worst home on the market. And we'll take it because we like shit. If I don't take this, I won't get a loan at all. So it's under duress. It's a whole bunch of stuff going on in the background. Yes, so we should be able to sue the government just for that, right? Okay, Tashi, what is this one-way competition? People are getting into competition with others and don't even know they are competing, right?
That's good. But you know, Trinidadian food, blah, blah, blah. And I'll just be like, okay. I'd say, yeah, Jamaican women, they're cool, man. I like Jamaican women. He'd say, yeah, they're cool. But you know, Trinidadian women are kind of prettier.
Can you believe these aren't his real teeth?
My God.
He was secret, man. I like Jamaican women. He'd say, yeah, they're cool, but you know, Trinidadian women are kind of prettier. I'd say, I think Jamaica is a good place for me to live, and he'd say, yeah, not really. You know, Trinidad is the richest country in the Caribbean, so we're better. So then I just got a bad vibe from this nigga. I'm like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Jamaica is the capital of the Caribbean, okay? When people think about the Caribbean, they're thinking about Jamaica. Then I tried to explain to him, like, we beat y'all in everything, like food, music. When people travel, they come to our country. You know what I'm saying? I can't even think of a Trinidadian celebrity except for Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj is probably the only, you know, big artist that busts from Trinidad that I know of personally. There are so many famous and rich Jamaican people. It's not even funny. Trinidad is damn near irrelevant compared to Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? And then after I said that, he got mad at me. Like, you know, his cell was on the second floor. My cell was on the bottom. He just got up from the table. Then he walked upstairs and then he locked himself in his room. And I'm just like, what are you upset for? There is no competition when it comes to influence. Jamaica is up here.
All right, TikTok, I need your guys' help. I've been getting a lot of hate comments in all of my TikToks from people from Trinidad. Sorry, it's a bit sunny out here. And they keep saying, oh, that Jamaican apple ain't a Jamaican apple. That's a Trinidad apple. That KFC is ass. You need to try the KFC in Trinidad. What's the problem with this? Why is everybody from Trinidad?
Hold on. So there's some diaspora wars between Trinidadians and Jamaicans that we didn't know of. But we're divisive. You see, listen, chat. This is why I get them on here. Hey, if you're in the chat, Kwame, pull up, man. I need you to explain this or explain this.
They're hating on Jamaica. Let me know. Is this something that's been going on for a very long time? It just makes me frustrated. I'm over here talking about how beautiful Jamaica is, and then you got all these haters from Trinidad talking about, well, you need to come to Trinidad.
I have come to
to a conclusion. You know what that conclusion is? That there are a lot of people from certain countries that don't like the members, the people, the citizens of the capital of the Caribbean.
You ever scroll through TikTok or YouTube shorts and suddenly find yourself deep in a passionate debate? Not about
I didn't know y'all diaspora was so crazy, yo. But they would include us in this diaspora and to act like we started it. But look at this. Look what's going on over here.
politics, not about celebrities, but about who keeps better KFC or whether Jamaican Apple can stand up the Trinidadian one. It sounds playful, even humorous at first glance, but behind this post, behind the reactions and the comments, there is something deeper smearing, a cultural rivalry, a digital battleground, a prideful tug of war between two or most vibrant nations in the Caribbean, Jamaican and Trinidad. So today we are diving into a growing conversation that's taking shape across social media, a cultural face-off between Jamaicans and Trinidadians that's equal parts entertaining, emotional, and deeply revealing. Now, just to be clear, I'm not Jamaican, I'm not Trinidadian, I'm still an observer, like many of you watching this unfold online, but as one who's fascinated by culture, identity, and the way national pride takes shape in the digital age, I couldn't help but pay attention. What starts with food, like debates over who has better fried chicken, quietly evolves into a full-blown expression of national identity. People are passionately defending their music, their artists, their athletes, their economic status, their women, even their accent. And that's not a bad thing. National pride is powerful. It's the beating heart of culture. But what happens when that pride starts morph into resentment, into animosity? Social media is amplifying these feelings. TikTok videos are going viral, some showing Trinidadians calling out Jamaican arrogance, others showing Jamaicans brushing off those criticisms like flies on a windshield. The back and forth feels like a musical clash, but with nationalism instead of rhythms. It's become a cultural standoff. Jamaica, with its international icons like Bob Marley and Usain Bolt, claiming the global crown, while Trinidad, known for carnival doubles, and Calypso pushes back loudly, proudly, and often emotionally. So today we are going to unpack this online feud, where it's coming from, why does it matter, and is this just playful rivalry, or is there something deeper going on?
Jamaica versus Bahamas thing is a big joke. If you really meds it, everybody see it when them scrolling for your page, but it shouldn't even be a thing. How can you compete when you can't compare? Bahamas in a no way, shape, and form, depend no level with Jamaica depend. But anyway, we're not talking about that. It's like me understand exactly what I go on if you don't really think about it. But you know how we Jamaicans stay already. It no matter who you be, it no matter which Caribbean country or which country, it could be a next planet or an alien in the sky. Once you come for the Jamaican flag, we are going to defend it. Right to the bone. I just so we stay. And I'm going to use a perfect example in this case scenario, in this situation here. You remember when Cartel, back in prime, when Cartel just bust, and even when the Cake Soap song drop, you see me I say, and in big hit song them, a whole heap of artists, even some little smaller artists, go at him. You see me I say, artists from all over the world, even from the Caribbean, I try to use Cartel name to get fame. You see me I say, everybody is like, him have a tune where say, if me no shit, them can't name. Perfect example of what I go on right now. You see when you're up on top, everything will come after you. All the insect, everything will come after you. So that's what I go on with Jamaica now. Because
I'm a little passive right now. All right, so they're just talking trash. They got a little diaspora war with each other. I'm starting to get a headache. All right. Okay, here we are.
Good morning. Mr. Cities, calling all my Jamaicans and foreigners. Listen to me. It's not easier foreign. member needs tell you this, yeah? It's not easy. It's if not Jamaica.
So basically, she's saying fleeing isn't easy. All right. She's saying fleeing isn't easy. Fleeing is hard work. Okay.
With the beautiful sunshine and river and natural fruits and all these things. Wanna stay there and try and make something on yourself. Yes, come here and visit me. Not stop nobody from come out for it. But listen to me, it's not this cold place. You see if in our world, dog near me a supper. Nobody know the help you. Listen to me. And even with job. When we have a job, you see when you work, you go straight back on bills.
Yeah.
You understand me? So you see when you call and we can't send a little thing, it's not that we don't want to send it. We have bills to pay. Them bills from council tax to rental, light to gas to what. Me say we can't stop with the bills there. And on top of it, then tax upon the paycheck. Listen to me. We hardly have anything to squeeze. You see them when they want to see a party up and party up. Don't get me wrong, they miss a party. I probably just release the stress after them pay them bills and everything. Trust me, because the money is not there. And where's the cost of living coming, yo? It's not easy.
My biggest problems with the United Kingdom, is the minuscule size of the properties that they force people to live in. Most places just have one bathroom, so if you have visitor come round your yard, if you have a little builder man come in, everybody have to use the
why
same.
are you bucking his eyes like that, looking all sassy?
Shared bathroom and them kind of sort of something there. A lot of the time the bathrooms they might be upstairs, so they might go upstairs in your personal environment.
All right, this feels almost illegal to know, but our windows.
Why do I keep showing videos under this account? It's gonna keep coming. I'm here.
We're so old and just desperately needed.
Dude, sounds sassy as hell, man.
Mama tell you something. The only thing we're firing off over Jamaica right now, a little cold weather, a little accent. That's like all the things that foreign people have over Jamaican people. Because Jamaican people are better than enough people are foreign. No found to live in a house. Or they not even know all the bills them pay. No found to live in a house or they not even pay rent for how much years pan. But try that a foreigner, I see if they get kicked out right in the cold weather. Yeah. Yes, the system set up in a way where
they just fled to another country and they're complaining. What's going on?
You have to always depend on hamster wheel, always going. And the more education that you have in foreign, the better for you. But Jamaica, you cannot sell in a market and make a good amount of money. Yeah, bust up your bag juice and your banana chips them and you're good to go. Over foreign, it don't work like that. If you decide to go sell any type of product, you have to have a license to sell. Yeah, so nobody kill up yourself and talk about foreign and foreign this. Foreign is not a better road. Remember years ago Buju did sing, it's not an easy road. Many see the glamour and the glitter and things a better roads, but who feels it knows it. And if foreign people can't tell you the truth, they will tell you say it's not all glitz and glamours over here. So nobody come think say, yeah, my sister, my brother, they are foreign, they might live some good life. Now for the time I pretend because 9 out of 10 them are go through the struggle, and the struggle is real over here. And most of the time, you in Jamaica live better life, so don't give up. If you have a good job at Jamaica, and you have yourself set up in a certain way, no fool yourself to come say you want to come foreign, because trust and believe you're gonna get a rude awakening.
Hi guys, welcome back. My name is Robbie Masaga. Today I want us to talk about something real, something that hits home for a lot of us.
Now we heard enough. All right. So these were Latinos who were MAGA. These are MAGA Latinos, all right, before Trump was president. Okay, so they got a whole song called I Will Vote for Donald Trump. All right, okay. So here's the thing. You shouldn't be asking for no help against ICE. You should be really just holding it down for yourself. Because that's all we gotta do. That's all any race gotta do. So I don't care if you call for the Asians, if you call for whoever, the Jewish people, all they gotta do is pay this video right here. And say, hey man, you gotta handle yourself. You're bragging about bringing him into office. And yeah, this song kind of hit too.
It's been happening frequently at the 333 Miami Avenue Federal Court building.
That's wild.
Janet Correa's husband was detained this week. According to her immigration lawyer, he has already been placed on expedite removal.
That's unfair.
Wow.
It is unfair.
Wow.
I'm so sorry I can't talk enough.
Let me ask
I don't know how I'm going to say that to my mom. My mom has a bad time.
It's like when I see stuff like that, I'll be kind of sad because I'll be wanting to care. Like, it's like 10% of me, like, I'll be wanting to care, but then I'll be like, yeah, you didn't. You didn't give a fuck. Not until it started affecting y'all anyway. I will vote for Donald Trump. Hey,
I mean, like, come on, family. That's like somebody singing a song to summon up the devil. Or, you know, one of those scary movies. Like, y'all watch The Mummy? Remember when they summed up the mummy and freedom, and then he go kill everybody? Yo, we're not sad. When we watch the movie, we're not sad. Huh? What? Drink it. What? That's okay. It's water. It's okay. Go back. Okay. So, or, you know, any other movie where they like do Candyman, or Beetlejuice. And when he appears and causes havoc, nobody's watching the movie is feeling sorry for the people who summoned the demon. Okay, so when you're singing that song, I will vote for Donald Trump. Like, yo, you summoned up the spirits that you summoned up. And like every movie I named, Beetlejuice, Candyman, with the mummy, when he was doing all the little Arabic chants. You got to deal with the demon you awaken yourself.
That shit kind of slide though. I will vote, yeah, for Donald Trump. Y'all was getting it. Y'all was jigging. See, but why y'all got to do that though? Like, why y'all got to like make songs and wear the merchandise and wear the hat and get the tattoos? That's too many receipts of y'all looking stupid. I mean, I fuck with the bars, I fuck with the flow, but y'all got to change the lyrics up a little bit now. Y'all got to change the lyrics up. Now y'all got to be like, Donald Trump, yeah, he got my vote. Yeah, now Donald Trump putting us on the...
Okay, Didi 929, I disagree. I don't believe spreading hate, but if you like to articulate that, let me give you the phone number. You can call in. All right, give me a second. Okay, I don't think I'm spreading hate. But, you know, anybody can say that about anybody, right? But then you got to actually prove it. So I'm gonna give DD29 the phone number, and I'm gonna respectfully hear that person out, as long as they don't babble too much about I'm spreading hate. Okay, I'm barely talking, my boy. How am I spreading hate when I'm just giving reactions on videos that's already published on YouTube? So I already see what you're coming with already. Okay, I didn't make the song. I will vote for Donald Trump. That's not my song, my boy, or sister, or whoever you are. But let me give Didi the phone number. Didi 929. Okay. So Didi 929, there'll be a phone number. Then once you dial the phone number, you have to dial the meeting ID right afterwards. All right. So let me give you the ID. I would like to honestly hear how I'm spreading hate. So Didi 929, call that phone number, please, and just express why you would put hate on me. I'm just giving reaction to what was already published. What's so hateful about that? The hate would be the people who made the video, so or made the song, right? So when they made that song, I will vote for Donald Trump. Is that a hateful song? All right. So Didi 929, I would like you to call in real time, in a real way, to explain how I'm spreading hate by giving reactions to videos that are already published. Okay, yes, sir. I see. Yeah, Yolanda. She said, how can anyone be two continents right after nobody? Right. And the only time you can be that is when you're a foreigner. Like you have Italian Americans, Mexican Americans, Nigerian Americans. When you are actually when you're actually a continent in a country, you are a foreigner in this country. If you're a continent in a country in this country, you're a foreigner. Real simple. All right, so I'm gonna play the video, and when DD929 is ready to call in, we will take your phone call. All right, and just respectfully explain how I am spreading hate by giving reactions to videos that's already published. Right. Well, you make sure you find that song and you tell them, hey, you're spreading hate when you made that song.
But you know what I'm saying? You gotta say throne, you gotta roll the R's with it. It's dope though.
There's a fantastic video of Cubans.
Right. When you give receipts, all of a sudden
Cubans celebrating Donald Trump. Oh, yeah. Have you seen it? They have the MAGA hats and they're playing the congas. It's like in
Donald Trump
is mi favorito. Donald Trump. Donald Trump is mi favorito. Donald Trump. Huepa, huepa, hey. Donald Trump es mi favorito. Mi favorito presidente número uno. Huepa, I'm telling you, it's fantastic. A couple days ago, they're like, what's wrong with that? Leave me alone! I can't believe this shit! But I love you, Donald Trump! He's like, buenos dias. Muy malo. A cucaracha, cucaracha. I'm so sorry, so sorry. Muy malo, adios, amigos. Buenos tardes. Goodbye, yo.
Goodbye.
Assalamu alaikum. I hope you're doing well. My name is Abdul Malik Mujahid.
All right. So hey, man. Wait, you know what? Let me put my cash up in there, man. Now, I got a premium account. All right, but premium account, this costs money. There you go. Cash App, I'll be paying for this premium account. You dig? All right. So let me switch to my premium account under Unbiased Ron, so I start getting these commercials. You know that thing, like that's like $20 a month, something crazy like that. Then I pay for ChatGPT, Photoshop. Yeah, this stuff adds up to damn near a car note. So,
Sure you did. And look at where all you fuckers are at now. Literally. All the Latinos I voted from, this deserves to happen to you guys. You guys are a disgrace to you guys' own community and culture. So for you guys to go ahead and be up here saying that you guys were light-skinned enough, well, apparently you weren't white-skinned enough.
I have zero sympathy for Cubans that voted for that delinquent motherfucker.
Wait, chat. Wait 1 second. The computer, I gotta. The live is still going. I got two different phones. My headset. That's the only way it's gonna work. I hate this iPad microphone. But I'm gonna play these videos from my iPad, not my laptop. The laptop looks cool. I got the FBA, the Cash App right there, and the double screen, whatever. That won't be here when I do the iPad only. But I gotta restart this. This is getting annoying. So I'm just gonna share this stuff from the iPad. Yeah, why didn't DD99 call in? I thought he was going to prove. Yeah, did you vote for Donald Trump, DD929, and now you're upset that he won? All right, here we go. So let me stop the share here. Let me share from the I won't be able to see your comments until my computer restarts. All right. So if y'all can hear
That delinquent motherfucker. Y'all are now facing the consequences of your own actions because of your pure fuck ignorance.
Is this so crazy that we voted for Trump?
I know y'all remember her. Well,
Quote unquote, saying that this is not your battle. What do you mean this is not your battle?
Hey guys, welcome back. Today we are diving into a deeply emotional and controversial topic: Latino and Cuban immigrants who supported Donald Trump and who are now reportedly facing deportation or detention. Well, buckle up because this is going to be intense. These stories come from recent clips where voices in the Latino community express zero sympathy and even celebrate the situation. They are saying, you voted for this, now you're suffering the consequences. What's really happening? We have multiple cases, including Cubans who supported Trump, some refugees on humanitarian parole who are now detained by ICE, some at the federal courthouse on 333 Miami Avenue facing expedited removal or deportation. And the tone from the community speakers is harsh. They call these individuals as a disgrace, ignorant, foolish, and say things like, you're reaping what you sowed, or even, I couldn't be happier. That level of vitriol from their own community, that's striking. Now, why does this matter on a broader scale? Because it flips our expectations. Typically, we would expect solidarity within immigrant communities. But here, there's a sense of betrayal, not just by the policies, but by the people who supported them. Okay, here's the breakdown. First, we'll look at the context and tone. What these clips reveal. Next, we'll dig into the human stories. Detained husbands, politicized deportations. Finally,
everybody knows what happened with a genie. If you rub on that thing and he comes out and you want your 3 wishes, every movie you see or every cartoon you seen with a genie, he usually turned on the people who rubbed it. And now the whole movie is about getting them back in there. The whole cartoon is about getting them back in there. The whole anime is about getting them back in there. So when you summon evil spirits up, evilness is going to happen to you, to the people who done that, right? And the mummy, they said, hey, man, the people who summon this mummy up or does something in the pyramid, right? They'll be cursed, and the mummy's gonna come after you. So they went in there trying to steal the rubies and jewels and diamonds and gold. And guess what? The curse was on them, and the mummy came at every last one of them. You did? So I don't know why everybody's surprised that Donald Trump is coming after those who summoned him up.
We'll explore the broader implications, what this means for political identity, tribalism.
That's a little bit.
Now, whenever Mexican and Latinos get together, we know how to come together and fight. But what do y'all do? Y'all go against it.
With Apartments.com capturing the hearts of hundreds of millions of renters, everybody wants the secret to our success, but
this is the same person who didn't come together with her own undocumented grandparents and voted to have ICE deport them. And yeah, you had to learn how to protest real quick to try to get yourself out of the mess you created after you not only stabbed the Black community in the back on November 5th, but when you stabbed yourself, your family, and your own community in the back.
We know how to protest the right way.
Here comes the anti-Black, white-pleasing rhetoric.
We don't break into stores. We don't do all this, this demolish stuff.
And
We
they
don't
broke
do
in
none of
every
that.
store imaginable in California. And like,
First of all, yes, y'all do, because we're watching it in LA right now. Secondly, by any means necessary, telling us to protest.
I can show you videos of ICE arrests, all type of shit, them looting, assaulting ICE officers, our agents. I can do all that. I haven't. But if they talking spicy like that, you don't want to be on this jumbotron, right? The summer jam screen. I got the tethers I got the Black tethers on. I can add the Latino tethers to this big old jumbo screen and put y'all on notice as well. They're running your mouth. Y'all don't loot and breaking the stores. Y'all doing all that shit way better than we ever did. We ain't never, even during the civil rights, we ain't never attacked law enforcement and federal agents Y'all took this up another whole notch.
Is gaslighting by the ruling class. It's a racist talking point mostly weaponized against black people. This Hispanic woman still seeks validation and acceptance from the white ruling class. She is submissive to them and will protest only in ways that the people oppressing her deem acceptable. No form of protest is acceptable to them, by the way. I hear so many Hispanics pitting themselves against each other, criticizing protesters in LA for what they perceive as protesting violently. So again, you don't stick together. Protesters in LA are dealing with antagonistic National Guard and U.S. Marines. No one else in the country is dealing with what the protesters in LA are dealing with, and I support LA.
It's kind of hurtful for y'all to say different things like...
Tashi D says, I've noticed that whenever a group tries to screw us over, it comes right back onto them. Exactly. Mentor G said, these white supremacists let them build up Florida. Now they deporting them. Thanks, fell for the trick bag. Yeah, that's usually what they do.
Oh, we don't need Latino. We don't need no Mexican. We don't need this. We better without them. Fine.
You don't get to sit here and cry because you backstabbed black people on November 5th, and now black people don't want to support you.
To recap, Cuban and Latino Trump supporters are now facing harsh immigration consequences, and their communities are unsparing. Let's unpack that first. These speakers are using strong language, words like disgrace to your culture, pure ignorance, even telling them to reap what they sow. That paints a picture of profound disappointment and anger, not just with Trump or ICE, but with those individuals themselves. Many call it self-inflicted. One said zero sympathy for Cubans that voted for that delinquent. Now you're facing the consequences. They're basically saying you backed a candidate whose policies have now caught you in crossfire. So don't expect protection. Let's zoom in. Janet Correa, the Trump singing Cuban American influencer, had her husband detained by ICE at the Miami federal courthouse, then hit with expedited removal proceedings. That's fast-tracked deportation pressure. Another case, Jacel Almonte Mahia, 29, detained despite winning in court. These are real people, families, public figures, visible supporters, now caught up in enforcement actions. Then there are reports of Cubans on humanitarian parole, refugees from Castro's regime who publicly wore MAGA hats, tattooed Trump slogans, and are now being sent back to Cuba. One reportedly has a disabled child and wife left behind in the US. That's heartbreaking. So what does that tell us? It frames political alliances as a gamble. These folks believed in Trump's promises. Some said they were told documented people won't be touched. And yet now they are singing, "You got played." That seems to spark even more anger than the deportation themselves. The rhetoric, "You betrayed your community. You sided with someone who didn't protect you when it mattered." And that betrayal hurts.
A lot of the Cubans that came here from the island and decided to support that motherfucker that were on humanitarian parole or various other immigration programs to try and stay in this country are now crying and suffering the consequences of their own stupid actions. I just watched 3 back-to-back interviews with different Cubans that came from the island that had some type of application in with immigration and were deported back to Cuba, and they were supporters of the rapist, crying on camera. One of them even has a disabled child and another little kid. The wife had to stay back, and he was deported back to Cuba. And they were staunch supporters of this delinquent piece of shit. I am Cuban. I was born in Cuba, but I consider myself to be Cuban American. I decided to educate myself from a very young age. Back in about 2004, when John Kerry was running for president, I already knew at that point that I was a Democrat because I aligned directly with those values, because I learned in political science and U.S. history classes in school what being a Democrat or aligning with those values was in comparison to conservative values. In my
Never sue the other driver after a car accident. There's a better way to get paid a way bigger check without having
you. My family were refugees from Cuba. My dad was a political prisoner, right? In Cuba. My whole family is conservative, Republican. But from a very young age, I decided to educate myself, to go to college, to do my own research. Even from the time I was a kid, even before going to college, I did my own research. And I always have. When you come from another country and you decide to go from one dictatorship to another, and you decide to continue supporting the same bullshit, just instead of with a communist flavor, with a fascist flavor, then you are going to reap what you sow, and you are going to collect the fruits of the bullshit that you decided to vote for.
Latino and Cuban communities are often thought of as blocs voting in solidarity, but this flips that story. If a voter goes against those shared interests and gets hit with immigration enforcement, their own community may not shield them or even support them. That fractures the idea of unity and makes...
1 second, Fanny. I got it back up. All right. So let me just connect my laptop to where we at over here. Shit. 1 second.
Political identity feel even more transactional. It shows the fragile nature of political belonging. If you are Latino and vote against the apparent self-interest of your community, you might...
All right, let's see. Okay. We're here.
support them. That fractures the idea of unity and makes political identity feel even more transactional. It shows the fragile nature of political belonging. If you are Latino and vote against the apparent self-interest of your community, you might be seen as turning your back on your heritage. And folks are saying, you reap what you sow. Then there is the promise of Trump-era messaging. Don't worry, documented people are safe. This apparent miscalculation or deception plays a huge role. It fueled trust from some Latinos, but now
Okay. Okay, I could be heard, right? I could be heard, right? I think I could be heard finally. I was talking, I could not be heard. I think I could be heard finally. Finally, it's happening. All right. We got it. I think I could be heard.
now it's backfired. In a sense, it's a political cautionary tale, whatever your ideology. Vote for someone whose policies don't protect you, you might end up harmed by their actions. Then where does the responsibility lie? With the voter? With the political messenger? That tension is unmistakable here. This backlash carries strong moral judgment. It isn't just disappointment, it's anger, shame, and a desire to hold these individuals accountable, calling them a disgrace to your culture, mocking their tattoos and MAGA chants. That is punishment in emotional form. It also raises a question. Is there any room for empathy? Even if someone made a political mistake, should we
Frederick,
cheer
I gave
when
you a
their
wrench.
family
Like the
is
video,
split
please.
apart?
Everybody
The
like the
clip
video
shows
who have
very
not.
little
The
empathy.
likes are catching up
Instead,
finally.
there's a sort of moral outrage.
Oh, shit.
Like they made their bed, but we have to
I was
ask,
saying every live,
does
I got
that
to become a
strengthen
motivational speaker
community
to get
or
my
just
family to
deepen
like the
wounds?
video.
This phenomenon isn't just one of stories. It
And the more y'all
reflects
like, you see
deeper
we keep getting
dynamics.
new
The
family,
peril of
new
political
people
absolutism.
coming over the same lineage.
If you stray, you risk isolation. Broken promises from politicians, especially around immigration, the
All
power
right.
of community in enforcing norms and identity, with
All right.
intense
So I'm going to
social...
stop this rant. I know she's ranting. Let me get rid of that. All right. Next video. That's not it. Okay. I didn't mean, I ended the video by mistake. I hate when I do that shit. I wanted to end this one. All right, but I know which one I ended. All right, so let me just read this real fast, family, because there seem to be some revisionists of history, all right, when it comes to the transatlantic slave trade and Africans' involvement, right? There seems to be no accountability with the Kangs and Quangs in Africa. So here we are. Atlantic, hold on, I should hear myself. Let me end this audio. I did end it. Okay, cool. All right, here we go. So Atlantic slave trade or transatlantic slave trade involved the transportation by slave traders of enslaved African people to the Americas. So we have slave traders, right? Afrocentrics and tethers want this to say slave kidnappers. Okay, European slave ships regularly use the triangular trade. It doesn't say triangular trafficking, Afrocentrics and tethers. Use the triangular trade route and its middle passes. Europeans established a coastal slave trade, not a trafficking port. Okay, it says slave trade. Again, tethers and Afrocentrics want to revise history and they want to take away Africa from the slave trade. And they want to act like white people just came into Africa and kidnapped millions of Africans without any retaliation, without any fight, any war, any smoke, any fade, and did this for a long time until it was made illegal. This is the new thing we gotta address. All right. So Europeans established a coastal trafficking trade, slave trade in the 15th century, and trade to the Americas began in the 16th century, lasting through the 19th century. So according to these tethers, they've been kidnapping because the tethers go as early as the early 1400s. So tethers and Afrocentrics would lie and say they've been kidnapping Africans for 500 years, and that's how they got to the millions. All right. So the vast majority of those who were transported in the transatlantic slave trade, not trafficking or kidnapping, were from Central Africa and West Africa and have been sold. And I'm using Wikipedia, and have been sold by West African slave traders. So West Africa, that's a person, that's a people. Okay, so they have been sold by West African slave traders to European slave traders. So West Africans sold Africans to Europeans. All right. Now, we all know this, but like I said, you guys are going to come into the new argument that Africans had no small, even you heard Kwame yesterday. Kwame said it yesterday, the tether Kwame who's wrong. Put that down. The fly eat your food. Put that down. Yeah, the tether Kwame said it yesterday. He said, what proof you got that the slave trade sold more Africans than the white man kidnapped? So this is a real argument where they're trying to act like Africa is innocent and Africa should not be held accountable or even sued for reparations for the transatlantic slave trade. So that's why I'm going over it with you guys in Wikipedia. Okay, so they have been sold by West African slave traders. They're not European, these are West African slave traders, right? Sold by them, and they've been sold to the white man. While others have been captured directly by the slave traders in coastal raids. So now this is what they would say. Well, others have been captured directly by the slave traders in coastal raids. So they would act like this outweighed this. Okay. So European slave traders gather and imprison the enslaved at forts on the African coast and then brought them to America. Some Portuguese and Europeans participated in slave raids, and the National Museum, Liverpool, explains European traders captured some Africans in raids along the coastal, but most of them from local African or African European dealers. Okay, one more time. As the National Museum's Liverpool explains, European traders captured some Africans and raids along the coast, but most is the majority of them from local African or African European dealers. European slave traders generally did not participate in slave trade. Hey, slave raids, what happened? European slave traders generally did not participate in slave raids. This was primarily because life expectancy for Europeans in sub-Saharan Africa was less than 1 year during the period of the slave trade due to malaria that was endemic to the African continent. Portuguese coastal raiders found that slave raiding was too costly and often ineffective and opt for established commercial relations. I can drop the mic there. Okay. So they tried the slave raids and they found that it was too costly, ineffective, right? They were not getting the result they wanted. And they had a life expectancy of 1 year for malaria and all the other African diseases. Because Africa got a lot of diseases. Them in China got like the most. Okay. So they were unsuccessful in slave raids. All right. So hundreds, maybe tens, 50s of slave raids, right? That's it. They got a few handful, 10, 50, whatever from the slave raids. But the millions came from the African slave trade. So you read it for yourself. They say, hey, this ain't working. Let's go establish a commercial route. Let's just come back and say, how much? How much for your cousin? How much for your boy? How much for Unbiased Ron? How much for Tashi? How much for Sounds Bantu? How much for who else in the chat, right? How much for all these Foundation Black Americans? How much you want? You dig? I'll just buy them. Okay. So now we read the facts. Now watch this right here. Watch the revision of history from Afrocentrics and tethers. And like I said, Kwame tried yesterday.
And all these rest of these Africans to let them deal with their partners from back.
I hate when the videos do that, man. Okay. Right. So I want Kwame to call back in. Okay, here we go.
Why don't we sue Ghana and all these rest of these Africans to let them deal with their partners from back in the day?
We back. Yeah, we back. Now today's gonna be a quick video. Now, as you already know, I'm currently engaged in a legal dispute with another public figure. And the reason for that is a while ago he had made a video saying,
hold on. Renaissance woman, she said Europeans had to have Africans, particularly because they didn't know the layout of the land. Exactly. That's just common sense. Renaissance woman, I'm gonna give you a wrench. All I ask for an exchange is like the video. You dig? At least they are still trafficking today. These people snatching children and women. They're probably doing that now, but to get us in the millions, to have an effective slave trade route, they had to buy. They were not kidnapping nobody because they couldn't even live in Africa. They couldn't stay there over a year. And the Wikipedia article, I stopped reading because it was a mic drop moment. But if I had kept reading, it would have talked about Africans fighting back and retaliating with blood, with smoke, and with the fade. So the efforts were just fruitless. So they said, you know what? The white man decided to practice nonviolence, and come back with the bag, all right, and liquor and cigarettes and everything else to give to these damn Africans to get us out the country into America. Nikki said, this is why I would never step foot in Africa. Nikki, you and I, both. Okay. Everybody who's go to Africa, that's your business. Puerto Rico is your business. But I'll tell you this, myself and Nikki, we ain't ever going to Africa. You dig? Nikki, I'm gonna give you a wrench just like the video in return. Oh shit. Nikki, I'm sorry. Wait. Nikki, I blocked you by mistake. Shit. Did I undo it? God damn. All right, Nikki, I gotta unblock Nikki. I try to make her a wrench, and the option that's normally there for the wrench was there for the block. So Nikki, give me a second. I got you, Nikki. And then we're gonna hear this visionary perspective of how the white man really didn't buy Africans from Africa. Africa didn't sell us out. The white man came and secretly kidnapped us. All right, so let me first unblock Nikki. And let me give Nikki, oh, okay. So Nikki, you're not blocked anymore. So Nikki, say something in chat so I give you a wrench. Say something in the chat so I can give you a wrench. All right. Okay. So anyway, let's hear this revisionary perspective of history and the African non-slave trade.
Legal dispute with another public figure. And the reason for that is a while ago, he had made a video saying that he wants to sue African nations for selling his ancestors into slavery. And I came across this video of this young lady that actually, you know, debunked that.
Okay.
She debunked that and said,
myself and Nikki, let me take my time now. Okay, Nikki, you got a wrench now. Please like the video. So myself and Nikki don't got to worry about being trafficked or kidnapped or scammed in Africa because we're never going. Okay. So that is our least worries. All right. But everybody else, enjoy your stay there. Tell us what you experienced. You're digging. Okay. So now he said, watch this one more time without myself talking.
Why don't we sue Ghana and all these rest of these Africans and let them deal with their partners from back in the day?
We back. Yeah, we back. Now today's going to be a quick video. Now, as you already know, I'm currently engaged in a legal dispute with another public figure. And the reason for that is a while ago, he had made a video saying that he wants to sue African nations for selling his ancestors into slavery. And I came across this video of this young lady that actually, you know, debunked that. She debunked that and said nobody was sold into slavery, right? See? Africa is not the motherland, right? So, like I said, she debunked it. So, you know, we're just going to get into it, right? Not wasting no time. Let's go.
Yes. Yeah, V4.
So let's talk about this out of Africa theory.
Right, let's listen,
and I just have to say this plainly. It is a theory, not a fact, right? But the way that it's...
Okay, so now let me educate her. A theory is a fact scientifically. Like, for example, tectonic plates, that's a theory, but it's a fact. Gravity is a theory, but it's a fact. So science don't use words in terms like we do. All right. And in the everyday English conversation. All right. So science, just like the medicine field, or let's say construction. I went to school for computers, right? So we use terms, we use English terms. It's the same word, but it has a different contextual meaning. Okay. So a theory in science is equal to a fact in a lot of cases. Like I just explained, the theory of gravity. Who denies gravity isn't real? The tectonic plates theory, that's basically a fact. And there's other germ theory, right? Who believes there's no such thing as a germ? But did you know germs are a theory? So correction. So now it is like this. When they call in, they get cooked, right? Just on that alone, they get cooked. Germ theory, tectonic plate theory, and gravity theory. You're done. So in science, a theory is an explanation based on facts. Okay. So in my channel, I'm biased Ron. In FBA Defense Unit, I used to debate this science stuff like 7 years ago. So I still know it like the back of my hand. So a theory is nothing but an explanation of the facts. I'll give you an example. If we are all detectives, right, and we're working a crime scene, we get called in by the local police. They say, hey man, FBAs, I need y'all to step in. There's been a homicide. I need you to figure this stuff out. We get there, we're gonna look at the crime scene, and what's at a crime scene, family, in most cases, something called evidence. Okay, but the evidence is everywhere. It got to be gathered, documented. You got to photograph it, all that type. Take pictures. And now we need to make the evidence speak. We got to make the evidence make sense. So what we got to do is, if we see a bloody knife, what are we gonna say? We see a bloody knife, and a person has a wound to the back of the neck and then bleeding. It's safe to say the bloody knife was used to stab the person in the back of the neck. See, that's called an explanation. So what are we doing? We're explaining the fact. So a scientific theory is the same thing. They're explaining the facts, the evidence. All right. So she's wrong right there. And I would love to talk to her about that. I will cook the shit out of her. Come on, computer.
This plainly.
Time. Let's go.
And she thinks she dropped a bar right there.
So let's talk about this out of Africa theory. And I just have to say this plainly. It is a theory, not a fact,
Bars.
right?
Like,
but the way that it's pushed online and in the textbooks and in the media, you would think that it is a fact, but it's not.
All right.
Okay, that's a dumb fool right there. That's a dumb lady, and she's definitely scientifically illiterate. You have to prove a theory because it's not true until it's proven true. By the time, I don't know what they're talking about, but let me give you the phone number. Okay, so let me give by the time the phone number. By the time says some bullshit. All right, by the time I'm gonna introduce to you the phone number. Okay, I want you to run that back to me on the phone. All right, because everybody is smart until they got to call in and articulate themselves. So let me put this phone number in there for everybody is smart until it's time to articulate. He says not a theory until it's proven true. Okay, we'll see about that. Okay, so that's the phone number. Here's the meeting ID. All right. Here's the meeting ID. Everybody, Mike Tyson said, everybody has a plan until they get hit in the mouth. And my thing is, everybody is smart until they call in. Okay, there you go. That's the phone number. That is the meeting ID. Explain what you just said to us in real time, in a real way.
We back. Now, as you can see, she said the out of Africa theory is false. It's fabricated, right? Nobody sold you into slavery, right? Because you didn't come from Africa, brother. Nobody sold you into slavery. Now, when it comes to me, I know I came from Africa for sure, for certainly, absolutely. 100% authentic African man. But she's not speaking for me. She's speaking for Dennis Sperling, right? Dennis Sperling. She said, right, out of Africa theory, that's fake, fabricated. Now, let's continue.
Well, what they
Okay, but you can say what you want to say, but okay. Now that was crazy. That was a crazy reach. She started off by saying out of Africa theory is a theory, so therefore it's fake. No, I'm sorry. She said it's a theory, so therefore it's not a fact. But where did she say it's a theory, so therefore it's fake? Or what he just said. So he said something she didn't say. She said well, she's wrong, but she said the out of Africa theory is a theory, not a fact. But she said the out of Africa is a theory, so therefore it's fabricated, fake. She never said that. She never said fabricated fake, my boy. She said it's not a fact. But okay, but she was wrong with that. How a theory works in science.
don't
So by the way, it's called a scientific theory, family. So when we have a theory in a regular conversation, so if I'm over here and I'm talking to Pinky or Alicia Hill, and we're brainstorming, you dig? We have our foundational Black think tank, and we're brainstorming about some things we can do to help the community, help people level up or get their mind right. Okay, because of mental illness, mental disease. If I have a way of doing something, constructing it, I might say, Alicia, I got a theory. All right. Now, that theory is about helping the Black community. That is not a scientific theory. You did. So when science uses the word theory, it's always a scientific theory. Okay. It's not a theory like me, Alicia Hill, and Pinky brainstorming, and we have a thought or a plan how something should be constructed. So, but let's hear this foolishness.
Tell you is them pushing this out of Africa theory is actually a
Okay, good.
political tool. It's used politically, right? Its whole narrative is if everyone came out of Africa and went to other places, then that means everyone is an immigrant. And if everyone is an immigrant, no one has rights to any land.
Wait, what? Yeah, what was that? All right. So, all right, so don't speak just yet. Let me just change your phone. Your phone number is showing. It's not showing on the screen, but let me change to your name, your screen name. So by the time. Okay. So by the time, welcome to FBA News and Updates. How are you? Are you speaking? We cannot hear you. By the time, are you there? Okay, I can hear you now. I hear your background. Are you there? You might got to turn your phone up. We can't hear you. So by the time we cannot hear you, are you there? Are you speaking? Can you hear me? So by the time, if you could hear me, just type in the chat and say I can hear you. But we cannot hear you though. See Quiz Peace. He says Africans been delineating from us since they started coming here. That's why there's no FBA African communities at large. Facts. Out of Africa theory, no, it's real. I'm staying out of Africa. Feminism and academia done fried her brain. Hey, by the time I see that you're in the queue, you can hear me because I see my microphone go up and down, but I cannot hear you. So this is what I'm gonna do for you. I should have gave you the link. All right, so by the time, hang up. I'm gonna give you the computer link instead. Cause maybe the phone thing ain't working out for you. So hang up, go back in the chat. I'm gonna send you the computer link so you can log on from your phone or computer. All right, is that better? Yes, it's Zoom. It's Zoom. All right, so I'm gonna give you the computer link. Give me the computer link. The computer link to come. Shit. All right. Let me give you the computer link instead. Where is my damn chat? Oh man. All right. Yeah, because I want to hear this. I got a huge delay. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this is my worst laptop. My other laptops are broken. This is the worst laptop I got. All right. Okay. So let me get the link again. I said I copied it. There you go. That is the link right there. Click the Zoom link by the time. Okay, well, call back in. Shit, you wasn't talking. You were not talking. Call back in. All right, so let's hear this babble again that she was saying.
Out of
Listen.
Africa and went to other places, then that means
Hold on.
use politically, right?
Let's back up.
But what they don't tell you is them pushing this out of Africa theory is actually a political tool. It's used politically.
Yeah, Laura Maul said she'd be like, I got beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, lamb, ram, hog, you name it. Rabbits.
Politically, right? It's whole.
Yo, we got to do a tether song like that. Like, I got giraffe, hyenas, elephant, hippopotamus, crocodiles, you name it.
Narrative is if everyone came out of Africa and went to other places, then that means everyone is an immigrant. And if everyone is an immigrant, no one has rights to any land.
Now, you hear this? So she replaced the scientific theory. I'm sorry. She replaced the out of Africa theory with that bullshit. So now she said the out of Africa theory is a theory, not a fact. Ma'am, the babble you just said, what is that? Because that's not a theory or a fact. What is what you just said? Like, that was just stupid. That was just stupid. All right. FBA defensive. I mean FBA News and Updates. Hey, Blue. Where you at? Unmute. Unmute, Blue. So we got a caller. They hit the link. All right, so let me whenever you're ready, just let me know.
So let's actually look at the science, since everybody thinks that they're a biologist, right?
Okay, so she just made everybody an immigrant, like the whole world. You know, her babble made the whole world an immigrant.
Things, plants, animals, and people come from bacteria.
And yo, she's actually reading this. So this is somebody published this on a website or some Facebook wall, but she's reading this. Hey, Blue, you ready?
Yeah, I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now, are you by the time from the chat?
I'm Dorsey from the chat.
Okay. Yeah. Peace, Dorsey. What's going on?
I think that maybe it's a little bit of both.
Okay.
They brought a certain number of people here, and they mixed with the FBAs who was already here.
Who was that? Who was that you talking about?
The white slave owners.
Yeah. So, but you agree it was a slave trade, though.
Yes, I believe it was slave trade.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I'm cool with that.
They said that the Dahomey tribe, what they call the Women King or whatever they call them, they made the little movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they stated that these people captured people as war prisoners and sold them to the white man.
Right. Yeah, yes, that's a great point. So, but according to them, that's a lie. All right. So now so I'm glad you're here, Blue. Dorsey, let me let by the time in, right? So, okay. So wait, don't talk just yet. By the time, let me change your phone number to your name.
Bacteria evolve
I mean, do that.
under environmental conditions.
The time. Okay, cool. All right, you could talk now. By the time I was able to successfully change your name. All right, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Oh, the sister.
Yeah,
Good afternoon.
I'm a sister. Okay. Theories, and you asked me to explain it. A theory is just conjecture without proof. You can't. That's why when they run around with these white folks theories, the theory of whatever Einstein and all that kind of
the
stuff.
theory of gravity, right? Or relativity, right?
Yeah, he never proved it. It was just a theory. Until they take it out of theory form, you can't run around with that like that's fact. Because if you try to apply it to anything that's factual or true, it's going to fail because that has not been proven. You have to prove a theory. You just can't say something, use your conjecture. You know what I'm saying? That's like
so let me ask you this. So after they prove it, is it still a theory? What is it after that?
It's a proven fact. It becomes fact.
So it's no longer a theory, right?
Right. It's out of theory form. That's like a woman that suspects her husband of cheating. She has a theory that he's cheating, but until she actually have proof that cannot be debated or debunked, then she still has to go on her feeling or her conjecture. But there has not been any proof.
All right. So by the time. So there's a difference between that type of theory and a scientific theory. That's what I'm trying to share to you in the chat. And I'm going to tell you. So gravity, do you think gravity was proven true?
Not if they still say the theory of gravity. No, it hasn't.
All right.
As long as they keep on, even if it's scientific, you still have to deal with facts.
Yeah. So, but a theory deals with facts. So right now, I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna go to. You want to say something, Dorsey?
Yeah. I think that you guys are leaving out one word: hypothesis. Hypothesis is the idea.
No, we're not. Hypothesis comes. See, I know the whole scientific methodology. A hypothesis comes before the theory. So for example, like some hypotheses never make it to a theory because
so
it don't have enough facts.
Hypothesis graduates to a theory, and then a theory then graduates to a fact.
Right. Well, wait, no.
Right. It has to be a graduation. That's what I'm saying.
No.
But you
Look at my screen.
On gathering.
Look at my screen.
Look at what?
I'm sharing my screen. I'm gonna type in a scientific theory versus it says law. It says theory. I'm just gonna put theory. So this theory, the chat, Dorsey and sis.
Brother.
Well, hold on. Let me just finish.
Let me just say this. A man that won't treat you right, won't teach you right. So this right here, what you showing me right here,
right.
Until a theory is proven to be facts, it is still a theory.
Yeah, I understand.
You can't build a house on a theory. This should have been say, well, if I put a round room right here, this round room will that support the square room? In theory.
All right, so hold on. So just hold on. Because right now they see my screens. So we got scientific theory versus law. We got scientific versus theory versus hypothesis and versus fact. So now I'm gonna do theory. I'm gonna do theory and I'm gonna do fact just to show you. So now this is on the fly. Everybody's on the fly. I just did this for the call in. Now, the theory that you're speaking about with the woman catching her man, that theory is different from a scientific theory. So look, I'm gonna do that first. I'm gonna do scientific theory versus theory. Watch this. Watch this. Okay, I get it. Look, in everyday language, theory often implies a guess or speculation. That's your analogy. However, in science, hold on, let me finish reading it. Let me finish reading the difference. Okay, so it says in everyday language, which I expressed earlier, in everyday language, theory often implies a guess or speculation. That mirrors your example. However, in science, a scientific theory is a well-substantiated explanation of some aspect of the natural world based on a body of facts that have been repeatedly confirmed through observation and experiment. I said that earlier. I said theory is based on facts. I said, but then a theory that's everyday using language is just a guess. Now, watch this. I'm going to do theory versus fact now. Scientific theory versus fact. Okay. In science, remember, it's all about science and not about people cheating in relationships. In science, which is biology, chemistry, physics, for the most part. In science, a fact is a direct observation or measurement, while a theory is a well-substantiated explanation of some aspect of the natural world, supported by a vast body of evidence. Theories do not become facts. So you were wrong, both of you. Wait, I'm not done reading. I'm almost done. Relax. I'm almost done. Theories do not, y'all see my screen. Theories do not become facts. And neither is inherently superior to the other. So facts are not superior to theories, scientific theories, and scientific theories are not superior to facts. They are different types of scientific knowledge. Go. It's your turn.
Okay. Sometime, ladies first.
Okay.
I'm listening.
But they still can't have a theory without it sitting on facts. They're telling you. So this theory that they're still calling a theory is sitting on facts. It's not sitting by itself. By itself, it can't stand. You cannot have facts, okay, without having first, I studied this. Okay, yeah, you studied this and you have a degree of knowledge in this, but you can't run around and say, I know this, I know that, because to something that you know, there's always something else that you don't know. There's always variables, unknowns, and elements that come from those variables. So that theory has to sit on facts, not sitting by itself.
All right,
so it has
Dorsey.
To be a fact.
Okay. Unfortunately, some people put feelings before facts. And they might question the facts, but they cannot prove counter to the facts. And that's a thing that we have now, because our educational system is basically been engulfed with feelings rather than proven facts. We have this confusion and we have this arguments between the people. I think that if it has been recorded, and it's been recorded in a proper way through governments or any kind of institution, we have to go with those records and think they are facts. Now, it's a fact that they took Africans and brought them to America on slave ships. That's a fact. It is also a fact that Africans breeded with the FBAs here and became another hybrid culture. We are that hybrid culture. We are Americans. We're American blacks. Now, when other people come from other places of the world, they come and they see us, but they don't understand the facts of us being here. They just go by whatever their feelings are. That's why most Latinos thought that we were immigrants. We're not immigrants. We're citizens, because they felt that way. They also felt that Donald Trump was going to be their savior. and that turned out not to be a fact. I mean, that's all I can say.
All right, so
No, go
ahead.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say that, if you listen to people, you give them about the first 5 words that come out of their mouth. And by the way, that brother, what he said was point spot on. But when you listen to a person, and when Donald Trump was running, he said what he was going to do. He said it.
Yeah.
The same way with Brandon Johnson. He said what he was going to do. But just like the brother said, we go off of feelings. They didn't hear what he said. I'm learning more and more if a person is talking to me, I immediately start listening. I listen first. But I wasn't always like that. I went off of emotion. And I hate to say this about myself, but like I got a woman sometime. I just keep it on me. I ain't gonna put it on all women. Got a big mouth and you just run it out. Now when I hear that, I can't stand that. So I try now to be stop being less judgmental and start being more of a person that, hey, I really want to understand what you're saying. Hey, I really want to hear your point. You know what I'm saying? I wanted us to get to where we can say, hey, you know what? Hey, you're right.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with being expressive, though.
So I
said there's nothing wrong with being there's nothing wrong with being expressional. So after you listen and you know what's going on and you have something to say, you should still be you and express whatever.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not saying change who you are. I mean, because I'm not going to change who I am. I'm just saying, I want to be a better listener because that way I learn. That elevates me. That helps me to grow. But with the way that the just like the brother said, the emotions are so high now. Everybody is basing their the things that they do off of an emotion rather than sitting down thinking about it. Because just like I said, Trump said what he was going to do, but most of those people, from some of the information that I have heard, they thought we were going to be the immigrants that Trump was going to get rid of.
Right.
They didn't think it was them. They thought it was us.
Yes.
We're not immigrants.
Good
if
point.
I can say something.
I like
if
that.
I can say something.
Sure.
As a young man, I used to base a lot of my decisions on feelings and so forth.
Yeah.
Especially in the corporate world. Then I learned not to look the person in the eye. Don't even look at them. Just listen to what they have to say.
Yeah, I do that naturally, yo.
Now, white people get mad when you don't look them in the eye because they want you to believe the lie.
Right.
They can see the expressions in your eyes when you. So what I used to do is I used to just turn away from them. They were like, face me. I'm like, no, I can listen to you. I can hear you with my ears. I don't listen to my eyes. You see what I'm saying? Because your eyes can deceive you. See, what happened is those Latinos seen that Trump was high-fiving them and hugging them and all that. And they was like, oh, he our friend, he our amigo. But see, their parents didn't teach them the difference between being friendly and being a friend. Your enemy can be friendly, but only a friend stands by you and keep their word and stand by you right or wrong. That's the difference. And that's how I learned. Believe me, when I knew I was being discriminated against, I stood my ground. And it just so happened the time I came through in corporate America, you could quit a job and have another job by that afternoon. So
not no more.
Not no more. But remember,
because
that made us
damn immigrants.
Yeah, but that made Black Americans, that made the FBAs take a stand. They was like, hey, that's all right. We'll sue you. Don't worry. Fire me. I'm still not backing down. That's why we did affirmative actions.
Go. Yeah, I'm listening.
So when we put up that fight, we made a lot of advances. Unfortunately, they said, well, we got to get us some new Negroes. Let's get some Latinos and let's get some Africans because they're gonna be our lap dogs. They're not gonna question us. white is right.
Right.
So
And
that is what we're facing now.
also they never seen white supremacy before. You dig?
Well, let me ask you something.
They see it. They saw it.
No. I'm talking about when I say white supremacy, I'm saying they don't know what it is, because we know what it is. Like, nobody on this earth knows white supremacy more than us in this country, right?
Well, I gotta disagree, right?
Okay, so show
we
me
know
their
how to
version.
deal with it a little.
No, wait.
We deal with it better.
Look what I'm saying. Show me their version of Jim Crow. Show me their version of the 40 acre mule. That's white supremacy. Show me their version of HOLC. Go ahead. I'm waiting for this.
Yeah, remember King Leopold of Belgium?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, what did he do? He exterminated 1 million blacks right off the bat. Africans, I'm sorry. He exterminated 1 million Africans off the bat.
That's just genocide. That's not white supremacy. Wait. No, wait. Stop. Don't use the word enslaved, right? Because when you say enslaved, what happened to us? Our experience become the definition of enslavement. This is why they can't tie chattel slavery to indentured servants. So now enslavement deals with selling the children. So if nobody's ever got their children sold, you have not dealt with slavery. So our experience defines slavery. So whatever he did with them, colonize or force work on them, that's totally different. But go ahead.
Okay. If you look at it from that point of view, I have to go ahead and concur. You're correct. But at the same time, they were, let's say, dominated by the Europeans all along the coast of Africa. They couldn't get.
You talking about Rwanda?
No. I'm talking about King Leopold.
Yeah. But that led into like the Rwanda area later down the line with the Belgians.
Right, but we're talking about Rhodesia. We're talking about South Africa. We're talking about Ethiopia.
Yeah. But what systems did he put in place? Okay, so he killed people off. Now, what type of Jim Crow systems he put in place? What type of So let me know about the systemic racism that he put in place as a result of all that.
First of all, Africans weren't allowed into the trading posts.
When you say Africans, that's 54 countries. Can you be more specific?
Okay, for Uganda, let's say for Uganda, they weren't allowed into the trading posts.
What year? What time frame are you talking about?
Let's see, 1880s.
Oh man, you talking about post-emancipation? All right. No. Oh, okay. So now look, they were not allowed into the trading post. Okay, that's nowhere near Jim Crow. That's nowhere near the surge of the KKK. You dig, and things like that. Because so now, for example, right after the Emancipation Proclamation, there was the Freedmen Bureau, which what white folks Abraham Lincoln set up. And there were the Freedmen Bank, where we had 78 trillion. In today's time, we had $78 trillion in there, right? In today's time. Okay, now show me where they had a bunch of riches. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, what's the equivalence? We had a bunch of riches saved up in this bank, and then white people undermined the bank. They invested in high risk investments, and they sabotaged the bank where the bank went belly up and it owed $2 million. So where's their version of that with King Leopold?
I can't even make the comparison.
Right. But that's the real white supremacy. That's the real systemic racism. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like nobody knows what system. Like, they're finding out what it is now, but they didn't know what it was, and that's why they voted for him. That's why we would never fall for a Republican president promising something, and we vote in great blocks hoping for something. We've been there and done that. We got 100 years of deception and lies in this country.
But brother, you know what you have to what we have to realize is that how cowardly these people are now.
Yeah.
You're right. They don't understand this white man better than we do.
Right.
And knowing how to deal with him. But those people over in their countries, this white man is really no different. They're not.
But he's not over there though. No, but he's not over there in large numbers. They're the minority. They're like 2% of the country.
I get you. I understand, but follow where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
They understand that white man don't like them. They know that.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. And not what we heard today. I don't believe that.
Let me give you an example. It's like
They got a big old
bully.
white Jesus in their
No,
country.
listen to me. Listen to me. They got a bully, right? Just say you got a bully in school, and he got a little crew. And I wondered, I'm like, dang, why do these people, these boys or girls, following this bully, knowing that bully don't like them, because if that bully wants them to do something, they don't do it, he'll beat down on them. But to keep from getting beat down on, they follow the bully. This is what these immigrants do. No, they don't know him like we do to deal with him, but they are afraid of him, so they kowtow. So they are scared.
So if they're afraid of him,
then
why don't they join hands with us? If they're so afraid of this boogeyman, this bully,
because they don't like us. They don't like us. They don't like us.
That's not making sense.
Okay, let me give you an example. You see how the Mexicans are, right? You got the white Mexicans and the black Mexicans. They don't like the black ones.
For Donald Trump, that don't sound like they're afraid of the bully. They got a whole song they made up praising him, and they're gonna vote for him.
Because they thought he was getting rid of us. They thought they was getting the bigger end of the stick. Instead, they got the shitty end of the stick. They didn't
they hate
realize
us more than him.
You say that again?
So you're saying they hate us more than him? So
that
means that they don't.
Wait. They feel like they can get more. They get more out of it than hating us than they would. They feel being with us. They haven't put two and two together that if you with us, then we can handle this situation and we can all walk out of here with something. But their hatred of us and their fear of them keeps them doing and acting the way they are. Do you know you got some people that come from that country, the Paget people, and they come over here and have the nerves enough to call us niggas, and you see the way they live? Indians come over here, call us niggas. Asians come over here and call us niggas. Have you seen these people's countries?
Yeah.
They coming over here because they know, hey, the common denominator here is to hate you black Americans. That's what the white man told me. That's what I'm going to do. And that's what they do because they get the little trinkets. They don't mind getting a little trinkets because they don't come from a lot. So getting a house, a one-room house with a toilet in it and a hot plate, that's a come up.
Yeah, and guess what? And even a rabid dog, if it's being fed by a human enough, it starts to love that human or have some type of compassion for him. So even what you're saying,
right?
So if they start off by hating him, but he's doing all these giving little trinkets here and there, little crumbs off the table, they start to believe, hey, he ain't so bad. Like just like anybody else with a captive or abusive person, once they start giving you little things, this the whole Stockholm syndrome thing. Once they give you little trinkets and little things here, little favors over this person, you start to say, you know what? Maybe you start to delude yourself. You know what? Maybe he ain't so bad after all.
After all, exactly.
So now it becomes a sick love. Yeah, but it becomes a sick love.
Exactly. It's sick. It's sick for you to be against your own, against somebody else. Because, okay, they say that black people, now you get the Africans and the Caribbeans, oh, you niggas are nothing. I come over here with $2 in my pocket and look at what I'm doing. Okay, so if we're nothing, why are you over here against us then? Why are you worried about nothing? So we're more than nothing. They don't tell you the part where they get all the goodies, gifts, and giveaways from the government. I mean, and you know what? When they started letting them over here, it was this Hispanic chick that was out there with a video, right? She was, filming what was going on. But before she started filming what was going on, they were all out there together trying to get their stuff. Well, remember they opened up the doors and, the Mexican brothers and sisters started getting stuff, jobs, houses, cars, money. And I looked up, she out there with her video talking about, because when the Africans started like, hey, where's ours? Remember when they gathered in front of the city hall in New York, like, hey, y'all done gave all the Mexicans, where our stuff? Yeah. She's out there with her video talking about, hey, guys, what are you doing out here, guys? Guys, man, it boiled my blood for her to be out there saying that. See, now her stomach is filled with government cheese. See, she good. but she's out there trying to make sure they don't get anything.
Of
Hey
course.
guys, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Why are you being so violent? I mean, for her to be out there with that video doing that. And then they told, then eventually to cut that, to cut the brothers and sisters off from complaining. You know what they told them? If y'all don't shut up, we're going to deport you. If y'all don't be quiet, y'all going to go back home. Y'all going to get y'all. We just giving it to the white ones first.
So were they illegal?
Yes, they were all illegal. Remember when they were all out there in the street, living on the streets, sleeping on the streets, before they could put them in the hotel rooms and then started giving them all this money? Yeah, it was during that time when they were bus loading them over here. I remember that. Now that her stomach is full, she out here trying to keep the African brothers and sisters from getting anything because I'm good. I got a house, I got a car, I got a job.
Now you would think that the African brothers and sisters would link up with us based on that. You would think there'd be some type of unison based on that, right?
Yeah, they don't do it at home, so why would they do it here? They're not. I mean, at home.
but at some, right, but they're here now, and they're seeing how American politics are. You see, like you just said, they're seeing the Latinos be first in line. And then now it's their turn, and the same people who are in line themselves are blocking their blessing. So you would think that'd be an aha moment, their awakening moment, where they like, you know what? Oh, wow, these folks turn on us. Let's go get some help. Let's get some backup. Let's link up with Foundational Black Americans.
They're not gonna do that. Right, they're not gonna do that, brother. Because do you know how long sometimes it takes for understanding to come? Those people are hungry.
Sometimes a drop of a dime.
Right, but it depends on your circumstances. These people are hungry. They don't have time for understanding.
Wait. Hold on. Back up. I don't believe so. Okay, let me tell you why. Because I worked in low income housing. I know how welfare works. I know how this shit works. There's no immigrant, illegal or legal, broke that ever came to this country and never got assistance. They're not broke. They're not hungry. They're getting fed. All right, so I know that. I'm
talking about when they first came over here, right?
They had money. They had money. Okay.
I'm talking about the ones that were sleeping on the streets. The ones that were sleeping on the streets.
I got you. But okay, watch this.
They ain't have money.
No. You don't need money. They get a SNAP card or a TANF card. So look, this is how it works. There are churches. Listen, I know for a fact. I'm not speaking on something I don't know. Okay, there are churches that they can go to. And I'm from New Jersey, and there's hella Spanish sanctuary cities. In Elizabeth is one. You got Perth Amboy. You got Patterson. I can go on and on and on. Cities just you got South Amboy. Nothing but Hispanics. And when now they probably listen. Hold on. They probably can't house them because there's so many of them that's playing in the grass. But they're eating. They ain't skinny. These dudes are. These women got weight on them. They're not skinny. They're not coming over looking like Somalians. These guys are healthy. They got some weight on them. So if they're eating, they're just sleeping in the yard. You did because they snuck over here most likely.
Okay, brother. Okay, you know what it's like to. I'm not gonna say just hungry, but you know what it's like to want to eat, right? Like, oh man, I'm ready to eat. No. Listen to me. You know what it's like.
Listening.
You know what that's like, right?
Yeah.
You know what that's like to want to eat, right? So suppose you walking into your house and your wife trying to tell you about the children. Okay, do you want to hear that right then and there, or do you want to eat first? It's hard to talk to a person that's hungry. Okay, that's my point. It's hard to talk to a person that's hungry.
But they're not hungry though.
You did eat yesterday, but okay, I ate yesterday, but I'm hungry today. It's a new day.
They go back to your country and eat them damn vegetables and hot tamales that you did.
Right, but they not gonna do that, brother.
Then you gotta starve them.
The American dream standing on the shoulders of the black men that built that dream. They don't care. Then I just gave you an example of the Hispanic woman. She didn't care no longer because she was fine.
I got it, but there's something called accountability. Like, and we were taught that as kids. You know, you make the choices, you gotta live with them. Right? And nobody gonna bail you out. You gotta work out. The Bible said, work out your own salvation. So a lot of these folks, they made their bed, they got to sleep in it. Like they knew coming over here illegally, things would be stacked against them, but they still felt like living here illegal and be like you said, they felt like being hungry in America is less damaging than being hungry in their homeland.
Right.
Okay,
Right,
then they
because
got to
they
weather
knew
the storm,
somebody
go
was
to a
gonna
sanctuary
feed them.
city, and pray to God that they get saved. You dig? But it's nothing like
Right, but I'm telling you what I witnessed with my own eyes.
Okay, I
They
seen it
took
too.
care of the white ones. Right, but the thing of it is that with those brothers and sisters that were standing out there talking about what about them, they
Right,
told them to shut
but they also but see, here's their problem. Because they don't communicate with us, we would have been told them, dude, this ain't what you think it is. But because they come over here and they want to lecture us on how we should behave and how we should do businesses and do business and handle business, create businesses. And
it ain't too many people built like us, brother. We went through
hold on,
something
but let me just
that
get this out. Right, just 1 second. These same folks you're saying is hungry, who got skipped, right? These same folks are still not humble. They'll still come in our spaces. They'll join politics. There'll be something in place where they're depriving us. Now we didn't do shit to them. You just said that Hispanic lady is the one who did that, but you don't hear. Okay, watch this. But you don't know of a diaspora war that's with those Africans and Hispanics. So they both take out their frustration on us.
Right.
And we got that. Okay.
You know why they? You know
I don't
why
care
they take
actually.
out
No,
their
I don't know why I don't care. They can hold their. I don't even give a damn. I don't think about. Listen, I don't think about nobody outside of Black Americans at all. All right.
And I understand that. I understand that. I mean, we not God. God knows all. So yeah, he can look at them and be like, I understand, but I'm not gonna, excuse your wrong for too much hunger. But I understand. But when it comes down to us, we looking at it as, you need to go home. I mean, I never thought that I would say that. I mean, because when the Hispanic brother and
well, if you're
African
illegal,
brother,
you definitely need to do that. You dig? If you're legal, this is home. But if you're illegal, you definitely need to find your way home, because if you're talking about hungry, on the streets of Brooklyn, I can imagine how hungry you're gonna be in that damn alligator Alcatraz. You dig what I'm saying?
And then the thing of it is too, why can't they go home and treat those people over there that's got their country? Why can't they treat them like they was treating us? They got all the smoke for us, and none of the people that's over there. I watched the program the other night where somebody was talking about, it may have been Brother Black Alpha, where they was talking about how they got the biggest port. China has taken the biggest port in Jamaica. They said, no, that wasn't Black Alpha. That was another brother. And he said that over there in Jamaica, said after a while, the Jamaican culture will be Black no more, because the white folks have already taken their music. They're winning awards in Jamaica in reggae, and they don't seem to mind.
Nah, because they already they don't mind because they fled. So once you flee something, you abandon it, right? And once you abandon it, you discard it. So you don't care. So you're trash because somebody's treasure. But go ahead, Dorsey. What were you gonna say?
One thing I wanted to point out to you, understand that Latin America has its own form of slavery. They call them peons, okay? And maybe back in the 1900s, the early hundreds, maybe the early 20th century, a rich landowner could go into one of his peasants' house or peon's house and rape their daughter and do whatever they wanted with their family. And if they didn't go along with it, they would just simply kill them. So they were forced also.
So wait. So hold on, slow down. So where was this at?
Mexico.
All right, stop right there. Start right there. Start
Uh-huh.
right there. So you're saying white folks went into these countries, these Hispanic countries?
They're already white. They call Spanish, ain't they? You got the light skinned ones that was in control all the time. They call them Don Julio, Don
Yeah,
whatever.
I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, so you're saying these are Mexicans doing that to Mexicans?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Okay, so
white folks.
So yeah, when I say white folks, I am talking about the people of European descent. Okay, who went into.
So they're not Mexican.
Yeah, but they are, because they're Spaniards.
No,
You
no, no,
understand
no,
where I'm coming
no,
from?
no. A Mexican went through a ethnogenesis, right? Where they're Native American and some other things combined, and Spaniards and all types of stuff combined. A Spaniard who's 100% Spaniard is not a Mexican, bro.
Okay, but they still live in Mexico, though.
Yeah, okay. People live here. They're not foundational Black American, so you can
Right.
live what
And
you want. That don't mean
right.
you're the
But
people.
like I said, what happened is they too are under the thumb of, let's just say,
No,
other.
it's a big difference because what I was getting at is this. Because you kind of confused me. If these are white people going into Mexico, Mexico has their own government, their own army. They got defenses there. You dig? They got the residents. If they allow a puny white man to come in their country as a majority and sleep with their women, RAPE and all type of stuff, then that's just what they allow.
Okay.
Right? But
Are
they could
you
easily expunge them out the country or
okay?
eradicate something like that.
Are you familiar with Maximilian, the first
No.
emperor of Mexico,
No.
who was a cousin of Napoleon?
No.
That's why they have Cinco de Mayo, because they say, "Oh, we liberated ourselves from the French." The French came in during the Napoleonic Wars. When they conquered Spain, they then went into the territories of Spain and claimed them as their own. Mexico was one of them. So Emperor Maximilian.
Yeah, but they're not Mexican though.
No, they're not. What I'm saying is they were still subjected to the Europeans' way of doing things.
Okay.
Okay. So then when
Okay, guys, I'm getting ready to leave. It's been a pleasure.
Okay.
Next
I appreciate
time,
you. You got to call in again.
I appreciate y'all too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Yeah. So Dorsey, what I'm agreeing with you, white people has taken over the world. There's only like North Sentinel Island, and maybe Ethiopia, like the only two places, and Morocco, are like the only three places that they really ain't dominate over and colonize and force people to work and things like that. Okay, right. So, but we know Mexicans were victims of white supremacy, right? Like I said, everybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what happened is during World War I and World War II, the Mexicans had never gotten over that the United States had taken over their territories. So in the back channels of diplomacy, they were telling Germany, well, we will help you attack the United States.
Yeah,
in World War II,
and they said
also
no.
told the Japanese, we sent a letter over to them saying, look, if y'all ever do something like that, we will come and destroy your whole civilization. We told them. Because, see, the United States ain't never forgot about Pancho Villa in the 1910s, and they went down there, what's his name, Blackjack Pershing, the same general that fought in World War I. He went down there to Mexico and tore up some stuff to let them know, hey, you don't want to cross us. You don't want to cross us. So then when World War II broke out, we allowed Mexican immigrants to come and pick our fruits and vegetables in order to to feed the American population. Okay, blacks were elevated to stevedores, working in factories, doing more technical type jobs. We were relegated from out of the fields. That's why we had the migration up to the north from the south. You know what I'm saying? The migration of the north. People going to Chicago, New York, Baltimore to get these factory jobs, right?
Right.
But the agricultural part of America was still there. And since most black people was like, look, I'm not about to go out here in this field when I can go and get me a good paying job and also be free of Jim Crow laws. So when blacks migrated up to the north, they then become a lot more socially and conscious about where they could aspire to. That's why we had the Harlem Renaissance. Remember that happened after World War I.
Yeah.
Okay, black soldiers went over to Europe, got I guess what you could call it, when they sent there was a time when black soldiers were only sent to the French army to fight against the Germans. The whites here in America didn't want the blacks to fight against white people, but they allowed the French to go ahead and use them. So then when the black soldiers came back to America, once they had got used to being treated like men, they didn't want to go back to being subservient. So a lot of them migrated either up north or a lot of them got killed, lynched. I mean, that's the truth. And so when World War II came, the same thing happened, but this time, when the war ended, they sent all the white troops back home first, to the U.S. first. They left the blacks and the minorities to garrison Germany and Japan. Once the German people got exposed to how generous black people was, because we didn't want to see women and kids starving, so we would hand them the food rations, the chocolate bars, but we asked nothing in return. See, unlike the white boy he would be like, yeah, I got stockings, so give up. They treated the German women like 304s. Whereas the brothers gave respect to him because the black man was like, well, we can't touch you anyway, so we're just going to give you your respect, and we're going to. But then the German women then approached the black man and was like, hey, you're way better than the men we had, because you got to remember, the Nazis looked at the German female as a breeding machine, not as a person. Yeah, so you got to understand, when the white supremacists from America went to Germany after the war, they saw the same thing as the Nazis. And they said, nah, we don't want to be like y'all. So then they started embracing the brothers, because you got to understand, by this time, we had became boxers, Jack Johnson, what's his name? The runner. Jesse Owens. You see what I'm saying? So we start showing our proudness as far as athleticism, because we proved to Germany that white is not the superior race, not physically anyway. You see where I'm coming from? So then, as slowly it evolved, once the German women started marrying black men, some black men stayed in Germany, and some brought their brides back to America. Then this is when the conflict started, because white men didn't want to see black men with any white woman, regardless of whatever her nationality was. Okay, but unfortunately, when those German women went back among regular white women, and the white women asked, "Oh, well, how is it being with a black man?" They tell them, "Hey, it's a lot better than being with a white man." And that's the reason why we start having these. And then when the 60s came, and then when the 60s came in, there was a sexual revolution. Women just didn't want to just lay there and be. They wanted to enjoy sex just like the man. So who's the better lover? To me, black men are always the better lover. We do. I mean, they say to us, "Oh, you guys are infatuated with sex." No, we know the natural ways of life. We don't have to get intravenous, fertilizations. We don't have to do all this artificial in order to procreate. We do it naturally, and 9 times out of 10, we don't have to force anybody. We don't have to coerce anybody. It's just a natural response of attraction. Magnetism, charm. We are the most charming people. We listen to our music. When we had soul music, hey man, we were the lovers of the world. Then rap came, and then that turned us into what? Domestic offenders, domestic violent people. This is, and I don't want to go off the subject, but I want to say this: it's the black man's fault, because we allow Hollywood to change our image. Because when we were first coming out in the 50s and 60s, we showed an air of class. Then what happened is we then allowed videos, because videos is what rap and so forth was what rap started flourishing. We then showed us being the at our worst, killers, pimps. You understand what I'm saying? Drug dealers. And white people was happy. And think about it, most of the directors of those videos was white. And they were happy to go ahead and project this image out to the world. Oh, look at the black man. Look at him. You see where I'm coming from? But we know, us being FBAs, we know that our people are doctors, lawyers, judges. We're the cream of the crop. But then again, we also are the dregs of society also. And that goes for every race. You understand where I'm coming from?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. So now it's up to us as FBAs to start pushing our image in a positive light.
Well, we can't, right. Well, we can't control our image, right? Because we have YouTube, IG, and we're trying our best, but most people in America, they watch either liberal news channels or conservative news channels, right? And those are way more influential and they reach more people. So we can't really control our image like that in this country until we have
it's not
access
going
to
to
something like that.
It's not going to happen overnight. Our decline didn't happen overnight. It didn't take. It didn't. You know, we didn't wake up one day and say, "Oh, no." We did a gradual, because remember when in the '80s we had Bill Cosby portraying us as doctors and professionals and stuff like that. That was our image. And then by the '90s, it had reversed because we allowed shows to be out there showing us being the pimps, the drug dealers, and this and that. And it's like what Robert Townsend said. Remember the movie Hollywood Shuffle?
Yeah.
Some of us should have the integrity to say, I'm not going to demean my own culture like that.
So what role and what fault does systemic racism have in that whole from all those eras and time frames? What role do they play in us making desperate decisions that could be defaming or mischaracterizations on ourselves? What role did they play in our decisions?
Because they became some of the villains became our role models. New Jack City, remember New Jack City?
Yeah, but that's the '90s though.
Okay, well then the '80s, Cotton Comes to Harlem.
What about the '60s?
About the heroin. That was about the heroin trafficking. The Mac.
What about the
remember
'60s
the
though?
Mac?
Yeah, but that's '70s. But what about the '60s?
The '60s, we were really, you know what? We really were on our way up. In the '60s, remember, we was fighting for everything we had. We was trying to get. We were fighting for it.
Yeah, but we're not on our way up. We were in a decline. You know, because at that, you know, in the '60s, Jim Crow was legal still, and discrimination was legal, and segregation was legal. So we're never on the way up in the face of discrimination and segregation, and that's why we fought to end it.
Well, first of all, when we kept on pushing with Martin Luther King, with Malcolm X, with other civil rights leaders and so forth. And then we also had brilliant lawyers who were going in front of the Supreme Court making the arguments for us about giving us equal rights and so forth. I mean, you got to put in the work.
Right. So when were we? When were we? So my question is, when were we winning in the face of Jim Crow via, or i.e., segregation, discrimination? When were we winning? Because I don't read we were winning.
The '70s.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me explain to you.
Wait. Yeah. Wait. Before you do that, because I'm a researcher. I'm a data guy. I'm asking questions to the answer I already know. So, what type of work were we doing in the '70s?
We were just now getting government jobs and corporate jobs. Now you got to understand, in the '70s, education was given to us. We were getting all kind of grants. I myself was on a full scholarship at 16. I was bringing in $7,000 a semester.
Okay, wait.
Just on grants.
Wait, stop. Okay, you don't represent at that point 22 million FBAs. Okay, so what you were, because listen, even during the 1930s, when they had the HOLC that was really designed for white folks, there were a few black folks like yourself who got the HOLC themselves, and they was able to get a fair deal on a home and move out of the hood, so to speak. But yeah, so yeah, because the way systemic racism is designed is not designed to make every white person rich. It's not designed to make every black person poor. Okay, it's designed to net to net, like you grab a bunch of fish. So when a ship throw a net in the sea for salmon, the net is not designed to grab every salmon in the sea. It's just trying to grab as much as it can, right? So
Understood.
so when they throw nets in the water, it's not designed to hold back every last foundation Black American. So few will get a little something, right? But that few is like 2%, 0.0003% of the population. But in order to like not get where we want to be, that means a large majority of us miss that opportunity.
Okay, can I ask you this question then?
Sure.
Are you familiar with the draft and especially the Vietnam draft?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
A little bit.
Who was the ones who was exempted? Those who went to college.
Okay.
Or those who had a job that was essential toward the war effort. Those were the only two people and what happened is a lot of the Blacks who took advantage of the education, because see, the educational grants and so forth really didn't take place during Nixon. They came through Ford and they came through Jimmy Carter. Also, Jimmy Carter set a program where they were giving single Black moms the opportunity of being homeowners. They were building houses all throughout
Wait. Okay, stop. Because now you're talking about the New Deal. You're talking about things. Okay, now I know all about those different assistants in there. Hey, bro, listen. There's now what time frame you talking about right now? What time frame?
70s, like after 76.
No. Okay. Listen. What's it called? I'll look it up right now on the fly because I know it's a lie. Or you're mischaracterizing
the HUD program under 1976 under Carter administration.
I got you. Yeah. Because I know are you familiar with Soul City in North Carolina?
Yeah.
Okay. So what happened with that? It got funny. It got $14 million, right? It got money, right?
Yep.
And then what happened after that?
When Reagan came in, he cut off all funding.
Yeah, but hold on. Listen, first of all, it wasn't really Reagan. It was conservative news outlets that was demonizing it, saying that this is like you could say, so to speak, like a Pan-Africanist like movement. So they were spreading rumors that this wasn't for it wasn't diverse. They were saying like this is just only for Blacks, and they was trying to make some other, like it's a Black takeover type shit. It wasn't diverse for other ethnicities. So that was conservative media. So and then it was underfunded. Okay, but it was never intended to finish. So one thing about assistance for us from white people, they'll start it, but you can't give an example today that when white folks started a program for us, they finished it. They always leave it incomplete. So Soul City was one of those projects that was left incomplete amongst 1,000 others. So when you talk about black parents getting all this stuff, I want to look that up right now. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me get my best friend.
This. Every time there's an administration change, there's a change in policy. Am I right or wrong? When it's the Democrats, they're being generous with the funding. When it's Republicans,
no, they're not. No, they're not. Not with us. Never. Like again, you can't do funding based on race. So it has to be all inclusive. It got to be diverse. So we qualify technically, right, with everybody else. But we benefit the very least of anybody who qualified for that program. We benefit the least, and then they find ways to disqualify us.
Yes.
Okay, but hold on. But I want to research because I'm gonna go to my best friend ChatGPT. So I want to research this single parent thing you just said, because I guarantee you, if you're right, you're right, but I don't think you are. All right, so explain that again slowly so I can type it in.
Okay, they were doing houses, building, building, and if the family participated in the building of the house, they would let them have the house at a low interest rate. I think
I know you get that.
My stepmom
what's the
got
program
her house
called?
for $16,000.
I got you. What's the program called though? I got you.
I don't know the program. All I know is there was a program for single moms, and it was giving Black women homes, brand new houses, 2 bedrooms, fully equipped.
Okay, stop right there. Were there a program?
Yeah, it was a program. She signed up for it.
I'm asking. I'm not asking. I'm asking ChatGPT. So now you said in the 70s, right?
Yeah.
Or 80s. What time frame?
70s.
Okay, in the 70s. Hold on. I'm gonna share my screen. That was giving black single, and we're gonna talk about why there's now. Listen, chat. Why are these single parents in the first place? Well, why is this single parent home? All right, okay. So black single mothers homes at a low interest rate. What was wait? Damn, these damn flies, man. God, like flies just come. They just won't go away, man. I killed like 30, and these damn things still coming. God damn. Okay. So what was the program, if any? Because I'm assuming you're right, if any. And
yeah, look under the hood. It was under hood,
wait,
I think it was.
Yeah. So you talking about? Oh, okay, you're done. You're talking about the housing urban development, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I know what HUD is. Okay, I don't know if you missed this, bro. But I work in low income housing. Okay, dude, stop. We are the bottom of HUD, and you're talking about light. Look, I'm gonna tell you. You know what light tick is?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
Light tick. That's an acronym. Low income housing. Light tick. LAL.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, like I said, bro, I done this. I work in low income housing. I know a lot about HUD, light tick, all these little fancy acronyms. I know about that. So you say HUD, bro. These are supposedly homes for people who qualify for welfare. We were not qualifying for welfare like that in the 70s, bro. I can tell you straight up right now.
Brother, understand this. I was 14 years old when I saw this, so I could comprehend what I saw.
Okay, dude, but hold on. This house, but you're over here though. Like, and we don't go. I mean, like we value your anecdotal evidence to a certain degree, but then there's other people experiences, right? So we don't use LeBron James to represent Black America and say, hey, one Black person is a billionaire. This. Okay, cool. So what I'm saying is your personal anecdotal history or recollection of what you see, that don't represent what happened at that time in the 70s. I know for a fact that we didn't even qualify, bro. First of all, welfare. Okay, HUD is linked up with welfare, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so how do Black women how can they apply and qualify for housing under that development program? How do we qualify? Isn't it low income? Wait, don't you got to have low income?
No, she was working at the time. At the time, she was.
No, I'm not asking about this person. I'm not asking about that person. Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's start here. On average, isn't Black people making less than the average medium income? Yes or no?
Yes.
The average Black person. Okay, so we are pretty much poor here. Like, that's not a big secret. Dr. Clark explains it all the time.
No. See, wait, hold up, bro.
Uh-oh.
I got to put some brakes on you. We are not poor. That's the image that the white man wants us to portray.
So how much of the wealth do we own in America? Wait, stop. Because see, the thing about me, bro, I'm real simple. Okay. When we're talking, you need a source. Because then it becomes because Dorsey says so.
Excuse me, right? Brother, life is yours. Come on now.
No. Look, dude, look. Hold on, stop.
Just listen.
No, wait. I got to tell you how the show is ran. Hold on, wait, stop. You called in, so you got to know how this stuff works, bro. I don't like to babble and just say believe me because it's the podcast FBA. I run it. No, I like to provide. When I did scientific theory and facts, I shared the screen. When I read about the Atlantic slave trade and the slave raids, you seen it. The slave raids was minimum. It wasn't even effective.
Look,
okay,
wait,
stop. Hold on.
Your research.
Wait.
Your research
okay,
is
but stop.
immaculate.
Okay, dude, hold on. Stop speaking up. Okay, I don't want to mute you. Stop talking over me. I'm trying to let you know how it was done. When anybody, okay, when I had American Dream and when I had the other tether, Kwame called up yesterday, I held them to the same standard, bro. What source you got? So over here is real simple, bro. This is not the babbling show where you just say what you want and it's up to us to prove it. No, if you say it, you prove it. That's how we do it over here, bro. It's called accountability. So if I say something, I'm not going to tell you to go research it or to chat. I'm going to research it because I said it. So if you say something with the HUD and things like that, I know to qualify for that, you got to have low income. All right. Okay. And that's why LIHTC is called low income housing. You dig whatever else. It's called low income. The LIH is low income housing. Okay. And when we're at low income, we got 70% of our homes that's single parents, bro. So if we got a single parent home, most likely they're getting assistance. And there's even a stat to single parent moms with assistance. It is high, like 60-70% of the 70% that are single parent homes, they get welfare assistance or some type of assistance. So they are qualifying for these homes because they are what you can say broke. So we're not gonna act like we're rich. This ain't Wakanda over here, bro. There's a reason why we are fighting for reparations, because the wealth is been hijacked, and we've been stripped of wealth and robbed of wealth and murdered for wealth. Every time we gained wealth in this country, it was taken from us forcibly, or it was undermined, urban renewal, things like that. So we're not gonna act like we're all of a sudden magically rich. We're not, bro. We're broke, and that's why we fighting like hell for reparations to even out the or come close to even out the wealth gap. But go ahead.
Okay, so understand this. My parents were married. We lived in an 8-bedroom house. No, ain't no anecdotal, bro. That's my life. I mean, you see, my whole thing is, okay, so my father owned a furniture store. He was selling furniture to every one of these people in, we would call Holmes County. So not only was the city of Madison, they was building housing places, they were also doing it in the Mississippi Delta. They were doing it in mostly, and this is in Mississippi, so that's the only place I can tell you that this was going on, because I didn't know about what was going on nowhere else. I can only tell you what was going on. My dad made so much money out of selling furniture to these new single moms that he was able to go ahead and buy an even bigger store with a warehouse. That's how much business he was getting.
Oh.
And when I was younger, my dad had me help him deliver this furniture to these people. Their houses was brand new, empty, had that brand new house smell to them and everything. And I know for sure about 40 dwellings, 2 bedrooms.
So were these like, were these government tied homes, or were these like, what I mean is,
they was government.
So what I mean is, did these women buy the homes, or was it homes they rented from the HUD?
They were $16,000 a piece. So their monthly mortgage was $100.
Okay, so somebody made a great point in the chat. Okay, so these are homeowners, you're saying, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, right. So now the home loans they were getting was, like somebody explained in the chat, these were subprime loans where like they could not afford like the interest on these homes, the interest rates on these homes were ridiculous. Okay, so now these folks had to get a federal mortgage, right? The FHA mortgage.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So that means their down payment was what percentage of the price of the home? Do you know the FHA loan down payment?
They didn't have. All they had to do was have a job.
Oh my, that's even worse. Okay, look, bro. That today, if you get an FHA loan, you only put down 2.5%. If you get a traditional loan, you put down 10%, the least. Okay, so it's 10% for traditional home. No, I'm sorry. A traditional loan is 20%. The FHA loan is 2.5% to 2.5% to 10%, but a traditional loan is 20%. Okay, bro. So now you know with anything in life, the least amount you put down, your interest and your payment is going to be worse, right? So the more you put down, things work out for you. So if you're putting nothing down, these women got bad credit, right? Because that's why they got to the end of this program, and they don't have money like that to put down a home, right? So they're already working backwards. Like they don't know that, but this, like the sister said, this would led to predatory lending, subprime loans with Fannie Mac, Fannie Mae. We were duped, bro. Like they were believing because they were giving keys to a home that they can afford it. These guys could never afford a home. And that's why we're looking for the federal government to help us, but we were getting abused by these banks. So damn near all of them lost their homes because the interest rates is coming in too heavy.
No. We're talking about the 1970s, brother. We ain't talking about the 90s.
All right, bro, give me look. Okay, dude, give me the source. I'm tired of going back and forth with you. Give me a source, because I'm not gonna believe you no more.
You ain't got to believe me, bro. I mean, that's what I don't care about what people, because I know the truth. And
we don't do that here.
Tell me, You can't tell me what didn't happen, bro. Just because it didn't
now,
happen to you,
okay.
don't make. I mean, it's 40. We have 45 million different stories to tell.
All right. Well,
Like you
listen,
said,
bro.
we're not just one monolithic culture. We got different stories.
I got you. I got you. Yeah, but listen, bro. There's a time for stories and there's a time for evidence. And today's show is about evidence. I don't want stories. I want evidence, right? That's all. I don't want to have to believe
I mean,
you.
I can't give you no evidence because understand this. I'm not going to sit up here and lie and make up stuff to people.
Bro. Look, it's not about lying and telling the truth, bro. I'm sure you're an honest, upstanding, tax-paying individual, Black American citizen. I'm sure you are. But what I'm saying is, I got to protect the integrity of the show. So I have. Okay, hold on, just hold on. There's a high standard here that I hold myself to, you to, and everybody in chat, and even guests that come over here. Okay, like I told Kwame yesterday, he tried to send me a YouTube video. I said, bro, I want to read the article. He couldn't do that. He wouldn't do it because he can't. So you with the same standard, bro. You're saying a lot of stuff. I don't believe it because I do research too. And I think you're over sensationalizing your experiences. I'm saying you might know 3 Black women who did well with that.
Bro,
but I'm saying
telling you there was 40 people.
Okay, I got to mute you, man, because you keep talking about me. You're not even listening. I'm not saying your experiences didn't happen. I'm saying the 3 Black or the 40 Black women that were successful. I'm saying the other 960 that make 1,000, they lost their homes, man. They could not afford the house. So, a family, if you got to go and get an FHA loan to buy a house, you are already flagged. So you hung up, right? So this is the problem, man. Like people be stuck in the damn 30s and 1970s. We're in 2025. We're in 2025. Okay. We're in 2025. You hung up. All right. Listen. We get the butt end of everything. Everything is always a catch with us historically. Even what he's talking about. He can't even, he said HUD. Okay, that's the urban development. That's the housing urban development. What about it? Because that was dealing with poor people. So what I was saying, family, if you have to get a loan to get a house through the FHA, I hope it goes well for you. But you're already flagged because you couldn't get the home the traditional way. That's without help. That means you could put down 20% of what the house is valued. Once you need help, this is family, it's got to make sense. Once you need help to get a home, that means you really can't afford it. So you can't afford no setbacks, no huge hospital bills. You can't afford to lose your car, or you can't afford pay no funeral. Nothing big can come up with you that needs your financial assistance after you got that FHA loan. Because again, you got the loan because you cannot afford the house traditionally. That's what I'm trying to say. So it goes back to, no, we are poor and we need help. And guess what? Systemic racism is making us poor because they're not affording us the same equal opportunities everybody else has that come in this country. This is well documented. I could show and prove it anytime. That's why I debate people and I show this. So, but we're not going to act like because 40 Black women that he knows, he don't know how the end game ended. He's going to have his best recollection. So he knows 40, but he claims he knows 40 Black women that own a home. Cool. But he's acting like these 40 Black women represent maybe the 400,000 Black women altogether that got the home and they lost their home. You dig? Chapter 13, what's up to chapter 7? However they lost it, they lost. Okay, because it was always some bullshit in the paperwork that we really didn't read because we were too excited to get a home. And that's what the subprime assistance, somebody put in the chat, that's when that comes to play, predatory lending. All that was for us. We were the recipients of subprime lending and predatory lending. That was us more than anybody in this country. So to act like we're not broke and we're just miraculously rich, it's like, dude, stop. Like I know it's not a bragging right to say, hey, you're poor, but we are, but we know why though, because we had money, but it's always taken from us, or they did urban renewal, or they changed laws, or don't forget, with Maggie Lana Walker, the first woman Black president, Black banks were not allowed to be investment banks. Black banks were locked into being savings banks. And if you're a savings bank, you can never grow like an investment bank. And all those white banks that suffered from the Great Depression, they were all given like some type of assistance afterwards. But black banks had to just work it out. And a lot of the black banks failed. Obviously, Maggie Lane Walker did not fail because she merged with somebody else and her bank did well. But it was still it was still a savings bank. So it never blossomed like it should have been. Even the Freeman Bank was an investment bank. It was a savings bank. So we were not allowed to have investment banks where real capital, and also when you have a bank, you're supposed to have city government fundings and things like that, like every other bank. Okay, but they wouldn't get that to us. So we had to just survive as a quote unquote bank, but we were not in a bank really. You did, because they wouldn't allow us to be a bank. Banks are saving plus investment bank plus all the other things the other banks are. But we're not going to minimize the history, dude. We're messed up because of systemic racism, and that's more the reason why we need stuff exclusively for the group called FBA and definitely reparations. I mean, that just got to make sense. I don't know how that's not making sense to you guys. So to him. So Alicia Hill says, I have a master's degree. He said jobs are no longer dependable. What is he talking about? Feelings, nothing more than feelings. Right. He gave the whole speech about feelings. He's not in his feelings, and he left the panel in his feelings. All right. Alicia Hill says that was the beginning of HUD. What nonprofits called exploration? HUD was obviously graduated to gentrification. Okay, let me put the number in there again. Yeah, like, come on, dude. Like if we're gonna talk, like, we have a responsibility to be honest with the listeners. Like, we're not gonna lie and romanticize where we at in America, dude. Like, we're not doing good. And it's not to our own fault. Like Myron Gaines wants you to believe, and other black conservatives. It's not our own fault. So let me put this phone number back in the Swazi. Yeah, let's not downplay systemic racism. All right, that's not cool. It's not cool. Dr. Clark Anderson is not wrong. Tone is not wrong. Tariq is not wrong. You dig? And everybody else, Serendarity, and everybody else, you dig? Congressman Conyer is not wrong. You dig? Not wrong. We are messed up. Okay, so Dorsey said he doesn't have to prove anything. Dorsey, that's not how it works, bro. Like not just my podcast. Hey, Dorsey, if you call in any other podcast, you can't tell them I ain't gotta prove anything. Like they're gonna laugh at you, bro. I'm telling you, like, yo, dude, you gotta get out you're in your feelings. If what you're saying is true, the burden of proof is on you, bro. There's something called the burden of proof, and it's usually for the claimant. You make the claim, you got to prove it, bro. It's just that simple. I understand you live the life, you experience with things, but bro, your experiences is minute to what happens every day in every city in the country. I mean, you got to know that. You got to know wherever you live that your eyes can only see but so much. But other things are happening in the country, bro. That affects Black America. And you might not know it because you have your own experience and your eyes are limited. There's some things I didn't know. That's why we read stuff like, wow, we didn't know, none of us knew about Black Wall Street. In Oklahoma, North Carolina, we didn't know about Rosewood. We didn't know about, he said Soul City, but he really didn't know about it. So there's a lot of things we didn't know about until we read it. You dig? So you can't rely your reality on what you experience, bro. The world is still happening, man. And you got to come to grips with that. Carlos says they really will laugh at you, and they should. Yeah, bro. I dare you to call in Myron Gaines, call in Chaotic Truth, all these tethers, and say, hey, man, and tell your story and say, I ain't proving nothing. Man, they're gonna make a meme out of you, bro. Like, you got to adjust to 2025, bro. You got to get out of the 70s and adjust to 2025. All right, because this is survival of the fit, and survival of the fit. The people who survive are going to be the people who can adapt. Like look at rappers. The rappers who don't adapt, they fall off and they're done. Stylists who don't adapt, they're done. Podcasters who don't adapt. So if you don't adapt to modern times, you're done. Like, look at politicians. The reason why conservatives, somebody like Donald Trump won, because they're adapting with modern time. Like, he uses social media, but Biden, 90-year-old ass, he's stuck. Obama, he won because he adapted. So almost every president that won, besides Biden, kind of adapted to what's going on. Even Kamala tried her best to like say she cooked collard greens in the bathtub. I don't know where they do that at, but she was trying to adapt. And bro says, I mean, just look at the NFL and NBA. Borrowed Time says he is a Jeezerville. Drew says, how do I know as a kid that I would have to prove something in the future? Dorsey, you don't know. But what I'm saying, there's a bigger world than your experience. You're not listening because you're in your feelings. I'm saying we all have personal experiences, all of us, but we can't base the world around our personal experience, bro. I've never seen a lynching. So my personal experience, I've never seen a lynching. So according to Dorsey, lynchings never happened. And that's weird to think like that. Okay, I don't need to visit the town, bro. We got the internet. Okay, we got Chat GPT, bro. You got to catch up to modern technology, bro. Modern AI. Golden Brown says the biggest problem with FBA Adolf Friedman is indigenous copper colored people, ancient Turtle Island now America, or Turtle Island called America, is we don't connect our culture with our economy. Yeah, definitely don't. And then they chastise us. So it's like taboo for an FBA person to sell to FBA people, to an FBA audience. It's taboo. Everybody and their mother can sell to FBAs by FBAs. Once an FBA person dare try to target the audience of FBAs, to target the market of FBAs, they're seen as a pimp. They're pimping the culture. Like this is terminology that's said. So Dr. Clark Anderson is wrong when he says about we need to target our own markets. We need to sell to each other. We need to do business with each other. He's wrong. So when people like Tariq or whoever else go ahead and do that, they're called pimping the culture. You dig? So it's taboo for us to sell T-shirts, sell coffee, sell gas, sell whatever to FBAs. It's taboo. We need to let the white man in tethers only sell to us. Okay, I got them. These flies, they got to be a million of them, bro. I done killed like 30, and it's like they just sending reinforcement. Like I got no break out here. Another one just comes nowhere. I killed 3 more comes. Okay, I get it. Now I just killed one, watch another one just come out of nowhere. All right. So anyway, so nobody called in just yet. So let's get back to the show. All right, let's get back to the show. Listen to this goofy woman. So this is the woman who said the African theory is a political tool. So she said a theory isn't a fact. All right, hold on. We got somebody calling in from New York. And who am I speaking with?
Alicia.
Okay, let me change. Okay, got you. Damn. Okay. Alicia Hill. Okay, how are you? What's going on?
I'm fine. I was just listening to the previous caller.
Okay. Yeah, the brother Dorsey.
Yeah. I know we carry our own personal history. I definitely rely on my personal history. But we have to be aware of the policymakers around us, the status of the outcomes of those policies, what's going on in banking and all of that stuff, because that's what really hits us, and we tend to wait until it hits us and not look forward to what's coming or look at where we are right now.
Right.
And I think in the 70s, my mother was a social worker in the 70s, and she used to take me to work sometimes so that I could see what was going on. And there were a room full of women sitting down, processing their papers. There were no men in the 70s.
Right.
Sitting down for welfare. And then I worked, when I started working, I worked with nonprofits from the late 80s into the 2000s. And I worked with leadership in nonprofit. I sat in those meetings, and they planned not to include men. on their budget planning. And feminism, most of those managers were women. The high managers were white men, and the managers that you had to pass planning through, those were white women. They were liberals, they were feminists. I worked and didn't finish my master's until, I didn't finish my bachelor's until I was in my 40s because I went at night. I refused to pay for school.
Right.
You know?
So was it free at night?
No, I worked for corporations that would pay for my education, or I worked at a school itself. But I wasn't going to get in debt for education.
Yeah. Right.
And when I was finally able, when I worked with nonprofits, I worked in community development. I worked with human rights organizations. So I could see the convergence of the focus of where resources were going, which was to global issues. Those issues were valid. Community development was like the Black problem. That was what hung around, and they would do tests, but those tests had to do with, or those projects that were tests had to do with what would it be like if we changed the community in this way, if we made mixed income housing, but always to the end of development.
Right.
So it wasn't necessarily needs-based. It wasn't looking at us and looking specifically at our poverty, which at the time of TANF was at 34%. And after TANF went down to 17%. So we became what?
So now when you say TANF, the audience might not know what that is.
Temporary assistance to needy families.
Right, and that came after that replaced the ADC and the AFDC, right? The initial
welfare.
Right. Well, the ADC, and the AFDC were welfare at first, and that was for white women initially, and then that changed, that morphed to TANF. Okay, and it became more harder to get because now you got to go to work, and the restrictions. Right. Okay, go ahead.
So funding wasn't for mothers anymore, to the exception of fathers. It was for children.
Right.
It was for,
good way to explain
it was basically meals based. The mothers had to go to work.
Right. And that wasn't the case under the ADC and AFDC.
No, mothers could stay home and take care of their kids, and they were
funded.
Their funds reflected that.
And also in the ADC, the white man could be home too. Okay, just living with those assistants. As long as he wasn't a breadwinner, he could live in that home with that mom under the ADC. And the Man in the House Act, they didn't come to white family homes to see if the white man was in the house. That was exclusive for Foundation Black Americans.
Right. But the thing with Black men is that they had a whole other economy, which was the underground drug economy. And that kept them in a cycle of incarceration.
Right.
That was their employment.
Yeah.
And our own employment kept us as, at the most we could be was a secretary if we didn't go to college. So our income was limited too. We worked municipal jobs. We worked for the post office. We worked for the bus company. We didn't get, I was a secretary into 2000.
Really?
And I had a computer. I learned how to do distribution and for Robert Hall, which was a corporation, a retail corporation, at 13. I worked for them off the books, and then I worked full-time for nothing but corporate companies using computers as they were coming into, as they were becoming the norm. I used them from the beginning. My grandmother bought me a computer and a database book, and I was building databases.
And look, and let me say this. Let me say this, and you can continue. My mother was friends with a white lady, and the white lady actually bought me my first computer, right? Yeah, because without that, I wouldn't be as computer literate as I was today. But yeah, so a white lady, friends with my mom, was like, she pretty much invested in me. I was trying to figure myself, I know what I want to do. She bought me that computer, and like you said, and I was around like 2000s, and nobody had a computer like that. It did. I was like the only person with a computer, so I had like a huge head start. With that type of stuff. Yeah. So as a result, yeah, I did jobs in data entry, administrative assistant, stuff like that, clerical stuff because of that.
That's how we got
a head start.
That's how we got into corporate America. It's because corporate America needed anybody.
And family, I want to say I got into corporate America with long box braids. That was like taboo in like the early 2000s. So when you brothers right now can get a job with your locks and your braids, you should thank me, because I was the only person in the office, in any office, with braids. Yeah. But anyway, go ahead, sis.
Yeah. I had dreads in the 80s and worked in nonprofits. And no one, white or black, would take advantage of the grants, free tuition at the corporations I work with.
Yeah. Because
they needed that
work.
technology.
Right.
They needed that technology. I worked with Microsoft all the way through.
Okay.
But it didn't get me a raise. When I got to the point where they realized they needed to automate, they gave me a title, assistant manager. And then I said I wanted a budget. They gave me a budget under my department, and I visited 13 countries in the world. So I was never official.
Right.
But anyway, when TANF happened, the year before, immigration spiked. If you look at the timeline of immigration in the U.S.,
oh yeah,
it's just as they were releasing us out into the workforce,
right,
without training, without grants for those of us who were prepared for college. Without, in India, you get social and etiquette training. You get to learn the dialect of English, the slang of English,
right,
social norms, all of that. No preparation to socially transition to college or to work. So they put women on TANF, and I know that they were assistants in hospitals, and it was dejecting because they knew that they would never progress. They couldn't see a way to progress.
Right.
They felt like servants, and liberals started talking about a service economy. And they expected that service economy to be held by all of us are poor, because it's not until recently that people start talking about a black middle class.
Right.
So we would 34 to 17%, all black Americans are poor on welfare. People are still running that story. So they wanted a service economy for consumerism, because this country does not produce.
Right.
Our GDP is not made up of production. They outsource, and everybody is a consumer.
Right.
So those women worked and saved their money and wanted homes like everybody else. And banks and nonprofits, as usual, because nonprofits always have banking schemes for us. And they never think it through, or they allow the banks to gain from us. And that banking scheme was zero interest mortgages. And in turn, the investment firms created investment vehicles that bet that these women would lose their homes.
Mm.
And after that, it caught on because poor white people went for those loans too.
Right.
And there's a lot of poor white people, lower middle class, all went for those loans. And those banks, I know when I called for my mortgage, they could care less how much I made.
Really? Really? Are you serious?
I'm serious. And people were telling them anything.
Wow. Right.
But they asked me if I had a job, and by the job I told them and my title, they said, okay. So I had something like $300,000 to spend in the early 2000s.
Dang.
But knew I better not spend over 175, 200.
Right.
And I only that because the value of houses were raised by that. And I bought a $200,000 house where all my neighbors spent no more than $75,000 for their house.
In what state?
In New Jersey, in East
Okay.
Laurel.
Wow. Well, what city in Jersey? Is this current or that's just old?
That's old. I bought in 2005.
What city?
East Orange.
Okay, all right. That's where I'm going when I go back in August, actually.
Yeah. So the people in my area had lived here all their lives.
Mm-hmm.
And they bought homes. Now, if you know a town over in Montclair, they have neighborhoods where the maids used to live. The homes were bought, they were maids to the people in Montclair.
Wait, so you bought a home in East Orange in 2005 for $200,000?
Yes.
That's crazy.
That is crazy, isn't it? You know how much mortgage was in Queens, New York in 2005?
2000? What was it?
400,000 or 500,000.
Oh shit. Oh yeah, I'm talking about mortgage payment. Okay, you talking about okay. Wow.
The cost of the home. My mortgage payment was $2,000.
Yeah, that's what I said. 2000. I knew the monthly was 2000. I knew that.
No, I think about the total price of the home.
Okay, right. I was replying to the monthly payment.
But the problem, I went to a seminar for women after TANF, right? After TANF women. Their mortgages were flexible rate interest. Nothing down.
Yeah.
And they were telling them, oh, you'll get a husband.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, magically.
You'll have children.
Yeah, magically you'll buy a home and have a husband, right? The husband comes with the house.
Exactly. They told me that. when oh, don't worry, you'll find it. There's plenty of men around here. You'll find a husband.
Yeah, I'm gonna choke. I'm drinking. That is funny.
That's what they told me. And
that is funny.
But it's true. And it's not just one person. Banks are telling people, we're selling homes to women, telling them they'll get husbands.
Wow. So that was a sales catch, the sales pitch. That's funny. And not knowing that men become intimidated, like men who don't
Yes.
have the same thing, and they meet a woman, she be like, yeah, I own a home, and that man don't own a home. He ain't like, oh, really? I found a prize woman. He's intimidated, like, oh shit, you
They
way
will
more
break
advanced
down.
around that, right?
They will break down and tell you you don't need me.
Right. And that's how he's gonna feel. He's gonna feel like, okay, I'm not an asset because you could easily just, I'm expendable. You could just say, hey, bye. 'Cause you own a home, I don't.
Exactly.
So it's on to the next guy. Yeah. So yeah, the men could feel a little intimidated, especially if they're not achieving what you achieve. They're definitely gonna feel like they're expendable.
Right. My taxes were $3,000 a year.
For the year?
Huh?
For the year?
Yeah, for the year.
Yeah.
So that was in that $2,000.
Hmm.
And then everything seemed to grow until 2018.
Okay, what happened there?
And now my taxes are over $12,000 now.
Wow. So you're talking about 3,000 to 12,000?
Yes.
I hope you got write-offs. Okay, that's
You
hard.
get write-offs, but when you have most of the people who lived around here were retired.
Okay.
And most of the people in New Jersey, it's not easy to get a job or keep a job when you're Black.
Right. Yeah, especially with the illegals over here. Over there, it's even harder now.
Well, that's how they got ushered in. Because East Orange, Newark, sanctuary cities.
Yep. Yep. And you take a ride down Springfield Ave. I don't know how it is now, but before I left, nothing but Mexicans by Home Depot on the land. It's family. If you've never been to up north, I wish I took a picture. About 40, 50 immigrants on a probably illegal laying across the lawn of Home Depot and you're trying to go get
They
a burger.
own now. They own now.
Yeah, that was like an uncomfortable.
It's uncomfortable. They're still there, but in 2018 we had a new government. It's a West Indian government, a new mayor, and the police force changed, and I lost a lot of my neighbors between 2017 and 2018.
Hey,
They
chat.
were
Those East Orange black cops are an issue, man. They're an issue.
They are more than an issue.
Yeah, they
They're
probably
more.
worse than white cops, man. Down south.
I won't even say that. Just look at some videos of cops from Jamaica. And I can say that because I have family who owns property in Jamaica. I've gone to Jamaica since I was in my late teens. Jamaica people die for stealing $12 out of somebody's pocket.
No. Jamaicans will tell you. Jamaicans themselves will tell you about the police officers. So I believe that they'll tell you, yo, those police officers are no joke.
And they don't follow here. They don't follow any of the laws. What's that?
Now I was gonna say I wouldn't expect anything less coming from like a third country. Like I know that third countries, they kind of don't have no regulatory system that looks over. Like for example, our country, the state police, the county police, city police, they're watched over by the federal government. You dig? So there's a regulatory system there that's in place to keep them in check. But third world countries, they don't have that. There's no data or stats of racial profiling or contact with a citizen like they have over here, where they got to document every stop. They don't do that in third world countries.
And there's you can't complain to anyone.
Right.
And I am leaving because one of the reasons is because I know there have been long-standing issues. When I've had complaints with encroachment, it stops at the officer level. You can't make complaints about encroachments to a Jamaican police force or to the city of Jamaica. They directed me to the county in Jamaica. If you find a home where someone has moved to Canada and you move in and pay the taxes, it's yours.
Okay.
After 2 years or so, it's yours.
Hmm.
They don't know. They have squatters laws. They don't have our laws.
Oh, right. Okay. Squatter law
Talk
in
to a
Jamaica. That's
lawyer.
interesting.
It is. Not only Jamaica, in most countries outside the U.S. Black
Really?
countries, they're squatter laws. They don't understand ownership and borders and maintaining borders without gates, without dogs. They don't understand that. So first thing they did on my block, I thought it was me. I talked to 3 other neighbors, Black American, and they said they're all coming to me complaining about encroachment.
Wow. So now explain what encroachment is. Because I know what it means in football, but it means offsides. But what does it mean in your context?
Okay, in New York, we have property lines between your line and the neighbors. In New York, I think you have about 3 inches
Okay, I know.
of property line.
Yeah.
And by law, you have access to your house. So if for some reason your house it has a property line, if you can't reach part of your house by law, you have to have access to it.
Mm-hmm. I got you.
So it's not someone moving in your house, it's somebody exceeding your line.
Got it.
So by 2018, I think I'm one of maybe half the block was, what they did, and that's the Opportunities Act. The Opportunities zones. So we're a sanctuary city and opportunity zone. And what the opportunity zone was to encourage investment, real estate investment in opportunity zones. And in opportunity zones, not only do you get the benefit of the investment tax write-offs for the investment before other assets. If you did real estate elsewhere, you have other properties, whatever, you get bonuses on top of that. So investors began calling every day.
I'm sure.
And seniors sold out. They sold their home and left. And that left half of the block, and house by house, those loans allowed investors to come in and totally rehab, rip out all the sheetrock, rip out all, redo this from the basement to the roof, top to bottom and external.
Okay.
So that when they sold, they got at least $50,000 to $100,000 profit.
Right.
So the seller doesn't get that, and the seller wasn't able to do that to their home because our house had been underwater all that time. So they had maybe bought at 75, but they're not in technology like me. They're not making my income.
Right.
And after I bought, I was underwater because there was a downturn in the economy in 2009, and we had people buying a house down the block sold for $80,000.
Wow. In what year?
That was around 2009.
Really? 80,000? Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So can we just admit that East Orange is violent? That's a violent city. Like that. That's a criminal. Okay. So that's why houses is being sold like that because listen.
Well, that's East Orange, and that the reason I bought here is because I'm a block over from Glen Ridge.
Okay.
So that made the difference to me because effectively there's constant police presence.
Right. So but I wanted to let the chat know East Orange has become worse than Newark. Irvington and East Orange is probably like the worst cities around that area. Okay.
Really?
Since when yeah, 100%, is litty. Newark is gentrified, by the way. So there's a lot of places in Newark. They used to be hood. You got white folks living there now. White folks ain't in Irvington and East Orange. East Orange and especially around South Orange Ave and Grove Street over there. East Orange
over
is
there.
litty. Yeah, litty. Well,
but not on
that
the
is.
other side of Dodd, not on the other side of.
You talking over there by Main Street somewhere?
No, past Main Street.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. Like, okay, so they might have the nice area, right? I get what okay, so look, I'm trying to think of the streets. What school is that? Like, okay, so there's certain parts of East Orange.
Past Springfield.
Okay, right, yeah, okay. There's certain, but East Orange is way more litty than Newark. Like Newark used to be. Newark is gentrified. Like the worst parts of Newark, you got white folks living. Freeland-Heiser, you got white folks down there, by the way. So the worst parts of Newark, you got white folks living there, huh?
How long have they been there?
They've been there. I know for a fact they've been there in like the last 5 years, 5 to 7 years. Man, see, I keep the pandemic messing me up. So 5 to 7 years, white folks been in the worst parts of Newark.
Yeah.
And Freeland-Heiser down there.
Move. They didn't move here. They just last month. Well, no, I shouldn't say that because I had two Mormon neighbors.
No. Mormons don't count. No, Mormons don't count. Mormons are the most bravest whites in America. Like they be in the worst parts of fucking Black America pitching that Joseph Smith stuff. So they don't count. You got to give me somebody who's not a Mormon. The Mormons are the bravest whites in America.
And an Italian doesn't count. Two Italians don't count.
Well, Italians number two though, right? They don't count because when I say justification in Newark, in the worst areas, those were Italians, so they don't count. I want to talk about lily white people, lily whites.
Yeah. Liberals.
Yeah, because Italians can adapt easily with Black people, but lily white people can't adapt like that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I know hella Italians who be in the hood, just doing their thing, not intimidated, not nothing. They're good. But lily white people, nah, they're more scary.
Yeah, they define crime.
Yeah, they're more scary. But yeah, Mormons are like the most bravest whites in America, and Italians are probably number two.
Okay, so then we never really had any white people here.
Yeah, because I remember when I was in the project in Plainfield, man, ain't no whites living in Plainfield, but the Mormons was there knocking on doors. That's why I said like they're even like no Italians was there. Like I mean, they're in the worst part of my city, like where beat downs are inevitable, and they're knocking on doors trying to piss Joseph Smith. And nobody beats and nobody touched them. So like
nobody.
Nobody touched Mormons. Nobody's ever touched Mormons.
Well, they don't have to go through all of that then.
Like we got more smoke for Jehovah's Witness. We slamming doors, but Mormons we don't slam doors. We talk to them. Hey, you want to come in? You want coffee? Because it's that slave stuff. Yeah, come inside. You want coffee? That's how we treat Mormons. But Jehovah's Witness, we very disrespectful. We hell no, get out of here.
I know that. My grandmother was a Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah, so even Muslims they treat like shit, but Mormons get respect. I don't know why. Maybe because they're lily white and our slaves. We start bucking eyes and we start. No, come inside. Tell us more. You dig?
They're kind of mysterious too, because Jehovah's Witnesses are in your neighborhood and they're in your family.
Right.
But Mormons,
Right.
we don't really know Mormons.
Right.
Like
Right.
the Germans, what are they? And they
Yeah.
don't associate necessarily. It's different.
And they disguise their real agenda. So like they just preach Bible. They don't really mention Joseph Smith and like the whole Book of Mormons. They talk Bible, 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 Bible. And then when they're comfortable, they'll start introducing Joseph Smith and his old bullshit religious theory.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So even Ricardo Flott said, yo, nobody mess. Yeah, Mormons got, I don't know how they did it, but they got a black past. Like, and throughout all of America, all of Black America, the Mormons got a black past. Nobody touched Mormons, bro. Nobody. I don't give a hat. I don't care how dangerous.
Smart.
Yeah, I don't care how dangerous that city is. They got a free. Look, I try to be cool with them, so I could go to certain black neighborhoods. Like, yo, where you going? You going over there, Prince Street in Newark? Okay, let me ride. Let me come with you. You dig? Let them believe I'm with you. They can leave me the hell alone.
Yeah. Well, they don't go through the whole stereotype, like this whole sort of scheme to get here through the sanctuary cities and then mass migration, and then we'll drain. Now I understand it. Personally, I understand it because it was a redevelopment scheme, right? It was, we need to get hands in real estate. We need to get them money. Let's just let them rehab the whole thing. And then we can get through the banking system by taking, I don't know what they're going to do when all these loans default, but they've been through one round, but let's do it anyway.
Let me say this. So you're using terms in real estate terms that most folks don't know. You ain't got to explain, they could Google themselves. The family, she said rehab, you might want to Google rehab so you could follow the conversation. And let me say to Golden Brown, you're right. There's too many car thieves in Newark. So listen, the car stealing in Newark is everything the media said it was. They were not hyping it up. They were not exaggerating. If you come to Newark and you try to go to sleep, all you're going to hear is cars screeching and driving fast and cops chasing after them. If you live in Newark, for 100% certainty, you heard of cars screeching at 2, 3, 8, 4 a.m. So Newark is literally the epicenter of car theft.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look.
Yeah.
People in Newark. People in Newark, they park their cars on the sidewalks and nobody gets tickets because, again, like these guys nobody gets tickets because cops understand that. Listen, family, trust me. If you live in Newark and your car's not on the sidewalk, your car got totaled from a car theft or a car thief. I guarantee 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%. Yo,
in East Orange, we have one house. Because East Orange, where we live, is like South Africa. South Africa, the neighborhoods are one way in, one way out.
Right.
And this house is like one block from Glen Ridge, the white neighborhood. So there's one way in, one way out. Well, there's a house on the corner that gets that.
Right.
That gets totaled. They've lost the gate. They've had a hole blown through their basement from car theft. Yeah. But that's pretty much an economic timeline. And the schemes. We may have opportunities, like they talk about opportunities, but behind every opportunity is an economic scheme.
Yeah, he's sleepy. Come. All right. So now look at the time. 2:00, around 2 to 3 p.m. If you pay attention, he's gonna cry if he's not in bed. He's taking a nap. So this is normally the nap area, but I'm gonna wait till like 2:30. Look at it, so you can finish.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, people talk about opportunities, like the caller before was talking about, these opportunities in the 70s.
You're right.
But there's a long-term planning, right, by nonprofits and government, whatever. And really, Americans, this is all about labor. This is all about cheap labor and production.
Right. Yeah. Yes.
What is needed of it, because we don't have it. And how do you maintain an infrastructure? How do you maintain, where do you keep people that you don't want in the employment market? How do you keep them there and manage them? And then how do you get rid of them? And then how do you bring in people to replace them? And how do you replace those people when they expect a raise? The cycles of schemes. Markets. Economics.
Mm-hmm.
That's just about it.
Yeah. So, and that's what I was trying to say. Look, we love Brother Dorsey. We know he's an older brother. You dig? But, sis, listen. Sometimes.
I'm 60.
Okay.
I'm old.
but you got to stand. Like your energy isn't 60. Your energy is like 30. You dig? Just like I'm 47. My energy is like 30. So like listen. It's possible to be a certain age, but your energy is going to be youthful, right? And guess what? Your energy is what's relatable to the youth. So the youth is going to be judgmental. They're going to look at your age and be judgmental. But when your energy does not match your age and your energy is younger than your age, the youth will relate to you. Okay, I'm 47, but when I talk, I don't sound like I'm 47. Just like you don't sound like you're 60. Okay, and because we have all evolved into that, we're relatable to the youth. So, in what the goal is to be relatable to the youth. So, Dorsey, you are our brother, and you have life experiences, but if you can't transport that to the youth effectively, then it's like kind of useless, because the youth got to be they have to extend the ear to you. And if we can't attract the youth, then what is it for? Right. So we're getting older. Go ahead.
And the other thing is, the woman who was before him reminded me of my family. And I'm leaving here, moving back down south. And I've worked with people who have come up here from down south. And they say things, well, that's just the way things are. And they're not going to understand this. And they're not going to understand that. I'm like, no, we can't afford that.
At all. Now, what state down south you plan on? Look what you're looking at.
Georgia. My family's from coastal Georgia and from Augusta.
All right. So I'm in Georgia right now. A family. Listen. I'm talking about people up north, right? If you're in New Jersey, New York, that area, never complain about a hot day ever in your life. Okay? So most of my life I only been in Georgia for like 3-4 months. Family, I'm telling you, if you're from New Jersey, New York, or Pennsylvania, things like that, never complain about a hot day. You don't know a hot day. Now, it's probably hotter in Arizona and things like that, but hot in Georgia is 2 times hotter than Jersey. All right? Listen, in Jersey, I will play basketball outdoors in the summertime. I've never played basketball out here in the summertime. I've never played basketball in the sun out here. This sun is different. Crops die. If you got a garden, if you don't properly care for it, it's dead.
We used to say, and people will complain. We used to say Africa hot.
Yeah. I'm telling you, this dirty. I'm putting it here. Yeah. Listen, family, trust me. This sun out here in the South, right? I'm talking the violent South, the Jim Crow South. This sun is different, man. Yo, listen, it's different. It ain't like Jersey, man. Like Jersey, you can play basketball, you can walk you could jog. You're not jogging out here, bro, in the sun. You're gonna wait till 7:30, or you're gonna jog at 8 a.m. You're not jogging in the sun, man. And this sun pops off at like 10 a.m. So like when I do my little 1.5 mile walk, I do the 8 a.m. It's like suicide at like 11 a.m. Okay, like so this sun is different than the Jersey, New York sun. So never complain again. When you come out here, you're gonna wish you was in Jersey or New York or Philly.
Yeah, I used to go down there every summer as a child. My grandfather lived on the mainland in Meridian. And as a kid, you don't know hot. You really don't know hot. But I know it was hot. And I'm sure it's hotter now.
It's like I gotta fly. So now let me answer a question. So Golden Brown said, Ron FBA, you ever hung around in the neck of Newark? Hell no. Hell no. Those Newark
I
people
started
are
looking for houses in Newark.
no, you cool because it's gentrified. But I'm answering the question about Golden Brown. He said ever hung in the neck of Newark. No. Newark are some of the most ignorant, degenerate FBAs in probably all of New Jersey. Okay. No. I will never, ever, 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 ever hang around Newark folks. Ever. Elizabeth or Irvington. I will never attend something that they're doing ever in my life. I'll go to where I gotta go and that's it. I will never hang around these dusty, degenerate FBAs. Never. Okay, that's to answer your question.
Yeah.
You see some self-hating degenerates that will kill you for the littlest thing possible.
I know.
They don't need much reason to kill you, dude. I'm good.
But I tell myself I'm glad I grew up in New York because I can see what New Jersey does to people.
Yeah, fly.
I can see how that, like my problems were with the New York City school system, being bused to mostly Jewish school. That does things to people. But New Jersey on a whole, as far as thinking about, what is my career going to be? What am I going to do to make a living? All of that is New Jersey has the most school districts, right?
It's mine.
And it's still and isn't that for segregation really?
In the North, see segregation in the North wasn't like segregation in the South. So the North had it easy, and this is why people went to Ellis Island. Like a lot of immigrants, white, Hispanic, black, they went to Ellis Island, New York, because it was safer. So New York didn't need, like up north did not mandate Jim Crow. The South did. You dig? So that's why Tariq asked them, like, where your family from? When your family just stayed in New York, like like you then you don't have shared experiences, right? When your family, you could be a tether, but if your family goes to the South, then you kind of understand what we're talking about. But Mississippi, Alabama, Virginia, the Carolinas, you dig, that racism, like that segregation, even right now, because before I came here, I was in South Carolina. Like, yo, a family in New York, you'll see white folks. I mean, in New York, New Jersey, and Philly, you'll see white folks all the time. You'll wave, you'll play basketball with them. You'll be in the same swimming pool, the same, great adventures, whatever. Not out here. not in the South. The South is still segregated. So when white folks are in the swimming pool, there's pretty much just white folks. And when black folks are in the swimming pool, it's pretty much black folks. It's not mixed, bro. Like so all
they don't share the pool.
Nah. We take turns. We take turns. Okay, white folks out, black folks in. Yeah, it's not like the North, man. No, it's still segregated. It's but you got to experience it to know it. You got to live it to like know for sure. So me telling you this, sis telling you this, Alicia Hill telling you this, you got to experience it to see the difference. So like now white folks out here, it's crazy. White folks in the South would wave to you and talk to you more than the North, and they would even offer you like rides and services more than the North. But because they're confident in where they're at, right? They're not insecure like the Northern whites are. Because the Northern whites are confused. Are they racist or not racist? The Southerners are not confused. They're racist. There's no confusion. We're racist. They're Confederates, and it's cool. they ain't attacking you.
Well, they're
Yeah.
scheming in the in the North. They're the ones. The Democrats are the ones who are in the North. The ones scheming, creating, all of these diversions and extracting whatever you make for a living.
Right.
That's what they're doing. They're underhanded racism.
Look, let me respond to Jaquan. Jaquan said, when you fly from the West Coast, let me get the flight. I know I got it. I got the flight. Here you go. He's sleepy, so he's like, he's wilding. Yeah, I'm gonna give him 14 minutes and he going to bed. Okay. Whether he like it or not. But Jaquan said, when you fly from the West Coast to the East Coast or vice versa, the pilot announces landmarks along the way. No shade, but New Jersey looks insane from the sky. he said New Jersey looks insane from the sky. He said mad industrial pipes. Right. Lord Mall says I live in the metro Atlanta area and it's 93 degrees where I'm at. I used to live in the Midwest. Right. So Lord Mall, I'm in Georgia, you're in Georgia. I'm 40 minutes from without traffic. Because people say the traffic in Atlanta is like ridiculous. I've never experienced it. So I went to the airport and I came back and I still missed the traffic. But people say the traffic in Atlanta or going or coming from is ridiculous. So I've been fortunate enough to miss it. But I never really been in Atlanta other than the airport. I never really like walked around or drove around Atlanta. I caught an Uber there, Uber back. But I'm 40 minutes from Atlanta. Gordon Brown says no shade in the South. Ain't no tall buildings in the South, yeah, at all. Stop it. Okay, he's sleepy, so in a minute he's gonna start crying. Laura Moss said I grew up in Illinois and it's racist ASF. V4 Vengeance says I just moved to New Jersey City. It's almost moved to Newark until I got put onto the game in Newark. Bad dude. So Jersey City it has already been gentrified. Okay, Joe Button podcast. Joe Button's from Jersey City. At one point, Jersey City was just as bad as Newark and Patterson and Camden and everything else, Trenton. But Jersey City is safe right now, right? Jersey City no longer carries that stigma of violence and everything that Newark and everything else carries. Jersey City is very safe right now. All right. Yeah, I'm not afraid to go to Jersey City today. But talk to me 20 years ago, I wouldn't have. Ricardo Flott says they'll tell you in the South, get back, you dirty black. Yeah. But white folks out here, although they're racist, you won't really catch them being racist because they don't need to. Like, it's already out in the open. They don't need to. So you'll see more racism in sanctuary cities like New York. New York cops are the most dirtiest, disgusting cops. Them and LA cops got to be the worst cops in America. Right. But and they're both sanctuary cities, which is embarrassing. But you won't see that type of hatred really in the South like that on average.
Well, they have gentrification.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. But I'm just saying, like the city and state as a whole, you'll find, like, for example, in the South, even though they're racist, they will look you out. Like they'll cut your lawn if you need to be cut. You dig? If you needed help with a tow, they'll do that in the South. In the North, you could kiss that goodbye. That ain't happening.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and that's worse now.
It ain't happening. So you scratch your head like, damn, these people are blatantly racist, but they look you out way more than a damn liberal who's supposed to be non-racist.
I know, was it 2007? I got my dog and I started walking it across the border into Glen Ridge. And I got police.
New Jersey?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I got a police escort every day.
Damn.
I walked that dog through that.
For what?
Finally, I saw that they had their dogs in the park, so I took my dog to the park. And I did that 3 times before everybody left me in the park. And when I left the park, there was a officer standing at the gate. And he told me to walk my dog in my neighborhood.
Now, what kind of dog you had?
A boxer.
Really?
Yes.
I'm surprised. I thought you were gonna say Paris Hilton dog. Okay. I'm surprised. I'm surprised. Yeah, I was expecting
Yep.
some Yorkshire, some fucking little scrawny piece of shit rat
Who wasn't a
looking
little
dog.
dog?
Nah, but it's a boxer. It's a big difference. I was expecting you to say some of these little white woman dogs.
No.
Okay.
That is a boxer puppy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So they have a thing about it's not like New York where you go in any neighborhood now. If it's a risky neighborhood, that's on you. But the police don't tell you don't belong in a neighborhood.
Right. Now keep in mind, folks, these are liberal sanctuary cities. Sanctuary states. So you would think that
And
type
the
of
bus
behavior would be over here
driver
in Georgia.
doesn't the bus service doesn't come from your neighborhood and bypass the shopping district in Bloomfield because they don't want you getting off.
So let me respond to Black T. Black T, I'm gonna give you a wrench. All I ask in exchange is just like the video, right? So let me add you as a moderator, give you a wrench. Okay, so he says from East Orange to Montclair. So at one point, Montclair used to be bad, but Montclair been gentrified. Okay, Montclair been gentrified, like long before any other city, long before Jersey City. Montclair been gentrified. Montclair is safe as hell. I know the outlaws bigged up Montclair. I know. Listen. I'm aware. Hussein Fatal, all these guys. I know they bigged up Montclair, but Montclair has been safe as hell for the longest. You dig? I'm concerned about Irvington and East Orange. You dig? Up north. Those are cities I don't trust. I'm good in Newark. I don't trust East Orange. I'm not good in East Orange. I'm not good in Irvington. I'm not safe over there. But East Orange, South Orange, West Orange, I'm good. But West Orange, I'm good. Or Orange, regular Orange. I'm good on regular Orange. But I'm good. But East Orange and Irvington is just my concerns around that area.
East Orange is done. East Orange is I would say it's very closely because the mayor of East Orange and his whole cabinet
in
2018 walked through all of our streets and scanned our streets just before it was gentrified. And then this past year, yes, they did.
Oh yeah, but what that mean? Because I could give you I give you hot spots right now in East Orange that's like full of shit. Straight criminal, straight prostitution. Yeah. Okay. So
now let's not on the other side of Springfield.
Okay, now look, forget about Springfield. I'm talking about Grove Ave. How about Grove Ave? So Grove Ave connects Springfield and okay. So Grove Ave connects Springfield Ave and it connects South Orange Ave. Okay, that little strip right there. Okay, that little strip right there is high prostitution, selling drugs, and violence. Now watch this.
Yeah.
Now from there all the way, if you try to get off on like let's say like the Parkway, right there on the Parkway, right there off South Orange Ave, the Parkway, all that shit right there, all the way down. No, I'm sorry, I said Grove Ave. I lied. Not okay. So Grove Ave is near the Parkway. What I want to say is God, what is that street right there? That street that connects.
Park.
Forgot. Huh?
Park.
No. It connects. Not Park Ave. It connects. It connects South Springfield Ave and South Orange Ave. It's past Grove Ave. So if you coming up from let's say downtown North, and you ride all the way up, right? You're gonna pass Grove Street, and then you're gonna pass the bridge with
Central Avenue.
No, not Central. Central is safe. Listen, what I'm saying. I'm saying when you come up from downtown North, okay, you're going to come up, let's say South Orange Ave. At some point, you're going to pass Grove Street. Okay, you're going to pass Grove Street, and you're going to pass the Parkway. Because you make a left, that's the Parkway. As a matter of fact, you make a right, that's the hood. All right, but if you keep going past the Parkway, all that shit right there is straight hood and ghetto ass shit. and that the Exxon gas station. Look, you can even Google map this. There's an Exxon gas. I forgot
I'm
that.
looking at where Garden State is, where the mosque is on the east side of Garden State.
So I'm saying you go past that, right? You go past that, and you're gonna see a liquor store on your right side, right there. So if you go about 3 blocks past the Garden State Parkway, you're gonna see about 3 blocks on the right side. There's a liquor store right there. All that shit is hood.
Yeah.
All that shit is
Yeah.
crackhead territory. But listen, I'm saying you go past that. There's an Exxon on your left side. So about 3-4 blocks down, because there's a Family Dollar on your right side at some point, and there's a White Castle. You dig on your right as well. All that area right there.
I know where you're talking about.
Yeah, that area. Yeah.
Down Springfield, and you're headed towards that park, Branch Brook Park on the right.
Yeah. But that's going back towards Newark. So Branchport is going. Yeah, you go down Springfield Ave. You're talking about there's a bunch of restaurants. That's the Home Depot. I see all the homeless people. And then there's the movie theater is on Springfield Ave. That's one Shaq invested in. So you're talking about the movie theater on your left side. Okay.
No.
Okay. So Springfield Ave, right? There's a Home Depot or a Lowe's. I think a Home Depot. And there's a Wendy's right there, right by the movie theater, right there on Springfield Ave. Okay?
Okay, I know what you're talking about.
I know 100%. But if you go the
where
other
Cityplex
way,
is and the Woodland Cemetery
Yes,
is deep around there.
yeah. Now that is like a mixture of gentrification and the hood. I ain't talking about that. Let's go back up Springfield Ave. Let's go back. Let's not go to movie theater. Let's just turn around and go back up Springfield Ave. That's all hood. Okay. So 20th Street, 20. Okay, we got numbers, right? 11th Street, 13. So the higher numbers you go, you're back in the hood. So let's go to 20th Street.
Okay.
So when you go to 20th Street, you make a right then. Okay, there's a McDonald's over there. If you Google Map, there's a McDonald's over there. That's all hood. That's ain't just right. That's all hood over there. Okay, so now that's Grove. So now past McDonald's is Grove Street. So if you take Grove Street all the way down to South Orange Ave, and you make a left, not a right, you make a left. That is the worst place in East Orange. Okay, because when you go down Grove Street, you make a left, then you're gonna run to the Parkway. There's an underpath right there. There's an underpath. All right, that's the Parkway.
Yeah.
Okay. If you make a right, I don't know why the street is just missing me. I cannot remember the street. But if you go too far up, then you're going towards what? Is it what Seton Hall? But I'm not of course you go towards Seton Hall is nice. I'm saying there's a street I'm missing. That's gonna come to mind. It's a popular street. Because is it Union Ave? Because I know it goes into Union. It might be Union Ave. But there's a street that connects Union to Newark, to East Orange, Newark and East Orange.
Okay.
All right. But anyway, Springfield Ave and South Orange Ave, in the middle there, and I could just go with Grove Street. Grove Street is terrible. Everything about Grove Street family is terrible. It's straight hood. You dig? It's straight, you on your own, basically. Ain't no cops gonna save you. You on your own. Cops gonna come.
How long do you think it'll be like that? How long do you think it'll be like that?
Well, Newark is gentrifying pretty fast. Where?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Newark is gentrifying pretty fast. So it's good, so it won't be long. But because they got the hockey thing out there on Broad Street. But East Orange and Irvington is gonna be like that for a while. For at least another 10 years.
You think so?
Yeah, another 10 years.
Another 10 years.
Yeah, because it's still the hood.
I don't know. I see a lot of white bikers. I see a lot of white joggers.
And guess what? You see a lot of white joggers down there in Freelizer in Newark. You dig? But Newark is still the crackhead central in Newark, Freelizer. You see white folks up there, but guess what? They living in the midst of crackheads. Crackheads be on their porch. Smoking crack. But when they go to work, the crackheads be on. Okay, the Italians that's down there on Freelizer. Okay, when they get up for work, they walk past a crackhead who's on their porch or near their porch smoking crack.
Yeah, because that's their revenue.
But family, this is what I'm saying. These Italians are not even afraid of a crackhead on their porch. They're walking past the crackhead. But listen, but they don't know this. But I'm saying they don't.
Let me wrong.
Okay, but listen, I'm saying I'm just up to date. This is FBA News and updates. So I'm giving an update. Family, these Italians who got crackheads near their home, their little condos, or no, not condos. What's the other term? What's the other house that they buy that's like two-sided? Townhouses, right? So these Italians that own a townhouse, they don't even scream at the crackhead. They walk past the crackhead and get in their car and go because the crackhead never vandalized their home. The crackhead never asked them for money. The crackhead never fuck with them at all. So they don't. So when the crackhead's on their porch smoking crack, they leave the crackhead alone because it's like a symbiotic relationship. The crackhead doesn't bother them. They don't bother the crackhead. As long as the crackhead get away from their house during operational time, like right now, they're cool. They don't mind the crackhead on their porch at 2, 3, 4, 5 a.m. They don't mind. Smoking crack, go ahead. Just don't be here at 2, 3, 4, 5 p.m.
That's right.
Out your mouth. Right. But that's Italians though. Italians are built different. Lily white folks would call the cops immediately. And North cops, listen, man, North cops are corrupt. They corrupt.
Liberals don't have investment directly in the community.
It says I was driving I didn't have my license on me. The car was not registered, it expired, and I had no insurance. But I got a good mouth game. And I was able to ride home. Listen, family, listen to the chat. I'm on some Dorsey shit right now. Some anecdotal shit. On Thanksgiving, I got pulled over there, and I didn't know this shit. It was unbeknownst to me, but it was the reality. My car was not registered, insured, and my license was at home. You dig? In Newark. In the sting operation where they was like pulled over cars. Okay, I was able. And they put me in handcuffs, by the way. I was in handcuffs. I was able to talk my way out of handcuffs. And by the way, I was at work. I was doing security on Grove Street. There's a building right there on Grove Street and in South Orange Ave. So I'm at work. I'm about to get fired. My mouth game, like Trick talks about, the mouth game. I was able to talk my way out of hand. And look, again, my license is home. I got no insurance. It's expired. It's no insurance, and the registration expired. These black officers with my mouth, I was in handcuffs too. I was able to talk my way out of the handcuffs and let me go to drive my shit back to the job. I kept my job and I handled this insurance registration shit online, whatever. But I was good, right? But that is the benefit.
That is the rule now.
Look, that's the benefit of black cops. Because if that was Latino cops or white cops, that wouldn't happen. I'd have been in Essex County, give me this, and a car that got towed. You did let it go. I gotta get this fly. Okay, but that's the benefit. That's the benefit of having black cops. Okay, that's the benefit of having cops that look like you, because they'll cut you a break.
That's true.
Okay.
Yeah, because at the beginning of the summer, I had the same. I got the same lenience from a black cop.
Right.
My insurance didn't appear as active because I switched, and he let me go. He said I should be arresting you right now, but yeah, true.
Right. So that's the benefit. So when you guys are buying to this bullshit, you hate cops. You just stop. You hate cops. Guess what? They're gonna stop employing black cops. You're gonna have a lot of white cops in your neighborhood, and you're gonna experience the same shit that people experienced with white cops in the 60s and 70s. You don't want that. You would rather have a black cop arresting you than a white cop or pulling you over. Trust me. You want that because there's a chance you can get out of this shit if it's a black cop. If it's a white, Latino, Asian, Indian cop, forget about it. You're done. You're done.
But I don't want a Jamaican cop addressing my phone home issues.
Nah. Well, they're off code. They're off code. They're off code. So me either. No tether cop pull me over. But if it's an FBA cop, hey, yo, do you know I got pulled over by a cop in Newark one time? And it happened to be a cop. I actually played basketball with him. You dig? So when he seen me, well, first of all, it was hella cops that pulled up on me in Newark. But one of the cops were I played basketball with, and I got the lens from him. He's like, "Yo, everybody, he's good. I know him. He's good." And all of those white cops was mad as fuck because they thought they got one. They were mad as fuck. But this FBA cop, light skinned dude, Red Bone, was like, "Nah, I know him. I play ball with him. He's good money." And I was able to ride home without a ticket. You dig? So it's so all I'm saying is you want FBA cops. Okay? You want to be pro police if it's FBA.
Yes, you do want FBA cops.
Exactly.
We need more FBA cops again.
Right. So don't buy into the Afrocentric bullshit where cops are bad. No. You want to agree with Charleston White. You want FBA cops because they're going to cut you a fair deal. They're not going to try to do you dirty. Even though you're in the wrong, they're going to find a way to like get you out of that shit. Just like white cops do to white residents.
That's liberal word of mouth. And when I went to New York, when the UN has its General Assembly, all those cops were West Indian and Latino. Streets full of black.
Stuyvesant. Okay. So hold on. He helped me out. So Black Teeth in the chat. He's from Jersey. He helped me out. The street I was trying to name, he says Stuyvesant. Hey, Black T, you're 100% correct. Stuyvesant is the street that connects Union to East Orange. You're right. Okay, so he says this. So let me catch up. Let me tell you what he's saying. So he's the one that said from East Orange to Montclair, right? So he came back and said East Orange is safe, born and raised. He said Mun Ave. Mun Ave is off South Orange Ave. I'm familiar with that area right there. He said South Orange Ave on one side is EO and the other side is Newark. He's correct. He came back and said, "You guys from Essex County? You're explaining Newark." I'm not. She is. I'm not. Okay, I'm 30 minutes from Newark.
I'm a New Yorker in East Orange.
Okay, so he said you guys got the boundaries of East Orange wrong. He said Newark cops generally don't enforce MV enforcement. Right. Okay. That explains why I didn't get a ticket or got my car towed. He said East Orange cops don't give breaks. Most are black. He's 100% right. Hey yo, Black T, you know what you're talking about. You know what you're talking about because I was given a break with Newark cops. East Orange cops, but even like the people who sell drugs or do prostitution, even they know, don't go to East Orange. They know to do their dirt in Newark. So Black T, you are 100% accurate, and you know what you're talking about, because the people who do illegal dirt in East Orange and Newark, they know to do it not in Irvington and not in East Orange. They know to do it in Newark. You get more breaks. So yo, dude, you are 100% accurate in what you just said, bro.
That's very true. That's very true. Because the last shooting.
Wait, hold on. So Golden Brown said Niab. Yeah, Niab is definitely Newark. But go ahead, sis. The last shooting, what got?
The last shooting I saw was done around the corner from me. That's why there's these crashes here, because people do crimes here, they shoot and whatever, and then they go to Newark.
Right. Right, like a safe haven. Right. Yeah, exactly. Because they know East Orange or Irvington gonna lock your ass up. So they go to Newark to get a safe haven. So now, somebody said, okay, so Lord Maul says it's always crackheads around Exxon, Shell, or Citgo gas situation. You're right. Okay, you're right. So I was going to say something to that. I forgot. I was going to say something to that. But what you just said, Alicia Hill, is correct.
The existing bad neighborhoods in Newark.
Yeah, no, but you're right. What you said, Alicia, you're right. Like, so when East Orange natives committed crime or Irvington, they go to Newark because that's a safe haven. But they know, listen, people know you don't commit no crimes in East Orange or Irvington. Okay, they know that. They know that because those cops don't play. They don't give breaks. But Newark got some type of leniency thing over there. You're good. And I'm telling you, hey, folks, listen. If you get into a car wreck in Newark, you're done. The cops don't come. You'll be a hour, 2, 3 hours before a cop comes. So the person who hit you or you hit, they're leaving. Okay? They're leaving. They're not gonna stay there. So you better record the license plate and other shit you need to. But they are 100% leaving, especially if they're in the wrong. They're leaving. The Newark cops are known. Hey, Alicia, I remember going to Newark. I see an accident. I go to my man barbershop in East Orange, my right hand man. I get a haircut. I talk about things we talk about today. 3, 4 hours. I come back. Alicia, I come back. I'm not lying. I come back down Clinton Ave, and that car and that dude's still there, and there's no cop in sight. I'm talking 4 hours later. There's no cop in sight.
Yeah.
So who gonna sit?
Well, they will.
If you're wrong, you gonna sit.
No, I'm not gonna sit there.
Right, you gonna leave. Like, man, fuck all this.
No.
Or daytime. I ain't saying I'm wrong. I'm 4 hours here and no cop here. Bye. I'm out. Catch me if you can. Some Leonardo DiCaprio shit. Catch me if you can. I'm out. Yeah, my brother's a cop, but not in Newark. And he said that, recently some Newark drug dealer had hit him and totaled his car. And the Newark dude, the cops took so long, the Newark dude was trying to leave. And he like, nah, you gotta stay here. So Newark dude was like, nah, I'm out. So my brother is a cop in another county. He pulled out his gun and said, no, listen, I'm an officer. You're gonna stay right here. And then he stayed. He said, okay, you got it. Yeah, he said, no, you got this fucked up. I'm not from Newark, nigga. I'm a real police officer with a gun and a badge. You're gonna stay right here. he stayed because he said a lot of Newark. He said the guy was kind of known, and Newark residents was coming out on his defense. Like, hey man, like trying to build like a little crowd, whatever. He's like, okay, y'all can do that, but I got 15 bullets here. You're gonna stay, bro. And he stayed, and you know what I mean. He was held accountable, but only because he was a cop. If that was me and you, he was out. He was out.
I know. Response time is slow depending on what your issue is.
Listen, I don't know unless you're near Broad Street, you dig, in Newark. I don't recall police time coming immediately in Newark. I don't recall that, man. I've been in Newark a lot. My child mother's from Newark. I've been in Newark a lot, and matter of fact, I did security in Newark, in one of the worst areas of Newark. Okay, through the Nation of Islam, you dig, and yeah, cops don't come like that in Newark. Okay, so you could call if you're Charleston White, you're screwed. You're screwed because then you got all you want. They ain't coming. Okay, they're gonna take a nice time, and they'll knock all your teeth out before they get there. Yeah, so Charleston White, don't go to Newark, or you are done. Okay, well, I'm about to put him to bed. I'm gonna stay live. I'm gonna play some more videos. I got like hella videos to play, to keep going. This is gonna be a long live today. I might end it at 5 p.m. It probably when he wakes up, I end the live around 5. So it's 2:44. I'm gonna put him to bed right now, and you could imagine he'll be asleep by 3 o'clock. I give him 2 hours of nap time. I wake him up, or 2.5 at the most. So 5 o'clock, 5:30, I wake him up, and I'll probably end the live there where I'll do daddy time, play with him in the backyard, whatever. But yeah. So is there anything else you want to say before I start playing the video? And you might want to, I don't know what you want to do, but I got a lot of videos to play.
No. Yeah. There is this video of roaming around that I saw this morning on another channel. of this one black woman being, she had a parking dispute. And it was verbal until two men and a woman started beating her up.
Right.
And then I'll send you a link to that. But it's interesting because they had immigrant responses to that incident, and those responses were interesting. I'll send those to you.
Okay, so look, here's my advice for parking spots. I'm not going to die for parking spots. So even though I'm waiting on it and you stole it, I'll find something further. You dig? Because I'm a real FBA guy. And I know how degenerate folks can be. I'm not ever going to die over something minuscule. So if I get killed by somebody, it's because they wanted to kill me. But I would never give you that satisfaction or reason to kill me. So if you want to get beat up for a parking spot, then get beat up for it then. You dig? But that would never be me.
I see.
Shit. Take my parking spot. You want it that bad? Take it. Fuck it. I will. You know what I do? When I'm in Newark and places like that in New York, I just pay my shit. I just pay at a parking garage. I don't even wait for an opening. I just pay.
That's what I do. That's what I do.
Yeah. So I'm not into losing my life or fighting over parking spots, some degenerate shit like that. I'm good. Look, it's yours. You want it. It was mine. You stole it. It's yours. You dig? And I'll just find somewhere else, or I will pay for my parking. Okay, but I'm not going to get to a conflict where somebody can kill me, or I'm fighting like a damn caveman over a parking spot. You will never catch me on TV some stupid, silly shit like that, man. Never, ever, 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 ever. So I advise you guys. People are disrespectful. I remember I was at Target, and some white woman took my parking spot on purpose. Like she disrespected me, and I was really, really mad. And I had just bought ketchup, and I was going, and she left her window like half, like kind of like 30% open, and I was going to pour my ketchup in her window. Okay,
no.
I really was. I was that offended. This racist bitch. I'm sitting there waiting for a minute, and she gonna pull up and just take it, and I'm beeping the horn like yo, the fuck, and she still took it. Man, I wanted to like disrespect her car. I wanted to hurt her, but cooler minds prevailed, and I just like, yo, you got it, yeah, you got it. I just parked far on purpose. Like I parked further than needed, and I just walked. You dig? I parked further than needed and just walked. I said, man, fuck this bitch. You ain't gonna have me looking crazy, misrepresenting Southeast Black Americans because I'm in my feelings. Okay, you got it. Take the parking spot. You got it. And I'm gonna park far on purpose and take this long ass walk. You know, and whatever. But I really wanted to pour my ketchup in her car, and I could have. But I felt like if there's a camera around, you know, it's always somebody recording when you don't know. Okay, so I felt like somebody gonna be recording me do this degenerate shit, and I'm gonna misrepresent FBAs, and they're gonna use this. Fox 5 is gonna use this. Fox 11 gonna use this to show how we ain't shit. Right. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna take the high road and just, you got it. You got it. You got it. You fucking racist dog. You got it. And I let her get it. I didn't retaliate. And right now, you could tell from my tone, I feel like I should have. I never did because I feel like, you know, fuck it. You got it. I'm going to represent Black excellence to the fullest. You got it. And only Foundation Black Americans represent Black excellence and nobody else. Only we do that. Only we do that. So before I lay him to bed and play the video, I'm gonna read. So go to Brown and say Naive. Yeah. Naive is filthy. Naive is you can get robbed and beat the fuck up on Naive. Naive ain't gentrified. You dig? Naive runs from what street is that? What street is that? Naive runs from which? Oh, it's right to my tongue.
One highway to the other.
No, right, but but I'm saying it starts in Newark. I don't think it starts from Bergen Street. Maybe it does. Maybe it starts from Bergen Street, and it goes all the way up into like Irvington. You dig? So yeah, Naive, you will get fucked up over there. All right. Black T came back and said Newark cops generally. No, he said that. He said Newark cops don't just do security for street closures.
not interested in protect and serve. Yeah, you get your ass beat. Yo, listen, sis, I seen shit happen in front of like illegal shit happen in front of North cops, and they didn't do a goddamn thing. So Black T is right. He said it was a transgender beating on a female. I agree. Like North cops normally just be like, oh well, fuck it. Ricardo Flott said, I don't argue with anyone either. They want it. I'll find another one. Target spot. Yes, I'm telling you, FBA, if a degenerate takes your spot, that means that in their mind, they're already willing to die for that parking spot. They're willing to kill for that parking spot. You're not, I refuse, hey, Alicia, I refuse to die at the hands of FBA, stupid nigga. I refuse to. If I'm gonna die, it's gonna be from white supremacists or Tether or Latino. I refuse to die from a bum ass FBA person. I refuse to go out that way. You dig? So
I would think it would be the other way around. No.
No. I'm not trying to die for my own people at all. No, I'd rather die for my op. But you could be a martyr. You dig? You ain't gonna be no martyr if FBA kill you.
Ugh. No, I'm like you. I get my parking.
Yeah,
I know where I'm going to park before I get there.
Yeah. So again, if it's that serious, I'll just pay for it. You dig? Because I pay like I weigh. I pay like I weigh, and I don't. I don't have it. I'd rather just do it. So I kill a fly. I mean, I kill about 50 flies, and they still coming. Like nothing happened. That's wild. So Ricardo, hold on. So Ricardo says, he said, pour some piss in the window. Like, I wanted to do it dirty, bro, but I know Target got cameras, and I noticed somebody's always recording. Somebody's seen her take my spot, and bro, somebody was waiting to see my reaction to like go viral to show how degenerate we are. So that's the only reason why I didn't do nothing, because I felt like somebody's recording this shit right here, some non-FBA person, and they wanted to just show how degenerate we are when something like that happens, and I just refused to give them that 5 minutes of fame. Okay, so I didn't do nothing, but man, listen, at that moment, I wanted to beat the life out of her, bro. I ain't gonna lie. All right. So in the chat, Four Lane says, you talking about Newark? Whoa, I'm from Fabian Place off of Lions Air. I know exactly. Fabian Place is fucking ghetto and crackhead and drug dealer. Bro, Fabian Place is probably right now the worst place in Newark. Fabian Place. It's nothing but crackheads, drug dealers, and prostitutes over there, bro. Fabian Place is horrible. Okay? Horrible. All right? Now, let me keep going. So Ricardo says, you don't want to make the news. I get it wrong. Exactly. He said, what's my opinion on ADOS? ADOS is another way. ADOS is simply the same as Freedmen and FBA. It's just a different name for our lineage. Real simple. Pinky Wells says the three that beat on that woman was one man and two women. One woman looked like a man and they were arrested. That might be the transgender. Carlos Magnus says Target has cameras. Right. And that's why listen, bro, I wanted to pour ketchup all over her fucking car, bro. I really did. Because she disrespected me, Alicia. I beat the horn to let her know I'm next. That's my spot. And that bitch still took it. Some white fucking girl. And like that was so disrespectful, man. I really wanted to put a fist to her teeth. But cooler heads prevailed, and I just purposely parked far on purpose. So I ain't gotta worry about that. Because I didn't want that to happen again. Because I had to look for another spot to happen again, I would have killed somebody. So I said, okay, let me just park far on purpose where nobody wants this spot and I could just walk to Target. That's what happened. Four Lanes, I moved from there last year. Yeah. So, but that's the goal. They want us to move south. You dig? They want us to give up on New Jersey, New York, and Philly on purpose. That's the goal. Is for us to move south because sis, I got videos on why the South is so poor compared to the West and the North. Right? I got videos of why the South is so poor, and one is bad weather. Like you see with Texas with the flooding and they kill all those innocent kids. Yeah, so the South is known for like horrible weather. So the South is fucked up because weather conditions alone. You got to keep rebuilding your house. A hurricane, tornado, or some type of flood is going to damage your house. You got to keep rebuilding, starting all over. That's why that's one of the main reasons why the South is poor. But the main reason why the South is poor is the legacy of slavery, because these Southern states relied on slave labor. They never industrialized. They never got updated to technology and industrialization. You dig? And so they're poor just because they stuck with slave labor for so long and cheap labor. That's why they really poor. And then secondly was the weather, the tornadoes and hurricane and flood. That's second. And then third is other reasons. You dig? But the top two reasons why the South is poor is slave legacy and the weather.
Yeah. Well, I can't compete with those taxes, those real estate taxes. You know, I really can't allow that.
And I get with you with that. But let me now, Pinky. I never said P. That's what Ricardo said. But Pinky, disrespect don't come with a gender, Pinky. So Pinky said this. Pinky replied to Ricardo. Said, you won't let a female have that parking space, peel her windows. Hey, Pinky, disrespect. Okay, so Dr. Joyce DeLeary, right? Leary, she got a video. It's a popular video called Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome. Here. Okay, so Pinky. So you might want to watch that. You might want to watch her video, and you will understand why Ricardo could say that. Watch Joyce. Maybe I should share her thing. But all you gotta do is type in YouTube post-traumatic slave syndrome, right? PTSD. But she reworded it as post-traumatic slave syndrome. Pinky Wells, watch that, and you might agree with Ricardo after that. So basically, Alicia, in Black culture, respect is everything. In Black culture, respect, you will die for it, you'll go to jail for it, you'll be killed for it. You dig? So Pinky, in Black culture, respect is everything. People will die for it, they'll kill for it, they'll lose their freedom for it. Okay, so for that woman to purposely disrespect me and take my spot, I'm sitting there waiting for her, I'm beeping my horn, let her know, Lo, don't take that, I'm here, what are you doing? And for her to take that, she's disrespecting me. So in Black culture, we take disrespect where we're willing to kill, die, and lose our freedom for it. All right. So now, that's just it. And like I said, I felt a certain way where I wanted to punch her teeth out for doing that.
Right. She made you feel that way.
And the fact that she's white is like more disrespectful.
And she wanted you to react that way. She really wanted to get her teeth punched out. She would have loved that.
Okay, right, exactly. But I thought about myself. I thought about Black people in general. How they gonna spin it? And we're savages. We got passed more laws or legislation. Yeah. So I was like, you know what? My cooler head prevailed. I parked far on purpose. So I took a spot on purpose that nobody wanted, and I walked there with my son. But listen, had she confronted me, Alicia, like, wait, what were you beeping the horn for? I'd have probably knocked her out.
Not even then. Not even then. Because both whites and a lot of Latinos, they hold on to and they hold up this image of angry Black people.
Right.
Black people don't have patience, or who run out of patience and just react. You know, they trigger that reaction and get satisfaction from that, because they will always be out of the doubt and the one who's right, you know. And they triggered, Black people. He was triggered and he attacked me, went too far. They like that.
Right.
You can't get them that either.
Right. I'm telling you, family. Had she got her car, said, "Why you blowing your horn?" and addressed me anyway, family, I would have lost it. I would have beat her up like it's a boxing match. And I would have, because I'm telling you, I was that irate because she disrespected me. I was there waiting for this car to come out. She purposely pulled and took it on purpose. There was no confusion. Like sometimes people die and it's confusion. There was no confusion here. Yeah. I'm there. I'm beeping my horn. Like, yo, what are you doing? I'm beeping the horn. And guess what? Yeah. When she took it, she got out and she walked straight to the store. She didn't like look confused. Yeah. She walked straight to the store, disrespecting me. Now how that bitch came to me, like, yo, what did you beep the horn for? I would have knocked her goddamn eyes out.
Nah, she wouldn't come to you. At best, what I do or what I would do, and I'll say what I do is I don't move. I'll sit it out, and ignore her, and neither one of us will get the spot.
No, this is garbage. Yeah. Okay, so
If I'm
Alicia
that
Hill.
mad,
Yeah, Alicia Hill. You hear this guy? He's going crazy. You hear him? He's sleeping. So all right.
yeah,
So
go
look.
to bed.
He's bothering me. Look at. Hey, you want water? Here. Okay. So Alicia Hill, I'm gonna play the video. You dig? It's up to you. You want to stay on or do what you gotta do. But I'm gonna play the video for like 10, 15 minutes. But I'll put him to bed because he's now at the stage where he's going to interrupt the live as long as I'm live and he's not asleep. Okay, because he's sleepy, and this is what some parents might misinterpret it as bad, and they end up abusing the child. He's not bad. He's just sleepy. So when he's sleepy, he's going to have these quote unquote bad attributes because he's basically saying, "Lay me down."
That's right.
Like, yo, stop playing with me. I'm tired. I'm outside with you. You're live. You're having fun. I'm not having fun. I'm sleepy. Put me to sleep. All right.
That's right.
So I'm gonna go on mute. I'm gonna play the video, and I appreciate you calling again, especially when a tether calls in. I need sisters to call. So when you and other sister called in, borrow time. What's her name? Her name was not borrow time, but borrow something. I need you guys to call in when not Hassan, but Kwame or America. You call him when a tether calls in because what happens is when there's a woman's voice, when a tether is belligerent, men normally calm down when a woman is present. Okay, even though they might still disagree
All
with me,
right.
they will calm down because a woman, because like men just feel like they don't want to embarrass themselves from a woman in front of a woman. So even though he'll disagree more in a respectful tone and not a stupid, delusional, disrespectful tone. So I need you, the other sister, or even sister in the chat. So I ain't gonna put it on you only to be like the superhuman, the superwoman. Okay. But the other women in the chat, when these tethers call in, you can go on mute. So Alicia and other women, you could call in and just go on mute. The fact that you're there, they're not going to be as dumb as they would be if you're not there. Okay, they're going to hold to some type of integrity as long as you're there, because men always try to appease women. We try to, we want your validation, right? We ain't gonna be a fool in front of you because we don't want to be called out by women. That's embarrassing. Okay, so if you guys can have free time when a tether calls in. Now, if a white guy calls, it ain't gonna work because he don't respect us. Period. But if a black person calls in, either a black conservative or a coon or a tether like Kwame or American Dream, call in, go on mute. But the fact you're there, watch how honest they try to be because you're there. Your presence is there. That's why I'm looking for like a woman co-host every so often because it's going to keep those tethers honest. All right. So, Lisa, I thank you. I appreciate you. Now I'm gonna go on mute.
Thank you.
I'm gonna play this video as I get him to sleep. And you are welcome and thank you. And I'm gonna play this video until I get him to sleep. So chat, listen to this logic. What you're gonna hear is gonna be goofy, but this is what it is. So Alicia, I'm gonna put him to bed. Thank you very much.
All right. Take care. Thank you. Bye.
Landmass is just not even scientifically sound. Wouldn't it make more sense that life evolved independently where the atmosphere or where the earth could support it, right? So if you think about it, and if you think about all of the places in the world that have moisture and minerals and temperature and atmosphere, why would human life only come out of one spot that's not even known to be free?
And because you're a dumbass, you're not able to tell the difference. And you actually believe the propaganda.
All right. I can't be heard still. I cannot be heard. Cannot be heard. Cannot be heard. Hello? Hello? Hello. Okay, I'm very low right now. I hear myself very low. That's this is crazy. This has never happened before. Once this channel got popping, we rocking, we getting 1,000 views, 2,000 views when the end live ends. Now all of a sudden I can't, the audio just no good. You dig? For 2 years, the audio's been perfect. Now all of a sudden the audio is, when we rocking and rolling, all of a sudden the audio is terrible. You dig? So I want to put this back toward the beginning, the video. All right. So can you guys hear me right now? Somebody put a 1 if you can hear me right now. Can you hear me right now? Because we ain't gonna let YouTube, Lyrical in, none of these niggas control the narrative. All right. Yo, right now, okay. So can you hear me right now as I'm talking? So put a 1 if I can. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Y'all can hear me. The chat, this is wild. Never in the history of my experience on YouTube with these headsets where I just can't be heard. Now we're getting success. We're getting mega views. Your dig's a growing channel. New people popping up left and right. Content is great. FBAs are calling in, not just tethers. Now all of a sudden, the content just falling apart. You dig? So, but we good. Like this does not discourage me. I expect this shit. I expect something like this to happen. Like it doesn't discourage me at all. Family, trust me. I'm confident as fuck. I'm not a tether or white supremacist. I'm very optimistic. But it's interesting. It's interesting to me that I did nothing different. I don't have no new software. I don't have a new laptop. Everything is the same. The headset's the same. But all day today, we've been having audio issues. Alicia Hill was just here. You guys heard us both plain as day. All I did was go on mute, play the video, and put my son to sleep. And all of a sudden, you guys can't hear me or the audio. Like this is just ridiculous. You dig? Like the undermining, the sabotage is just ridiculous. But whatever. So now I'm gonna bring the video to the top because I want to give commentary on the video. But it's sad. I got to use my iPad microphone for you guys to hear me. I done paid $100 for this headset, and it's just nobody can hear me. It's just ridiculous. All right. So anyway, let's start from ground zero. So tethers and Afrocentrics. And I ain't worried about the views will come because I got hella subscribers, new subscribers. You guys are faithful as fuck. So I ain't worried about views. Views will come, right? The content is here though. All right, so let's just deal with it. Let's rewind. So tethers and Afrocentrics, they want to revise history. They want to play like Africans never sold us to Europeans in the millions.
They want to act like Europeans came over to Africa along the coastlines and kidnapped, trafficked millions of Africans. Dude, this history is so fabricated. It's part of no serious scholarly articles at all. Zero. The world knows about the transatlantic slave trade. They know nothing about the transatlantic trafficking. You dig? That's some made up Afrocentric tether shit. So now, this same guy that made the video, I attempted to speak with him. You dig? I don't know if, let me see if he responded. Let's see. Let's click it. I responded. I said, "Oh, can we have a conversation about this?" So this person, unfortunately, Queen D, right? Okay, so you see that this guy is nowhere near, and he didn't respond. God damn, I'm trying to kill this fly. Okay, so he didn't respond. All right, so I respond to this guy, the owner, the maker, this guy, this fucking fake ass African name. I responded to him. Look, right here. I said, "I'm really confused. Are you trying to revise history?" So I try to poke him to respond to me so I can ask him for a dialogue. But you can see my comment. This is 4 hours ago. So check. Like I really am who I say I am. I want dialogue. I want smoke. So 4 hours ago he didn't respond, whatever. But let's see if he responds eventually. But you see other folks got responses. These flies, they just come back in a million. I killed 4, 5, 7, 10, and they just come back in the millions, man. When you hear that background noise, that's me back smashing a fly. You got it. Okay. All right. So let's start from the beginning. They don't top of my head now. I mean, I killed about 40 flies out here, and they just keep coming. I got to research flies. I got to research. Like, what's up? I'm just killing them left and right. And when I kill 10 more just come. They just keep coming for the whole duration I was live. Shit wild as hell. All right. So Ricardo says it's a way too late, that lie. He said it's way too late for that lie. Laura says Tariq's name stay in dude's mouth. Right. Okay. So let's play dude right now. So we heard her pseudoscience.
Why don't we sue Ghana and all these rest of these Africans and let them deal with their partners from back in the day?
We back. Yeah, we back. Now today's gonna be a quick video. Now, as you already know, I'm currently engaged in a legal dispute with another public figure. And the reason for that is a while ago he had made a video saying that he wants to sue African nations for selling his ancestors into slavery. And I came across this video of this young lady that actually,
he said, this is a lawyer, Dennis Perlman. He's a lawyer. This ain't just a regular guy with an opinion. And he said, listen, so he chose a regular woman with an opinion over a lawyer's opinion. This is where we at, family. So again, it's about feelings. It's like, what feels better to me? It's not about information. It's not about who's right or wrong. This is feelings, right? So you would think he would like watch Dennis Sperling channel to see why he said what he said. Did he justify it legally? No, he just chose. This is confirmation bias. He chose this stupid ass woman over Dennis Sperling because the woman, what she said, he agrees with over a lawyer. Okay, you would think a lawyer, if he said something, his whole reputation is on the line. But a regular ass woman on YouTube, what reputation is on the line? It's just stupid. But let's go.
Debunked that. She debunked that and said nobody was sold into slavery.
So she debunked him because she said something. So again, this is I babble something, so I'm right. She didn't prove it. She didn't really debunk him. She just said something to the contrary. And according to this tether right here, that's called whatever this is. According to that, she's right, he's wrong. This is stupid logic, man.
Right? Africa is not the motherland, right? So, like I said, she debunked it. So, we're just gonna get it.
She debunked it. Let's listen
into it, right? Not wasting no time. Let's go.
So let's talk about this out of Africa theory. And I just have to say this plainly. It is a theory. not a fact, right?
Okay, so I had two people call in, two FBAs call in, and none of them debunked. So a theory is an explanation of. Okay, she said a theory is not a fact. In science, a theory is a fact. So I asked the young lady who called in, not young lady, older lady who called in. I said, is gravity a fact or is it a theory? I said, do you believe gravity exists? She really didn't give a good answer. All of us on this chat, we know gravity exists, but it's still called a theory. Okay, we know tectonic plates in the world under the water exist, but it's called a theory. Okay, so we got the out of Africa theory. So just because it's a theory doesn't mean it's not factual. Again, a theory is the explanations of the fact. I knew they didn't know this shit, but your boy Unbiased Ron, I'm very scientific illiterate. I'm sorry, literate. Sorry, I've been drinking a little bit. So Unbiased Ron is definitely scientific literate. Okay, so I know how to explain a theory from a hypothesis and a law. But most people who run their mouth can't. Okay, so I love Dorsey, but he couldn't explain it. And the sister who called in couldn't explain it either. But I did, and when I read the Google findings, it said damn near what I said verbatim. Okay, so a scientific theory is equivalent to a fact. So I read that. It said a fact does not hold more weight than a scientific theory, and a scientific theory does not hold more weight than a fact. So a scientific theory is on par with a fact. Family, it's just what it is. Okay, don't be stupid and go out there and embarrass yourself on other panels, because Myron Gaines is going to repeat what I just said. He's going to cook you. And if you go to Candace Owens, if you go to Larry Elder, Thomas Sowell, they're going to cook you. Or Charlie Kirk, or Latimer Crowder, all these other trolls and white supremacists and tethers, they're going to cook you. Okay, so I'm not going to disarm you guys. I'm going to arm you guys with facts and information to cook tethers and white supremacists and even FBA coons. You dig? So for the last time, a scientific theory is on par with a fact. None of them override each other. And when we read it. A scientific theory will never become a fact. It will always be a scientific theory, but it's not less than a fact. A fact isn't less than a scientific theory. They're equal. Just like 1 + 1 = 2. 2 is not greater than 1 + 1. And 1 + 1 is not greater than 2. They're equal in existence. Let's go on. So this is a stupid bonehead woman right here. She's stupid.
But the way that it's pushed online and in the textbooks and in the media, you would think that it is a fact, but it's not.
All right, we back. Now, as you can see, she said the out of Africa theory is false. It's fabricated.
All right. Okay, so you said the clip has no audio. All right, so let me just confirm that. Oh, my God. Yeah, no, it has audio. It has audio. It has audio. The clip definitely has audio. Yeah, no, the clip has audio. No, okay, stop. The clip definitely has audio. Yeah, y'all fucking me up, man. Cause y'all giving me misinformation. Okay, dude, y'all gotta stop. Y'all fucking my live. The clip definitely has audio. All right. Okay, so let's continue.
Right? Nobody sold you into slavery, right? Because you didn't come from Africa, brother. Nobody sold you into slavery. Now, when it comes to me, I know I came from Africa for sure, for certainly, absolutely. 100% authentic African man. But she's not speaking for me. She's speaking for Dennis Sperling, right? Dennis Sperling. She said, right, out of Africa theory, that's fake, fabricated. Let's continue.
But what they don't tell you is them put.
All right, so there's like a small delay. Okay.
Pushing this out of Africa theory is actually a political tool. It's used politically, right? Its whole narrative is if every.
So this is plebiscite babble at this point, what she's spewing. This is plebiscite babble.
Everyone came out of Africa and went to other places, then that means everyone is an immigrant. And if everyone is an immigrant, no one has.
Okay. She believes the human populace are all immigrants. I mean, this is the stupid shit that people gotta. This is the points they gotta make. Okay, so she's saying this to make FBA's immigrants. So in order to make FBA's immigrants, they got to say the entire population of the planet are all immigrants. Like this is just wild.
Right to any land. So let's actually look at the science, since everybody thinks that they're a biologist, right? All living things, plants, animals, and people come from bacteria. Bacteria.
Now, family, this is just psychobabble at this point with what she's doing. This ain't tether babble. This ain't Afrocentric babble. This is psychobabble at this point with what she's spewing.
Wherever the environmental conditions are right? So that it doesn't. It's not about coming from a certain continent. You need conditions and not geography for life to emerge. The conditions are you need moisture.
Yeah. So the fact that she just throw gravity as a theory, you dig? Like I know that she's not scientific literate at all. You dig? This is a stupid woman who's researching on some JFK bullshit website, and she's running with it.
You need minerals, you need temperature, and you need atmosphere, okay? So the idea of life coming from one landmass is just not even scientifically sound.
Okay, sure. Okay, so cool. You're anti-science. All right, we got it. We got your position. You're anti-science. Okay, we got it.
Wouldn't it make more sense that life evolved independently where the atmosphere or where the earth could support it?
Okay.
Right.
So now you're using your space in a disingenuous way. So she's trying to argue evolution or Big Bang theory versus intelligent design. You dig? Okay, but just say that. But don't disguise that as you're trying to prove a point with FBA's and our stance. Okay, so this is goofy. You're arguing the Big Bang theory versus religious creation, or you're arguing Big Bang versus intelligent design, or you're arguing evolution to like a religious explanation. Just say that, because I don't argue that. I can, but I just that's not important right now. What's important right now is argue FBA Adolf Friedman. That's more important than anything else in my mind. But she's disguising it. It's like, yo, you really just want to argue religion versus science.
Right. So if you think about it, and if you think about all of the places in the world that have moisture and minerals and temperature.
Said, this is Sergeant Willie's peace response to this clown network. Yeah, that is Egyptian bitch. He said, and bro says it's all right, it's scientific. Forlane says she's talking some unrealistic. Yeah, she's just babbling. So Lord Maul says Willie Pete equated this clown words to ninja babble. Right. Like, and yo, believe me, family, I'm very scientific literate. You dig? Now, I might not be as sharp as I used to be, but family, I got videos on chemistry, the periodic table, chemical reaction that led to the atomic bomb, the A-bomb, you dig, the nuclear bomb, family. Like, I studied chemistry for a little while, even though I know a little something, atomic mass, I know a little something about chemistry, okay? And the periodic elementary chart. I know a little something. So people just can't tell me anything. I'm a cookie on basics. You dig? So what she's saying is like just stupid babble. And I know a little bit about biology, a little bit. I know less about physics, but my focus is chemistry. I know a little bit about biology. I know less about physics, but I bought hella physics books. Okay, she can't fuck with me. I know that. Okay, so I'm scientific literate. The bottom line, atomic mass, atomic numbers. What I want to say. Like, I still know about that. I know about sig figs, anything like basic chemistry, fundamentals of chemistry. I pretty much mold. I know about those things. You dig? So she doesn't. If we did a tit for tat questions, I would crush her. I will crush most people tit for tat when it comes to chemistry. All right, but I don't talk about it because that's not needed for this space. But if you go to FBA Defensive Unit and you look at my archive videos, you're going to see chemistry videos. If you go to Unbiased Ron archive videos, you're going to see videos on chemistry. You dig? So I'm not, capping over here.
And atmosphere, why would human life only come out of one spot that's not even known?
So she left the FBA conversation and now she wants to argue evolution and the Big Bang Theory. It's like, come on, man. Like, your agenda is your agenda. But are we talking about FBA or are we not? This clown right here.
Be fruitful in that type of way. That's not even known to be fruitful in that type of way.
All right, we back now. You see what she said?
What you see what she says? What did that have to do with the out of Africa theory? She went to Big Bang, evolution, intelligent design, and creation theories. But guess what? Creation theory is a theory. So that falls through religious folks. That's why it's just stupid, man. But like I said, everybody is smart until they call in.
She said the Africans, you couldn't have came from Africa because Africa was not fruitful like that, right? Africa, it wasn't no animals, it wasn't no plants.
This guy right here, Nefer, he would never call into my podcast. He would never, ever, ever call into my podcast. He got 28,000 subscribers. I got 1,000 subscribers, and my numbers is almost better than his because thanks you guys. Okay, and that's the leverage I need that you guys do. So when you like the video, when you support them live, you guys don't understand. You're giving me leverage to talk to people who got 28,000 subscribers. I'm doing better numbers than them because you support. But that's what you do. So I'm able to leverage my support, viewership, and subscribers. And I'm able to, if this guy isn't a coward, I'm able to get him over here because of you guys' support. See what I'm saying? But if you don't support, I won't get anybody over here. But these tethers are clout chasers. As long as we're doing great numbers, right now the numbers look slow because it was a rocky live. It wasn't traditionalized. But on average, you know what numbers we do on average, right? And it might get that way a little later. But those numbers is gonna get tethers over here because tethers are clout chasers. White supremacists are clout chasers. That's why they all go to Tariq Nasheed stuff because he has the most popping Twitter space on Twitter. So white supremacists and tethers, they're clout chasers, so they have no choice but to come to Tariq space and forego white supremacist spaces and forego tether spaces. So on YouTube, as long as y'all support, like the video, you're gonna force these tethers and white supremacists to come here on YouTube. So Tariq's the king of Twitter. You guys can make me the king of YouTube, but only you guys can do it. And it's by liking the video and pulling up when I'm live. You guys can make me the king of YouTube, and these tethers and white supremacists has to come over here. And you see, like Tariq Nasheed, I'm a debater. You dig? And I want the smoke. I want them to call in. You dig? In droves. I could do one by one. You dig? So nobody was able to expose me. When I say I know what I know, I know what I know. And nobody exposed me yet.
It wasn't no fruits and vegetables, right? Africa was just a barren landmass. It was just basically an empty parking lot. So obviously, the Africans could not have sold you into slavery because, like she said, Africa was not fruitful. It could not sustain life, like she said.
Hey,
right?
Yo, what the hell are they talking about? Yo, that is the stupidest logic I ever heard in my life.
So Dennis Sperling, how you gonna sue African nations when, like she said, the out of Africa theory, that's junk science, according to her. Let's continue.
Yo, she never said it was junk science. She said, that's your assessment, stupid dude. She said a scientific theory isn't a fact and she's wrong. Okay, but he took that and ran with it as a scientific theory is junk science. She never said that. She was wrong, but what she said was out of Africa theories, the theories not facts. But she didn't call it junk science. He called it that. He called it junk science. So this dude, hey, I appreciate you guys sending me links for other folks who debunked this guy. But trust me, man, I don't need help with this guy. I don't need help. I need him just to call in. I know he'll know shit about science and he'll know shit about American history, which I'm very good at.
If Africa was mother, Where is the civilization, the technology, or any of those things outside of Egypt and Ethiopia? Where are the long
Okay, what the fuck? What?
standing civilizations?
It could not sustain life, like she said, right? So Dennis Sperling, how you gonna sue African nations when, like she said, the out of Africa theory, that's junk science according to her. Let's continue.
If Africa was mother, where is the civilization, the technology, or any of those things outside of Egypt and Ethiopia? Where are the long-standing civilizations? Where are they?
Is she taking us back 3,000 years ago? Like what the, yo, what are we doing? Hey, yo, listen, civilization had to have a starting point. You dig? It was in Africa for sure. But it was in the location. And Egypt was one of those locations. It's like, what are we doing? You do know, does she know Africa? Does she know Egypt is in Africa? So whatever success Egypt did, Africa gets credit for that. I'm just confused right now. Let's keep playing.
Most of Africa is not agriculturally self-sufficient. A lot of Africa depends on foreign aid, NGOs,
but now,
and
so
other things.
here's the confusion. She ran to Egypt, and just now, NGOs, she ran to 2025. It's like, and that's why I tell people, like, yo, we're okay, listen, we're talking what time, whatever, what time frame are we at? That's why I asked Dorsey, like, where we at, bro? 70s? Okay, let's stay in the 70s. Let's not go back and forth to 70s to the 20s to the 2025s. All right, where we at? Let's keep the conversation there until it grows past that. All right, so she's confused. She's talking about civilization, which is early Egypt and before, Narmer or whatever it was at the time, at that time. Okay, and now she's talking about NGOs and things like that. Now she's bringing us back to 2025. It's like, yo, what are we doing?
Things like that. This is why they have to flee to other countries and other continents.
About fleeing. So how can you honestly go from Egypt 3,000 years ago and then bring us back to people fleeing in 2025? Like, that's just a bad faith argument, hands down. That's stupid.
Africa wasn't building pyramids. Africa wasn't building aqueducts, right? Outside of, like I said, Ethiopia and Egypt. Africa wasn't doing all of those things.
She just said Ethiopia. She said Africa wasn't doing this outside of Ethiopia. You dumb bitch. Ethiopia is Africa. Egypt is Africa. So how are you saying these countries in Africa are doing great things and you're not giving Africa its flowers? This is a stupid bitch. If Ethiopia does something great, Africa gets credit for it. If Egypt is doing something great, Africa gets credit for it. If South Africa is doing something great, Africa, it's all within Africa. What the fuck is she talking about?
Things. Africa doesn't have equivalents to HBCUs. They don't have those types of things.
Okay, so now she's jumping from 3,000 years ago to 2025. We agree. Right. And this is a tether issue. What they got to do with us? This is a tether issue. We're saying the same thing. We're like, yo, fix your homeland. Like, so how she go with disagreeing with us to now agreeing with us? We agree. We're saying Africa needs to fix their homeland, need to get their shit right.
Africa is not
but dude who made this video doesn't even understand it. That's why I would love to talk to him.
For feeding the world, but here in the Americas and the Mississippi Delta and things like that.
You see, she just said America, so she's making our argument. But she started off with disagreeing with us, and now she's making our argument. That's this, ma'am. This is our argument. The fuck.
We are known for feeding the world.
All right, we back now. Dennis Sperling, you see, the Africans couldn't have sold you into slavery because Africa,
wait. Nothing she said. Hold on. Now this dude is crazy. Hey, yo, check. Listen. Thank you for sending me a link, but I don't need help. Okay, I don't need help. I got him. Nothing she said was along the lines of Africans didn't sell Africans. Nothing she said implied that. The dude is bugging. He's out of his goddamn mind. I want to talk to him. I don't need no help. I'm not clicking no link. I don't need nobody exegesis on what I just heard for myself. Thank you, or eisegesis. Thank you, but I'm good. I got it. I got it from here. Thank you, but I got it from here. I need to talk to this guy. I don't need nobody else. I need to talk to this guy. I need to talk to him. because nothing she said corroborated that Africans did not sow Africans. This dude is wild.
According to her, they didn't have no civilizations, brother. Like I said, it wasn't no fruits and vegetables. It was just a parking lot. It was just empty space, right?
You see what I'm saying? Yo, how you go from Africa? Okay, so when Africans were able to sow Africans, brother, there were fruits and vegetables. But you can't bring us back 3,000 years ago and saying because of 6,000 years ago, there wasn't this around. But 6,000 years later, it was. I mean, yeah, I don't even want to follow this dumbass logic.
It was just empty, unoccupied space, no civilization, no
This is retarded because when they were in a position to sell us, everything he's saying wasn't there was there.
architecture, no kingdoms, no armies, no nothing, no libraries, no architecture.
Yeah, I know this guy is dumb. This is easy work. He's a Kwame. He's an American dream type of guy. I don't need help, man. I don't want to watch no video. I got him.
They were just sitting around. They were just sitting around scratching their ass, right? Like she said, right? So they couldn't have sold you into slavery because these primitive people, like she said, could have never sold anybody into slavery.
That was a different African. What the fuck is this dude talking about? The African of 6,000 years ago was a different African around the 14, 15, 1600s. This dude is wild, yeah?
It didn't have nothing. It was only the white man that had civilization, right? The African didn't have no civilization.
Are you serious? Yo, now this is African hatred. So around the 14, 15, 1600s, you're telling me there's no African civilization? Now that's African hatred, bro. That's African denial. Africans had tribes. The fuck are you talking about? They had tribes. This dude is crazy.
To her, that's what she said, right? That's what she said, right? There was no nothing.
Yeah,
there was no fruits and vegetables, no nothing, right? No signs of life, right? So how can you have came from Africa, brother?
Yeah, exactly.
Who could have sold you from Africa if, like she said, the out of Africa theory, that's pseudoscience, that's junk science, according to her. So how are you gonna?
Never said that, my boy. You said that. She said a scientific theory isn't a fact. She's wrong, but she never undermined science other than saying that. She never said science was. He's lying. So check. Don't send me a link about who debunked it. Send me a link
to African nations for selling you into slavery when, like she said, the African.
I want you guys to rather get this guy to join me. Okay, so you go to this guy's channel right here. Let me put this in the chat. I want you guys to tell him, come over here. I don't want to know about nobody who debunked him. Okay, because I believe I'm the best debunker. So I want you guys to get this guy over here. So that's his link in the chat. You click that link right there. And you guys if you think I should talk to this guy, then you click that goddamn link and you comment, hey, why don't you pull up on FBA News and Updates or talk to Unbiased Ron? Either way, you dig? But I need that. You want to help me out? I need that.
They didn't have nothing, according to her. They didn't have nothing. It was the white man with civilization and aqueducts and architecture and all the great things in science and math. That came from the white man, right? That, according to her. Let's continue.
So you need to ask yourself, why are they pushing a theory instead of facts? It's because of narrative control.
And matter of fact, if you could contact me with her, I'll appreciate it too, because I will correct her like I did Dorsey and other sister on what a scientific theory is and what it ain't.
The out of Africa theory is a colonial theory, right? So when people get up on here and say, you are from Africa, you're African, just know that they're unintelligent.
All right, we back. Now, brother, you see what she said? You see the out of Africa theory, that's a colonial theory. That's a colonial. Now,
okay,
listen.
So here's the problem. This Hotepper, he's using this ignorant woman as a reference. She's not a scholar. She don't have a doctorate in nothing. This is a regular, stupid high school dropout, maybe, possibly. And he's referencing her like she's a goddamn scholar. He's referencing her like she's John G. Jackson, yeah. He's referencing her like she's Malcolm X. This is wild, yo. How do you just take a random person on YouTube and say, yo, whatever they say is a fact, without vetting, without fact checking, just because it agrees with your dumbass. And again, that's called confirmation bias.
When it comes to me, I'm an African man. You see, I know my ancestors had civilization, standing armies, and all that, architecture and everything. It's all up in the museum still to this day. But according to her, I'm just going by what she said,
but
right?
She's stupid.
So like she said, the white man, he was doing with civilization. The African didn't have a goddamn thing, right? Nothing, right?
Yeah, but she went back 6,000 years ago, bro. She's not talking about the 1400s. If she's not talking about the 15th century, the 16th century, and 17th century. She's talking about the earliest time where civilization started, my boy. How do you compare a time period where civilization started to the 15th, 16th, and 17th century? That's wild, man. That's more than idiotic. That's wild.
Like she said, if you believe in the out of Africa theory, then you are not intelligent. So Dennis Sperling, this is your tribe's.
Yo, listen, this is how far they would go to reach. Yeah, I guarantee you that Kwame would never agree with this. I'm talking about even the tethers, even the most hostile tethers, they will never agree with that. The most hostile white supremacists, they will never agree with that. That's how far behind they are. These guys are dumb. Nick Fuentes is seen like they made Nick Fuentes become Albert Einstein. They just made Myron Gaines become the most intelligent man on earth. They're big enough idiots. That means Myron Gaines must be the smartest man in the universe compared to this logic from this dumbass
woman, right? She said that you are not intelligent if you believe you came from Africa. So how are you gonna sue African nations for selling you into slavery when, according to this scholar right here, you didn't come from Africa, brother?
Oh, wait. Did he just call her a scholar? Yo, please, when did she call herself a scholar? Yo, this dude, hey, yo, chat. I'm embarrassed you sent me a link to debunk this guy. Yo, he just called her a scholar, family. Family. There's no way he's going to talk to me today or in the future. Because I'm going to ask him, brother, is she a scholar? You did. I'm going to say, okay, did she ever say she's a scholar? How do you know she's a scholar? This dude just jumped out the window and called her a scholar. Family, this guy is not on my level at all, but I will entertain him because, my YouTube channel is based on education and entertainment. So I would entertain him. But he's the type of person who's going to talk over me, hang up, or make me mute him. Because all I want to know is, bro, you called her a scholar, bro. How do you know that? And just tell us how you became aware she's a scholar, bro. We just want to know that. Forget the topic. How did you know? How did you become aware she's a scholar? Yo, he called her a scholar, my boy.
If you believe you came from Africa. So how are you gonna sue African nations for selling you into slavery when, according to this scholar right here, you didn't come from Africa, brother? You was
Yo, he called her a scholar. Listen, family, you gotta have more faith in me. I don't need help cooking people. I don't need a link of somebody debunking. I appreciate it and thank you and keep sending those links, but I got it. I got it from here. I got him. Does somebody get this guy in touch with me or get me in touch with him? I got him. I'll take it from here. Because the first thing I want to know is, bro, prove she's a scholar. And once he can't do that, then we already discredit him. Okay?
Was already here. The African, he was a primitive bastard living in the bush with no civilization and no architecture and no aqueducts and things like that, right? So, like I said, brother, nobody sold you into slavery. So just throw that lawsuit in the garbage, right? Now, let's take a look at some of the reactions on social media, right? This person.
So now, this scholar says that we were never sold in slavery. Okay, so he said that it never happened. Now, I don't know why, what's this guy narrative, initiative, but he can't fuck with me at all, no level. This is light work for me. This is playtime. I drink liquor and have fun just clowning him and just, I'm not going to take these guys serious.
Person said, I very much agree. This person said, correct. The Africans are so clingy. They just want to be us so bad. Wait
a minute. That ain't, corroborating him. That's corroborating us. Hey, yo, listen, that comment right there by Chief Sacred, that's something we would say as FBAs and Adolfs and Freedmen. All right, family, let me get past
Sickening,
this.
right?
Let me get past this.
You brilliantly exposed the manufactured.
Okay, this is wild. Wait, Saturn's daughter. Let me look her up. Saturn's daughter. Okay, because I know she'll know who I am. But let's see if I can get her to call in, because she sounds ignorant enough to call in. Saturn's daughter. I got the channel. Saturn's daughter. I'm going to act like I'm a fan of her. Okay. Okay, I found her channel. Oh my gosh, she's a small channel. Okay, I found her channel. Family, I got her. So I don't know if let me try to find it. Yeah, she's definitely nuts. All right. So let me see which video was this. Yes, she's nuts. Okay, let me just say she's nuts. She's nuts. She's nuts. Okay, let me just find this video so I can respond to it. Matter of fact, I'm gonna respond to any video. Her latest video, I'm gonna respond to. Okay. Let me see her lives. I found her channel. Okay, so she got a channel. Okay, so I'm gonna come up as a fan. All right, so family, I just invited her to my channel. I came off as a fan on purpose. Like, I just love her channel, her content. And I said, can I interview her on my channel? Okay, and when she come over here, I'm definitely gonna mention this bullshit she said about the out of Africa theory. Okay, and why she try to get off? All right. So she got 23,000 subscribers, and her videos average 600 views. That's fucking hard. I got 100 views. I got 1,000 subscribers, and my views are over 1,000. But because people recognize real, like, this is pseudo stupid information. So let me get to this guy.
You was already here, my brother. You didn't come from Africa. You know, this person said the out of Africa theory is definitely fake. Noah built the ark with gopher wood, which is indigenous to North America in Florida. Let's go back before the Great Flood. America is.
Okay, so all he had to say was he's under the understanding that the transatlantic slave trade is false, is fake, and that we were already here. That could have saved us so much time. So now we know what angle he's coming from. That's all he had to say. But to use now, look, I'm on her channel. There's nothing on her channel where she's a scholar. There's nothing. She never said that about herself. When you go to my channel, you can click the About Me, right? The About Me. There's nothing about her on her channel where she says she's a scholar. Okay, she's a regular human being like us who just posts content based on their research and experiences, okay? But there's nothing about her. I'm at a channel right now. There's nothing about her channel where she claims to be a scholar. Okay, nothing. Her name is Saturn's Daughter 47. I'm at her channel. How many flies? I killed 50. How many more? God damn. Okay. Yeah, so dude is wilding, yo.
Blessings to have, you know, certain elders and those around me to give me, you know, extracurricular knowledge outside of school to make sure that I have my head on straight. But this woman is purely a product of the American educational system, as you can see, right? Africa had no fruits and vegetables, no lakes and rivers, no civilization, right? And I want to get into something else that she said. Run the clip. I'll be right back.
And quite honestly, let's be honest, America is your liberator. That's why you guys come here, to have a better life. Because it is America is your liberator. You guys.
Hey, hold on now. So she ain't talking to us because we were already here. She's talking about tethers and the immigrant. So the dude. So okay, so he might have misrepresented her because she don't come off as anti-FBA. He does. So he's misrepresenting her as anti-FBA, and she's really not. He is. So he's misrepresenting her content. What she said just now is something we would say as FBA Adolf Freeman.
Be honest, America is your liberator. That's why you guys come here to have a better life. Because it is America is your liberator. You guys constantly say that America is your oppressor, but America is your liberator.
A lot of Africa depends on
See,
foreign aid.
she's talking about Africa. She's not talking about Foundation Black Americans. So now I feel more embarrassed. The dude is misrepresenting her as she's an adversary of Foundation Black Americans. She's not. She's getting on Africans. What the fuck? He's saying debunked. This dude is slow.
Right, the United States is actually a benevolent force in the world, right, going around saving the downtrodden Africans around the world. Right now, I was being, sarcastic before, but now I'm actually gonna.
No. You were not being sarcastic. You were being stupid, and you misrepresented her position. And I got you. I called you out on that. You're stupid, dude.
Gonna debunk her now. I'm actually gonna give her a lesson on foreign policy.
Okay, so now he's gonna debunk. Okay, now this is wild. So he's going to debunk the woman who he is praising. So he's going to debunk the woman he was just praising. That's wild. So he's mad. I told you everything she's saying, she's using our talking points. It look like she's a Foundation Black American woman, right? But this dude is confused, yo. So he's most likely a tether.
Having no civilization, and now she's saying that the United States is actually the liberator, right? The United States is actually a benevolent force in the world, right? Going around saving the downtrodden Africans around the world, right? Now, I was being, sarcastic before, but now I'm actually gonna debunk her now. I'm actually gonna give her a
Yo, chat, he was just supporting her and he was using her as a point of reference. He called her a scholar. So now he's going to debunk this. So the non-scholar is going to debunk the scholar. This is wild, yo. She's actually on our side. I feel bad now I called her out because she's actually on our side. Okay, so now he's going to debunk his scholar, the person he was just praising. He's going to debunk her.
Lesson on foreign policy, not only for the United States but Western nations in general. They usually have a similar foreign policy orientation, at least towards Africa, right? Now, the reason why she thinks that is the same reason why she thinks Africa had no civilization. Now, the United States brands itself as the protectors of freedom.
You just called her a scholar. You was just praising her. Now you're going to debunk the scholar? So he's clearly a Pan-Africanist.
Liberties and the rules-based order and human rights, things like that, right? Now, those of us who are intelligent, we know that they simply use those terms and phrases to mask their true intentions. But unfortunately for her, she actually believes what the European has to say. Unfortunately for her, she doesn't understand that immigration policy is actually heavily tied to international diplomacy.
But his scholar don't understand something now. His hero, his shero, is now flawed. He was just praising her. He claims he's being sarcastic. Now she said some shit he don't agree with. Now he's going to discredit her. This is hilarious.
Diplomacy and foreign policy. For example, let's take the relationship that France has with the French-speaking territories under their dominion, right? So when you see France or any Western nation, the United States, the same thing can apply to the United States, and they give citizens from a certain country visas and scholarships, and you see them giving, foreign aid and military aid and things like that. You think, because you're an idiot, because you're a dumbass, right? You think that that's simply the benevolence and the generosity and the good-hearted nature of the white man, coming out of pocket doing charity for the downtrodden Africans, right? You don't understand that they're doing that.
Who is this guy?
It's an exchange, right? So what they get in return is
because his shero is no longer his shero.
Profits as foreign aid. Is that really foreign aid? Simply the Western nations branding themselves as the benevolent figure, the generous benefactor. And because you're a dumbass, you're not able to tell the difference. And you actually believe.
So now his scholar is a dumbass. He just praised her with being a scholar, and everything she said he agreed with. Now she said something he disagreed with. Now she's a dumbass. So now she's a dumbass scholar.
Propaganda. So much so that you go around regurgitating the propaganda for free, right? There are certain individuals who are on the payroll of certain think tanks, but I can tell this lady right here, she really genuinely believes in the propaganda that she was fed since a child. And unfortunately for her,
so this is wild. He's discrediting his scholar. This is crazy.
She didn't have elders like myself to really give her the game.
Wait, hold on. So wait. So he deferred to her earlier as a scholar. Now he's the elder, and now he's above her. Hey, chat. Did y'all catch that? This is wild. He had her above himself as a scholar, and you got to listen to her. Now he's saying he's above her because she says something he disagrees with. Now he's the elder, and now she's below him. This is insanity, bro.
Outside of the classroom or outside of the the Western media. Exactly. So she's not able to really dissect the propaganda when it's shown in her face, right? That's why she was able to fall victim for a movement like this, right? These are the type of people that fall victim for movements like these, right?
Yeah, I've never seen a reaction video where you start off championing someone, and then before the live is over, you start to discredit them and resent championing them, and now you're sunning them.
People that actually believe that the European is a generous benefactor, right? That believe that the African had no civilization and no contributions to humanity. These are the people that fall victim to
Oh, this is a Haitian feather. I knew it. K. Stewart, peace. Donnie, I see you. I knew this was a Pan-Africanist. I knew it. Yeah, he called himself intelligent after he said this was his scholar. And now he's saying this is his student.
These movements. That's why I'm done being generous with them. I'm done being nice with them. I'm done playing nice. I'm just simply going to come out and be as disrespectful as possible because dumbass individuals don't need to be respected, period. And I guarantee if you look at the balance sheet and you really see who is really doing charity, right? It's not the Western nations doing charity. It's actually African nations doing charity.
I told you he's a Pan-Africanist family. I could tell how dumb. Listen. I've been around YouTube for 15 to 16 years. I've been debating that long and longer. This guy will never talk to me, especially if he peeked at one of my videos. This guy, he knows he's dumb. He will never call in. He will never allow me to call in his channel. Okay, he knows he's dumb. He knows he is. Okay, and I'm sad that he got 28,000 subscribers and people actually watch his bullshit.
Charity for the West. It's Africa.
Matter of fact, let me respond to some of the comments who agree with this guy. So I killed a lot of flies, and now all of a sudden I'm getting a baby fly. So I think I did good. So now the baby flies is coming out, no longer the parent flies. So I killed a lot. All right. Now you're looking at my replies. So I love to comment on Unbiased Ron because they won't get no up-to-date information. So it's So it's like false flagging them. So I don't comment from FBA News and Updates because they'll never allow me to speak to them. Where is she? I'm gonna say this. Oh shit! What the fuck just happened? I'm trying to reply some crazy shit. So hold on. Look at this shit. How did we get? I'm replying and it going over here somewhere. All right. Okay. Whatever. All right. So now I gotta find the video. Man, that was wild. Okay, history. Come on, history. Come on, give me my history. Okay. So, yeah, all right. Now this, come on, man. Like, what the fuck going on? Like my computer just acting retarded today. Here we go. So, what video was that? Now, how's that even possible? The video's not even in my queue. Move. This fly. Move. I'm trying to kill this fly. Give me a second. All right. This guy video. Where is the video? Okay, I'm in the wrong account. Oh boy. Okay, here we go. Okay. So I no longer want to hear him. I know he's an idiot. I want to reply to his chat that agrees with him. I want to get those folks over here. I'm just going to copy. Sure. I put, what did she say that was wrong? He called her a scholar, so she must know something. All right, so I'm just going to use the same comment to everybody who got harsh words for her. And hopefully I get one of these guys on. So now everybody's calling her stupid and ignorant after he called her a scholar. This you can't make this up, bro. You cannot make this shit up. He just called her a scholar. Now she's stupid. I'm just gonna reply to everybody with the same shit. Hopefully I can get one of these folks to respond. Here we go again. And just disappear. What are we doing, man? I'm just trying to just reply. I'm not trying to lead it. This fucking fly. Oh my God. I just killed so many flies and they just keep coming. They keep coming like I never killed one. Okay, so somebody got at him. And he responded. So maybe he responds to me. So now they blaming Turk Nasheed. And so they're using Hebrew as like scriptures against her. All right. Okay. So I'm just going to put the same message. Hopefully somebody bites. So now his chat believes he was spitting fire. And they believe she just so stupid after he called her a scholar. Man, this is wild. Now she's goofy. I don't even know how that's possible, chat. How is it possible that he's giving a review of a woman he calls a scholar, and then once she says something he disagrees with, now she's just stupid, and his whole following is calling her goofy and ignorant, and now they're saying she didn't debunk. She's delusional. But the video is saying she debunked it. They're saying she's self-hatred. This is wild. But hopefully, I get one of these stupid fools to call in. I just need one to call in. I've never seen a reaction video or debunk video where somebody used somebody as a reference and then the reference becomes the enemy. I ain't never seen that shit before. This is the first time. First time I seen this shit. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, the internet is different, bro. I ain't never seen this before. Where you cape for somebody and you use them as a reference to prove your point, and then the minute they say something you disagree with, now your reference to prove your point is just stupid. So that means if they're just stupid, then how did they prove your point early in the video? That means, I mean, that's just wild. And his following is coming after. And look, they're probably foundation Black Americans. You dig? And that's why we got to just embrace that. Yo, there's gonna be some casualties of war. Like some of our people are just stupid, and they're like defect crack babies. You dig? They won't get it. Like some of our people are crack babies, and they're just not going to get it. Okay, so I don't expect every FBA person I talk to get it and get on code. I understand that a lot of crack babies out here. But that's why I don't rock with Umar. ADHD is a real thing. You dig? And some of us suffer from it, and as a result, they're ass backwards. I just need one of these folks to respond, and I will make sure we get these folks. Oh shit! Here we go. I click reply, and somehow it takes me to somewhere else. All right, look, I'm done replying. I'm good. I respond to enough. Okay, so I mean, I just killed so many flies, and they just keep coming. So I'm in the back. If I go in the front, like it's more people there. So, if I talk freely like I'm talking, because we got tethers in the community, we got, what I mean? So I try to be respectful coming in the back, because nobody's ever in the back. We're going to front, everybody's in the front. So, but there's just too many flies out here, man. I might have to go back to the front. So anyway, let me start replying to this shit. And so this article was just proving that the African slave trade was real. Africans were sold for the most part. They were not a result of a slave raid. Okay. So so I played that video. All right, so now let's tackle this. This is where I wanted Kwame to call in. Right, I wanted Kwame to call in. Okay, so let's deal with the Prime Minister of Jamaica and what he had to say about Jamaican deportees of the United States coming back to Jamaica. What do you have to say?
We are prepared to receive all our hardworking Jamaicans who have been in the United States or wherever they may have gone for economic benefits. Jamaica has always been, since its colonial days to now, a net supplier of talent to the world. It may be a good thing to have some of our Jamaican talent return to our shores to help us to build our country.
Right.
There are many Jamaicans now who are feeling uncertain in the United States, right, and who are considering returning on their own, right, to avoid the indignity of being deported. And we welcome you back to Jamaica.
As you should.
We want your talent. We want your resources. There are many opportunities in Jamaica,
okay,
that together we can take advantage of and build the country that we would want.
Okay, so Kwame in American Dream, and you tell us that's in the North Jersey. I mean, North United States, right? New York, New Jersey, and even Florida. So he said that Jamaica will be better off if you tethers go back to Jamaica and build it up. How can you hate on that? He's saying he wants your talents, your resources, your skills, everything you develop in America, come back to Jamaica and build up your country. How's he that? That was a perfect message for fleers, right? Now watch this.
But let me be clear. that for those Jamaicans who intend to come back with crime and violence to undermine what we have been building here.
Wait, family. Did he say undermine? Did he use our talking points? So when we say Jamaican tethers undermine, they'll say we're divisive. But when the Prime Minister of Jamaica says Jamaicans may be coming back to undermine, is he being divisive? He's saying the same thing we said. Like, these folks are divisive. So he's warning them, don't come, if your intentions to coming back to Jamaica is to undermine what Jamaica got going on. We're saying the same thing in America. We're like, yo, Jamaica, you can come over here legally, it's all good, but don't come over here to undermine foundational Black Americans. Our message,
that for those Jamaicans,
our message is the same, but we're divisive and he's all loving, right? He's worth of praise and exaltation. Cool.
who intend to come back with crime and violence to undermine what we have been building here, let me be clear to you that this is not the Jamaica that you left 10 or 20 years ago. It is not the JCF that you left 10 or 20 years ago. You will either meet a judge or your maker if you come back to Jamaica and violate our laws and create havoc.
Okay, so was he being divisive? He said, Jamaicans, when you are deported, whether self-deportation or Donald Trump ICE deportation, when you come back to America, if you bring that criminality that you brought to America from Jamaica back to Jamaica, you're going to meet a judge, meaning that you're going to lose your freedom, or you're going to meet your maker, meaning lose your life. He's way more harsh than us. All we said was, listen, man, we want to get away from you. We're agreeing with him. Like, you guys are criminal minded. That's what he said. We're saying the same thing. But our resolution is we're going to delineate. We're going to get away from you. Tarina, she always talk about the criminal stats that these tethers add to under the term Black. And we are the generic Black, so that get pointed at us and no other tether. Okay, so now your Prime Minister just said, if you come back here to undermine us, so basically he's saying, yo, we're not Foundation Black America. We ain't going to delineate. We're going to kill you. You dig? You bring that undermining bullshit over here, we're going to kill you. What he said?
You will either meet a judge or your maker if you come back to Jamaica and violate our laws and create havoc. I know that there are many who will be returning to Jamaica, coming back to lovely communities like these, rural areas like these, and they may attempt to set up gangs, get involved in scamming, and undermine the values of the communities that they return to.
Wow. He just charged these tethers that's returning back to Jamaica as being scammers, gang-related violently, and undermining everything we said. But we're called divisive, we're haters, we're causing diaspora wars, we hate Jamaicans. But the Prime Minister says exactly what we said. What now?
We will not tolerate that. We want all our Jamaicans to always feel that they have somewhere to come back to.
I like it.
And call home and be well received.
I like it.
Come back with a good heart and a good mind. Come back willing to work. Come back with your resources. You will be able to make life here.
I like it.
But don't come back here to undermine and destroy what we have built.
It sounds like he's been in our Twitter spaces. It sounds like he's been watching Tariq Radio. It sounds like he's been watching Professor Truth, Jason Black, Dennis Sperling, Urban Politician TV, Phil Scott, Afro-Elite, Red Supreme. It sounds like he's been watching FBA News and Updates. That's what it sounds like to me.
The government is already planning in terms of putting in place new measures, enhanced security measures, to address those who we know have a criminal past or who have been interdicted in the United States, convicted in the United States, and are being returned after serving their criminal penalties there. And we will ensure that they are appropriately monitored here and that they are not in any way contributing to an increase in our crime or murder rate.
Wow.
We have sacrificed long and hard.
I appreciate it.
People of Jamaica have borne the negative impacts of local violence.
Right.
We will not tolerate criminals coming back here to increase our crime rate or murder rate. It is on a downward trajectory. We're doing very well, and we will not allow this to happen.
I love him. And he's on code. He's a writer. I rocks with him. You dig? So family, thank you. I'll be back with another one. You dig? But I had to do this live. I had to do today. I understand it was long as hell. I understand it wasn't for everybody. This wasn't our most entertaining live, but it was necessary. You dig? We had some FBAs call in. You dig? We had a family moment. You dig? It did what it did. Some lives aren't gonna be lit as others, so you're gonna see viewership drop, grow. I know that. You dig? But this was necessary. This had to be done, and I'm glad it was done. Family, I respect you guys pulling up. And like MC Fact said, good job on likes. You got 100 likes. That's beautiful. I appreciate you guys. And the ones who didn't like, just like the video. Because you see, every time I go live, I end up wrenching up more family members. You dig? So we're growing. We're doing great. And I appreciate you guys. You're helping this channel be successful. And that's respected, man. Hey, man, I'm gonna try to go live a little later. You know how I do. I'm gonna look at what I got. And family, if you guys got videos, listen. If you got videos to send me, okay, for me to watch, if you think might be entertaining, like that's like worthy of a live. This is my email. I don't always check it like that. This is the email. And I got an Instagram too. So this is the email. I'm gonna put the Instagram there too. Now look, that's let me fix that. Spelling is crazy. What the yes, I can't change the spelling. Wow. Write it all over again. Cool. All right, why I keep changing my spelling, man? Okay, there we go. So family, that is my Yahoo, and this is my IG, okay? So if you guys got a video you think something I need to watch and make a reaction video on, I appreciate it. This is my IG. Okay, so just email me. Hit me with an IG request, whatever. I will accept it. I think it's private, so I gotta accept it. But I've been accepting because I keep posting it on my live streams. I've been accepting more frequently than what I ever will. Because usually I just never accept free requests or follows, whatever. But because I'm putting it out there, I want you guys to send me links of things I should look into and make a. You helping me be creative. Because a lot of my live, even this live right here, this live was somebody sent me the white guy telling Africans to build their own country. This wasn't my research. Somebody sent me that. So I did a live one. And this live was like 4 hours, I think. So you guys helped me be successful by giving me different content to do reactions on. You dig? Because, sometimes I get drained. I don't have nothing. And you won't see me for 2 days. But if you guys have came across something that's like undermining us or something that's uplifting us, you got the IG, you got the email, send it.